Hi there, time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
Welcome back to part 2 of our special stream here. Our 24 hours. We are 8 hours into our charity stream here for Extra Life. Again, if you missed any of the previous 8 hours, we are raising money for the Children's Miracle Network through a program called Extra Life, just like the video right before this said. Over $100 million have been raised since 2008 to support over, I think it was 12 million children who have visited hospitals at least 32 million times total. So lots of money being raised for a lot of kids that are desperately in need. Every dollar that is donated, it goes directly to the hospitals for support for children, for all their medical needs, research, labs, everything like that. So, but let's get right into this. Adam is back. If you were on part 1, Adam Rank is back here. Also, friend of the show, Zach is here right before he goes to work. We are not going to talk about fantasy football this hour, which is why we're all here, but we're going to talk about The Last of Us, the HBO series, and also the game. So, Adam, I don't know if you've ever played the game or if you just watched the HBO series. Okay, so this is perfect. You guys have only watched the HBO series. I have played the game, both parts 1 and 2, many of times. I have all of the answers, all the questions for you guys. So I'll start off with this. What do you guys think of season 2 so far?
Well, you know what's funny is so obviously and I'll try to avoid spoilers as much as possible, but I think for a lot of people you should just bounce. I feel like people who played the video game who didn't spoil episode 1 of season 2 like really deserve, or whatever episode it was, really deserve like kudos. Like that's a big thing to hold under your hat for a long time, because like when Spider-Man came out and they did the one where Gwen Stacy is the girlfriend, they're like, oh, she dies. And you're like, you guys, like Marvel people couldn't wait to spoil that. But the fact that you kept this under your hat, I commend you for it. I really do.
It's like Infinity War, where Thanos gets the snap off and everybody's like, do not spoil it. Do not be that person. Don't spoil it. Nobody was allowed. Like, we as a community of gamers were like,
yeah,
we can't spoil Joel.
Don't do this. Yeah, don't ruin it for these people.
Everybody will be out. Zach, what did you think about Joel dying?
So I was not spoiled, which was cool. But I definitely heard a lot of hints of something big happening. I definitely wasn't expecting it, just because I haven't played the game and the show. I mean, he's one of the main characters, but I appreciate what they did. I mean, kind of reminds me of Game of Thrones, where plenty of main characters died. You're like, all right, and it keeps moving on. So I've enjoyed the show. It is funny seeing some of the discourse online of what people like to complain about, and I think a lot of people just forget it's a show. Like, just enjoy being entertained, and it doesn't have to be so serious. But I've thoroughly enjoyed the series.
It's so funny because Adam, you and Josh were literally just talking about golf for like 20 minutes, and I was just like, Joel Miller died from a golf club. Like,
right? Oh God, yeah.
So that's obviously a huge scene. It's the scene where, like, I feel like a lot of fans have been like, oh, I don't know if like I can still watch this. Like, Joel Miller's dead. Like, okay,
yeah.
Imagine playing the game. You're like an hour into the game. You're like, oh, this is, yeah, part 2. Here we go. And then Joel Miller dies, and you're like,
what do I do now?
There are so many videos of just people playing and just like crying, like sobbing, playing this game, like people you never think would ever cry. And you're just like, this is very tough. Like, so my wife watched somebody play this on YouTube, which got me into game and stuff, and she got into it also, and finally, like, for the first time ever played the PlayStation so that she could play the game, and she didn't spoil it for me, and I saw it happen. I'm like, "Oh my god." Like, and then, so yeah, that's a obviously a huge part. It's the whole reason behind the second game. So, what if other than, obviously Joel dying, what has been shocking to you in season 2 so far?
Um, since I don't know what to expect for anything, I guess I can't say anything shocking, but it's definitely feels more violent in a way this season that not last season compared to not so much like the infected. I mean, obviously they were always violent, but like the Seraphites and Wolf and like everything they're doing, it feels like it's been taken up to another level. Whereas the non-infected last season were all kind of just being mean to each other. If you like, they were annoying each other, but they weren't like cutting each other's guts out, and hanging each other, just doing all that. So it definitely feels like we've gone to another level in intensity for season 2.
Yeah, I was, it's funny when I didn't know anything about anything. And I was going out there and I'm watching it. And if Josh was still on, like I'd be interested to get his take because um I in the first episode, obviously the daughter dies. So I know nothing about anything. And I'm like,
Mhm,
the daughter dying usually is something that'll bounce me out of something. And it did.
mhm.
And it wasn't until I was waiting for I didn't get back into it because I was waiting to watch something else on HBO. And the end of the first episode has the song "Never Let Me Down Again" by Depeche Mode, which is a band I grew up loving. And I'm like, oh, that was pretty cool. Like that was pretty dope. And I'm like, well, what's the guise of this? So then I'm somehow get through the daughter dying again. Actually, I recorded a show, fast forwarded through the daughter dying, and like I'm like, what is happening? And I'm like, oh, it's interesting. Like Abby figures out 80 songs means danger, and oh my god, they're leaving, and Never Let Me Down Again is playing. So it's really cool. And then of course the episode with the two, what was it, Nick Offerman,
Oh,
his
yeah.
character. That episode was just
Bill and Frank.
as a standalone. Like you don't even have to watch the show if you're just under the guise of like, hey, go out there and watch this, and it's post-apocalyptic world, and these two guys find each other, and it's a love story. Go watch it. You would be like, that was amazing. It was
Yeah.
amazing. And if you want to think of it as I always like to think of it is that it was Parks and Rec, and that was his character in Parks and Rec surviving. Like, oh, he was
Yeah,
actually
exactly,
this
and
is
that's
this is
exactly
his,
how we see it, is like, this is Ron Swanson, like, this
it
is
is it's
Ron
literally
Swanson right
Ron
here.
Swanson.
But, it's different in the game. So in the first game, you actually go to the town that Bill is in, and you're actually, like, going through all of his traps and everything with, Joel and Ellie, and you eventually run into him. Like, the town is actually also infested with infected, um, that you have to, like, fight off and stuff, and then
Ah,
Bill comes in and, like, kills a infected that's about to kill Joel, and with a machete, and then they have to go running, and they have to like go to this school and get like this battery from a truck so that they can take a truck out to um what is actually, well, to Jackson essentially. And so he is actually alive in the game, and Frank is dead. So in the
oh,
game,
okay.
they die before they get there, and then they just move on. So it's a little bit different, but I still liked how they ended Bill. The interesting thing is, like, in the game, like, you assume Bill's still alive, so, like, oh, maybe there might be a part where Bill comes back, or, like, Ellie goes to find Bill. But
Right.
in this show, that can't happen because Bill's famously dead. So,
Yeah.
that's pretty interesting.
I
So
don't know. Yeah. See, and that's another thing too about not knowing anything about the
right.
game. I have nothing to compare it to. And then so a lot of it too. So then coming into season 2, and you're asking about what's shocking. Um, one of the things I really loved, I just thought was a great scene, and I sort of started like, and it's the kid who was on How I Met Your Father, who was annoyed the S out of me, and when they're in the armored vehicle,
Mhm.
and I'm like, oh, these guys are gonna like when they stop,
Josh Peck.
you're like, like, oh, those troops are getting wasted somehow. I don't know how. This would be great. And then he drops the 2 grenades in and closes the door. Such like that is such a great scene. But like there are certain things where you just watch, you're like, oh my god, like I knew it was happening. I knew those guys were gonna die, but I'm like, having the payoff be so good, like, oh, that was so well done. And then flash forward, the kid that he saves is now this hardened like soldier, doesn't care that they're torturing the Scar. But I thought too, like the thing with the Scar when he's torturing him, and you're like, do we need the gratuitous nudity? I think it plays like it does make the scene like that much more intense. But when the Scar holds out his other hand to be burned, and he's just like, up, I gotta shoot him. Like this is going nowhere.
Yeah, you see, they're not afraid. So stuff like that does happen. Um, it's it's in I find the timeline and that they're playing into season 2 a little bit fascinating, and I'll explain why. But yeah, that unfortunately that stuff does happen. And this guy, he was absolutely right. Like the wolves will eventually lose because every day a wolf is turning into a Scar, but nobody's leaving the Scars to become a wolf,
Yeah.
which is interesting. So in the game, and that's kind of like why I like having this, because like Zach's never played the game. I have. Uh, you do this is broken up in half. Well, kind of. You have the storyline before Joel dies, where you're playing as Ellie and Abby. You're going back and forth. So it's kind of interesting that you're playing Abby, and then all of a sudden Abby kills Joel, and you're like, "Oh God, I just killed Joel." But then you have 3 days in Seattle where you are playing as Ellie, and then once those 3 days are over, you have 3 days of playing as Abby. So
Ooh.
now you're playing as the villain, and you're going through her storyline, and you're learning, oh, I actually kind of like it. Like a lot of people hate Abby. Get it. I actually prefer Abby's storyline over Ellie's storyline because I
But
feel like she's kind of
she's got justification.
she does. And you haven't even seen everything. That's the sad part. Like,
And we're not going to, because I'm
no,
assuming
you
like
won't.
this is the last.
Well, there's probably another 4 people that they actually bring to Jackson that is in the show that's introducing too many characters to it. And Ellie goes through, and like you see her, Ellie kills Nora, which is one of her best friends. But she also, before she killed Nora, she killed like 4 other people, leading 4 of Abby's friends before she even gets to Nora and at the hospital. So it's you start seeing her single-handedly pick each of her friends off slowly but surely. And then so yeah, you get 3 days there, and then more things happen, which I think is actually going to be season 4. So they've already said that season 3 is going to be Abby's storyline. So I'm
Oh,
happy, and their next season will be more focused on Abby and not Ellie. So I think the way it is they're gonna, and you start to see. I think I saw in this last episode, which was, sorry, 2 episodes. Well, even the last episode, Ellie, you start to see that like dark side come into Ellie. Like she is
yeah.
now in vengeance mode, like straight up kill Nora. You saw like the life out of her face when she like confronted Nora, and that is Ellie in the game. The little happy, like, oh, I'm gonna be a dad. Oh, I turned the lights on. Like that doesn't happen in the game. She's just like stone cold, like, I'm gonna kill Abby. Like we're gonna kill Abby, and it's
You mean she
very
doesn't sing
frustrating.
"Take on Me" during in
She
the video
does
game?
actually. She does.
She does.
Yeah. So the take on me does happen in the It happens in actually in that record store. She sings to Dina. That is almost like a shot for shot from the video game, which is
Oh,
interesting. So that's a shot for shot. The Nora scene where she kills Nora is basically a shot for shot from the video game. I think they have taken scenes from the game, like the very important scenes, and translated them to the TV series, which has been really cool. The whole in the flashbacks with the Apollo 13, that
Mhm.
was all in the video game, which was
Oh,
really cool. The her on top of the T-Rex going, I'm on a fucking dinosaur, that's part of the game. So that's pretty cool too to see some of that stuff happening. And all of those flashbacks are in between days. So like you play day 1, you get a flashback. You play day 2, you get a flashback, and so on and so forth.
oh, cool.
Which is pretty cool. So obviously you guys don't know what's happening. What do you think, like with the previews that you might have seen, what do you think is next? Like she's killed Nora. Like she's obviously like, so Dina has taken an arrow to the leg. You see Jesse there, you know Tommy is there somewhere.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen next?
Man, I don't even want to speculate because again, I think Zach was the one who pointed this out about like very I'm not a Game of Thrones guy, so I think of like
Mhm.
Sons of Anarchy, where it's like people get picked off all the time. And you're like, you just can't assume that anybody is gonna live. And they I guess they know Ellie's there, or they just I don't know if they just know somebody that there's an intruder or what it is, if they think she's a scar or whatever. Um, so I didn't want to know. And there is that I do like the whole notion too of like the virus becoming airborne as well. Like there's another thing that they're going to have to deal with at some point.
Yeah, I think they get the group back together in the next episode just because it's a good payoff to finally have Tommy back on screen and everyone together. But I would be shocked if one of them does not die. Um, I don't want to guess who it is. I'm
Ellie's
guessing it's
group.
of this group. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's not Dina because I feel like that might be too much. But I mean, is there anything too much for the show? But I
I'm going
feel
to
like
say, like, when they have this scar massacre, all those scars, like the little kid, you're like,
yeah,
almost lost me again, you know, like kind of thing. But yeah, you never know. Like it feels like nothing is out of nothing is
yeah.
out of question.
But I can't
So
see one of them not dying.
I'm not gonna spoil anything for you guys. I'm not a spoiler. I hate spoilers. I literally will stay off the internet until I watch whatever I need to watch. Um, but I will comment about things that have already happened. So that whole like scene of them walking through the scars walking through the forest and stuff, that never actually that never happens in the game that you see at least. But when it happened, me and my wife were like, I think that's to show you like, oh, they're just going from place to place. They're trying to find their next location. But this shows how like violent the wolves are because they were just walking and they completely massacred them. And then you see how big that army is. Like it's like, oh, for the viewer that's never played the game, you're like, oh, the wolves are actually more than, the 6 people that showed up to Jackson. Like this is a pretty big army, a pretty big
Yeah.
militia. And then flip that around in the woods where you see the sacrifice, the tying them up and then cutting them open, you're like, oh, they are also very violent. And that's exactly how it is in the game. Like you don't run into the scars until that forest scene. You're just like, oh God, like Ellie's reaction of the like her seeing that happen, she's just like that the whole time. Yeah, that is a real like, oh my God, what is happening? That scene at the TV station with all of them hung up. I was telling
Yeah.
Zach this when it happened. I was like, what'd you think of that? Because like that was and this happens during the daytime. The scene does in the game, and you walk into that space and you're just like, oh my God. Oh my God. So the major difference here, in the game, Tommy actually leaves for Seattle before Ellie and Dina does. So they're actually sent to go get Tommy, but also like Ellie's gonna go try to kill Abby at the same time.
Uh,
So they're like trying to go around Seattle looking for Tommy. So they're like, Tommy definitely didn't do like he didn't do this. And that's where you start to see the scars, you see the symbolism and all that stuff, and you're like, oh, there's a lot more to this than just the wolves here. And It's so good.
Yeah, it's really good.
A lot of people have hated how they've done the second season, but I think they've done a pretty good job at, like, obviously you're not going to get 20 hours of gameplay into a TV show. Like, that's just not,
Yeah,
you're
it's
not going to get every
impossible.
single detail. It's like it's like a book. Like, you open up a book and then you go watch the movie of it. It's not going to be the same. There's
Never.
no way to make it the same. So they've done good on the important parts, and they've added more context or changed some things on the lesser important parts. But the spore thing is interesting, because in the game it's all about the spores. Like, this whole, like, telepathic, like, wiring of all the infected is not a thing in the game, whereas it's all about the spores. If you breathe in the spores, you have gas masks literally to help you, like, breathe in areas that are spore infected.
Oh,
So it's different. So I'm glad they incorporated that. I'm pretty sure they incorporated that because of the Nora scene, because she dies that way. Like, she's choking in the spores and she's like, I how are you alive? And that's how she realizes, oh, you're Ellie from Salt Lake. You are the chosen one
yeah,
that was supposed to save us all and all that stuff. So that was pretty interesting in my opinion.
that's
I was
pretty good.
listening to one of the producers or one of the directors for it, and he was saying they did the spores the way they did it because they didn't want to have to put everyone in gas masks all season,
Yeah.
because you actually want to see their faces, because it's a show. So, and
Yeah.
that makes sense. And the other thing I thought was interesting, because obviously we didn't play the game, was the whole Jackson, like, battle. Like, that's not in the game, which I guess makes sense because it's probably really expensive to make for a game, but. I love that scene. Like, that whole episode was crazy. And so when it's like, oh, that's not in the game, I'm like, oh, I would have enjoyed that. I mean, I didn't play the game, but I would have enjoyed having that in the game.
Yeah.
But I thought that was such a great episode.
I think that was the second bloater that has been on
Hmm.
the TV series at this point. You have the one in Kansas City. So I had to think about it because the TV series is Kansas City, but the game is Pittsburgh. It's a whole thing,
Yeah.
which is actually interesting because in the game, like, you're running across that golden bridge that's in Pittsburgh, and, like, it's broken down, and, like, you have to fall into the river and stuff. Anyways, so you have that bloater in that part of the TV series, which isn't in the game. It's fine. But there's actually more bloaters. There's actually you have to fight a bloater with Bill. So that's interesting, but they're bad. And I feel like that scene also with Tommy shows that, like, fire is the thing that, like, weakens it. And that's true in the game. You catch it on fire, then you can try to shoot it a bunch and all that stuff too. But there's a ton more bloaters in the game. There's actually a whole nother infected other than what you have seen so far. One's called a shambler, which is actually, like, right before the bloater stage. It, like, branches off into a separate state, and it, like, sneezes spores and, like, gas
Oh,
that, like, infects you, and it just, like, basically it comes out from its body. It looks like there's a bunch of, like, tomatoes on it, kind of, and it's a special, like, infected breed, which
oh
is
wow.
absolutely crazy that they didn't show. It first comes up in that subway scene, but they, like, skipped right past it, which is fine. I'm assuming they're gonna bring it back.
So now that we
I
have
would imagine.
spores, I bet they'll bring it in.
Yeah. And there's a whole nother infected that you probably won't see until the end of season 3, which,
Oh, damn.
yeah, it's gonna be. They've hinted at it, but unless you actually, like, know about it, like, you're not gonna know until you see it. And once you see it, like, your jaw's gonna drop. Like, it's gonna be like, what? Like, I thought this was I thought we've seen the big bad guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Well,
did
I've
you think
listened to
about
some
the
podcasts,
stalkers?
so I think I
Yeah.
know who you're talking about, but I don't know. I don't want to say who it is, and I don't know what they look like, but I think I know the character you're referring
Is it a
to.
king?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so
Wow.
you know of it, but you haven't
Yes,
seen it.
but I have no idea what to
I haven't
expect.
seen it.
I will tell you, when you're playing the game and you see it for the first time, you're just like, I'm not even gonna lie, whenever I play the game, I've played it probably 4 or 5 times now. and every time I will probably stop playing the game for like a week or two just to mentally prepare myself to play this one level. And it's so insane to think about, but like it's the hardest level in my opinion, and it's not even like at the end of the game. It's like 3/4 of the way through the game. Um
Well, listen, hey, Justin, hold on. I gotta bounce real quick.
okay.
I'm fading on you. But I just want to, hey, thank you everything for allowing me to be
Yeah.
a part of this. That was
Super
really
appreciate
cool. This has been fun. Zach, wish I could have spent a little bit more time with you, but this was cool. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me be a part of this conversation. I love the show now, so I'm in. So thank you for that. So but keep up the good work. I will be following along. I know you're going to do a great job, Justin. So keep it up. And I'm going to watch this back later. I want to watch more of this conversation once I'm gone, but I'll check it out tomorrow because I gotta go. I gotta go to bed.
Find me on social media. We'll talk about The Last of Us later.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. See you, Adam.
All right, guys. Good seeing you.
All right. I got it. Hold on one sec. Oh, it worked. Okay, cool. Sometimes it doesn't, like I have to bring us back in and all that stuff. Yeah, so I think we've talked about the stalkers and how they're I mean they're legit crazy.
Yeah.
I mean they are exactly what they are. They stalk you, and then once you're not looking, that's when they attack you. I thought they did a pretty good job at that part though. So
Mhm.
um this is literally like all me and my wife talk about, really. Like every Monday morning, it's like, all right, so what happened? What did you see? Like what do you think? God, I don't want to like ruin anything. Um so I noticed in the preview there's a lot of Abby's day, like Abby's side, which you don't actually see Abby in any of the previews, but like what's happening, I feel like is in Abby's timeline. I'm really curious what you're gonna think about in probably 2027 when we finally get season 3 about what happens like with Abby and um because I don't know. I feel more connected to Abby's story than Ellie's because Ellie is just a straight up revenge
Mhm.
arc, and it doesn't get better. It gets worse. What do you have any questions about the series? Like why things are happening?
No, I just kind of go along with the flow because I know there's a game that's based off of, and I know that it's pretty accurate to the game, but I know they've also taken some liberties and changed stuff, which makes sense. It's a TV show, and they're breaking it up into different seasons. So no, I listen to a lot of podcasts about it that I enjoy. So they do a good job of not really spoiling stuff, but answering questions. But yeah, I think to me well, I shouldn't be shocked by it. The most shocking thing is people's reactions to the show, mostly the negative reactions, and I think people have gotten to the point in their lives where they just don't want to be entertained and they just want to complain about something and they just want to be negative to be negative.
It's been such like I'm not gonna say it's been a masterpiece, like it's been 100% accurate to the game because it hasn't. They've changed stuff, and
But why
I
would you want
would
it to be anyway?
right. Like, why are you watching? Like, if it
Yeah,
was 100% the game, like, why
just play
watch?
the
Like,
game
you could just play it. You
or
can
watch it
play it
on
the way you
YouTube.
want to. Yeah, exactly. Um, I just I'd probably would be annoyed if it wasn't for the fact that Neil Druckmann is also, like, producing it too. So, like,
Mhm,
he directed the last episode with the flashbacks and stuff, which I'm very thankful for because, like, those flashbacks are a very vital part of the game and
mhm.
the storyline of that game. Did we talk about the porch scene at all?
No, we did not.
No, okay. So in that porch scene, the first part of that happens, the last part of that happens, but that middle part where they talk about like what happened in Salt Lake
Mhm,
it actually happens in Salt Lake. Like Ellie goes back to Salt Lake to find out what happens and like look at everything, and then Joel like catches up with her and she confronts him there and is like, Tell me what happens if you lie to me. I will never go back to Jackson. You'll never see me again." And then so he tells her, and he's like, "I'll go back, but I will never talk to you again." I'm just like, "Oh god." But that porch scene is the very last scene of the game. So you like there's a part where that whole thing where like I think it was in episode 1 at the end of the dance, like you see her walk up to the porch and then just walk by. That happens, but in the game, but like you don't get that resolution that they kind of made up. She says, "I don't know if I'll be able to forgive you, but I'd like to try." You don't hear that until the very end of the game, and you're just like,
Mhm.
they did make up kind of like before he died, and so it's interesting that they put that in there now, not way later.
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense now too, and just in the scheme of the show, if like all of season 3 is going to be Abby, then you're gonna have to wait a way longer for this payoff that maybe people even check out of. And I think
Yeah,
they made, and the fact that they kind of showed her in, I guess, to connect with people that don't play the game. Okay, if she had such animosity to Joel, why then go out to Seattle for revenge? Like, just move on with your life, kind of thing. So I think it kind of helps people that haven't played the game kind of connect with.
yeah,
Okay, even though they were going through something, in the end, they still had that love for each other, and like she
yeah.
still wants to avenge him.
There was kind of that tie when she and Jesse were talking in Jackson before they went out like on patrol or yeah, right before they went out on patrol when they're kind of like walking around the town and he was like, "Well, I know you and Joel are having a problem." And she was like, "We've made up, like we've talked, we've made up, it's fine." And I'm like, the night before, like you guys just got in that fight, which happens in the game, pretty much literally again shot for shot there in that scene. Like I said, the important parts are literally shot for shot. Like it's
Mhm.
game TV series. You can't tell the difference sometimes. And she's like, We're fine. We've talked." And we're like, "Did you? Because all we saw was you walk right by that porch. We didn't see you come back." So I'm like, one could think, maybe she did come back and she does. But yeah, it's so interesting because in the like I mean in the game, you play 3 days as Ellie, and then you play 3 days as Abby. Then you actually have a whole nother section, and then you finally get that. And you're like,
Mhm.
you get that final flashback before the game's over like it's just done. You're like, and again, you see the same streamers that cried at Joel's death just sitting there bawling because of that scene, and you're just like, this is tough to like watch right like this early in the series. And I think that's the only thing that really surprised me about this season is that they did include that part this early.
And I can see that from your perspective, how that would be so jarring
Yeah,
of a difference. But to me, like it,
you have to
for
keep
me, it just
the
I don't have that
viewer.
backstory, so it just makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, like they kind of played it off in the beginning of like that conversation where like it almost like she brushed him off like, oh, we'll always be Joel and Ellie,
yeah,
and nothing to change. You're like, okay, I get that, but maybe you haven't processed it, yet, you haven't had that conversation, and then now we
yeah.
find out, okay,
You
they
gotta
had
have
a conversation.
you got to keep that viewer in there too. I
Yeah.
mean, the viewer's not like the viewer could just be like, "All right, I'm done," whereas the gamer's like, "I got to finish this game."
Mhm.
Uh, and I just paid for this game. I have to finish it and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely get that. Just about to say another thing. Dang it, I don't know. Uh, dang, I literally just right
You
right by me.
you've been on for 8.5 hours, so
Yeah, we've hit a lull. It's and this is about the lull that I expected. It's fine.
yeah.
I'm again super appreciative you being awake and right before work, before you have to go work at Disney, right? Yeah, Disney.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be hot today down there?
That's always hot. Fortunately, I'm only in one location right now, one store, and it's air conditioned. So I would say 95% of my day is spent
Air
inside.
conditioning. That's
Yeah.
well, that's good at
Now
least.
that has not been my entire career there, but for right now, that is how I spend most of my day. So
So
I don't worry.
I told you I've got a conference down there in March next year in
Yep.
2026. That I'll it's not official, but I will be going down there in 2026. Um, Sunday to Wednesday, and it's at the Marriott Marriott.
Yeah, World
Whatever.
Center.
It's like right there. And my wife and I have already talked about when I found out it was in Orlando. She was like, "Well, I'll just come down Wednesday and we can stay until Saturday or Sunday and go to like Universal." So should I go to Universal again, or should I go to Disney?
All right, so I will do this unbiased because I do work for Disney, but I can take that away.
Nobody's paying
Plenty,
attention right now.
yeah, plenty of people come to Disney, so I'm not worried about my job security for that one. Before I had kids, I had an annual pass to Universal, and we'd go pretty frequently. I enjoyed it. Like Harry Potter World was good. They did even better when they added to the other park. So I enjoyed all
Now they have
that,
a
and
third
then
park.
now they have now they have a new one. So when I had kids, we didn't renew our annual passes because it's not a very kid-friendly theme park, at least for that price. Like there's just not much for them to do. So I honestly hadn't been back to Universal in over 8 years, and I just went a few months ago. Not to obviously Epic Universal, that wasn't open yet. And I enjoyed it, but there's a few rides I hadn't done before. So I like the Velocicoaster is one of my favorite coasters now in Central Florida. So like that was great to do. I would say it really just depends on what you're trying to get out of it. I've seen obviously Epic Universe just opened up. Technically, it officially opened like 2 days ago, but it's been soft open for a couple months. So
for all the creators and stuff.
it looks it looks really cool. It looks amazing. It would be hard to say if you're coming down one time and you need to pick which one you want to go to. I would never say don't try the new Epic Universe. I have no idea a year from now what is the wait time is going to be like. What is that flow going to be? And you'll have plenty of time to see it. When it comes to Disney, I don't recommend doing multiple parks in a day. Like I would say 2 tops, because then I feel like you're trying to do too much, and it's just not as fun when you just kind of just. I always try to tell people when they come down to Disney, have a plan, like be organized, but don't jam pack your plan with stuff. Like it's almost like as a couple or as a family, whoever you're with, or just by yourself, have a few like 3 to 5, like I want to do this, I have to do this, and then try to do those, and then everything else just go with the flow, because you never know which rides are gonna have some crazy lines, or they're not going to, or it might be down, or up. Like it's so hard to predict. And then if you're just trying to go like hit this, you don't really enjoy your time. So I could tell you wonderful things about every Disney park, and I could tell you things to avoid at every Disney park, and I could probably do the same thing with Universal. So I think it just depends on the mood you're in and what kind of day you want to have. And I don't think you can go wrong with your decision. I think as you get closer to that trip, it'll be easier for you to decide.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll probably have this figured out in December before we really start making any plans. So Zach, we have an actual fantasy football question.
All right.
I'm gonna display it. I'm gonna read it, or you can read it. I may or may not have drank a lot of water over the last 8.5 hours and need to take a quick 30-second break. So I will let you first answer it, and then I will come back. I'm still gonna be listening though.
Perfect.
Here's the question.
All right, so I'll read it out loud if someone's just listening, not watching. Do you guys think Mahomes bounces back this season? Would you rather have Kyler or Caleb Williams over him? So from a fantasy football standpoint, I believe Mahomes is not as valuable as he is in the actual NFL, which is fair. He does run. He seems to wait to run until the playoffs, the actual playoffs, not the NFL or not the fantasy football playoffs. And because of that, he has disappointed in scoring. The team is trying to win, not just put up crazy stats. However, Kyler has also been disappointing since his injuries, and Caleb Williams had a good rookie year, but nothing to write home about. But that team now is completely overhauled from an offensive scheme standpoint. To me, I like to think of everyone as I'm drafting based on value and how I'm constructing my team. So I think Mahomes will bounce back from last season because from a fantasy standpoint, Mahomes was not good. He was fine. So I would say, yes, he bounces back. I would probably rather have whichever QB gets drafted last, though, from a fantasy standpoint, between Mahomes, Kyler, or Caleb. And my guesses will be Kyler because Mahomes has the name, and Caleb now has Ben Johnson, and everyone's just always excited about the Bears offense as we're in the offseason before the season actually starts. So my guess is of these three, I would end up drafting Kyler, but that's just because of how I draft and how I'd rather get all of my value from my wide receivers and running backs and maybe a top end tight end. And then I can put QB together, whether it's, I mean, look at Mayfield wasn't drafted last year, and then you picked him up off waivers and he was fine for you. So even if Kyler ends up being a dud, I can find someone off the waiver wire, assuming this is in a super flex league. So I would rather get the guy that's drafted last. But yes, I do think Mahomes bounces back from last year.
I do think he bounces back a little bit. They did add another wide receiver this year, didn't they?
Yeah, they brought in Hollywood Brown's healthy.
Healthy.
And then Rashee
Yeah,
Rice
they
is expected to be
were-
back. So I don't know if they really brought in anybody, but they're getting guys back.
Well, I thought they drafted a wide receiver also, but
Yeah,
maybe
but he's not going to be anything this season. But yeah, they took some Royals. One of the,
that's right.
yeah,
That's right. Okay.
but based on that offensive scheme, the rookies typically don't do well until the end of the year, and with who's ahead of them, I don't expect him to be a impactful player.
So I definitely agree with you. Whoever's last here, assuming it's super flex, you're probably drafting in the first round or two the quarterback, because of Caleb Johnson. There
is a Caleb Johnson, but it's a rookie running back.
Because Caleb Williams is playing in Ben Johnson's. I combined the two names there. It's 8.5 hours in, almost 9 hours. Because Caleb Williams is playing in Ben Johnson's new offense, and they've brought in Luther Burden. They've got DJ Moore still. Roma Dunze is expected to have a big leap this year. They've protected Caleb Williams with a complete brand new offensive line, and spending a lot. Okay, so not super flex. So this is even more valuable than Caleb Williams' stock is as high as it's probably going to be ever. He's definitely getting drafted in the top, I would say, 6 quarterbacks right now. I don't have ADP up anymore, but I did earlier. Dang it. I finally needed it and I got rid of it. But I've been seeing him in the top 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks drafted so far. Mahomes, you're getting 10, 11, 12 quarterbacks down the list. And even Kyler, because of his inconsistencies over the last couple seasons, he's getting drafted even later than Mahomes often. The nice thing about Kyler is that Marvin Harrison looks like he's beefed up quite a bit, like DK beefed up. And as a lot of people have said, he is a quarter pounder away from being a linebacker. So mix that in with his talent. And Trey McBride, that's enough to get it done. And he has that rushing upside as well to really get the ball done. So if I'm picking the 3, yes, I think Mahomes does bounce back a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be, QB1 status. He never has been a QB1 in true QB1 in fantasy football, because they play team. They want to win the game. They don't want to have, Mahomes throwing 500 yards and 50 touchdowns and rushing it for all of that. So I'd probably take Kyler at value. But Caleb Williams, I think, is going to do good, but I don't think he's going to be worth his ADP this year.
Yeah, and for me, when I draft QBs, I'm fine with taking it all depends on your league, and your league better than we do. If I can get Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, rushing touchdowns for QBs over double. Okay, so if you can get them early on, then by all means do that. And if rushing touchdowns are double, I would be focusing on going early. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Jalen Hurts.
I'm assuming you're going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but if that is not possible the way you're drafting, then I would punt QB and get a rushing quarterback towards the end. So if you think about a Jaden Daniels last year, he was going 12th round, 11th round maybe,
QB 26.
Yeah, so
it's crazy.
You're just looking for a rushing QB, and with this list, it's Kyler Murray. So I would be either, because of your scoring, hammering one of the elite rushing QBs immediately, or you punt that position, let everyone waste their time with QBs, hoping they get some keepers. All right, so we got keepers. Fantastic. So this makes it way more challenging
We're,
of a
we're
question.
getting more and more details in this question as time
But,
goes.
but I'm going in this situation. I'm going Kyler because I think you'll get the best value. And then in general, not this specific question, but just my general strategy with QBs. If the elite guys fall to a point of value, which I would say is probably more like 4th round ish, then I'm fine taking them. But typically, how I draft is in one QB is just waiting until double-digit rounds and going after potential, knowing that if it's a flop, like if Daniels ended up being terrible, I could have pivoted to Baker Mayfield easily off the waiver wire. And if it ends up being a hit, great, then you got great value. So that's how I play fantasy with a 1 QB strategy.
I will throw this out there, and you can probably get him way late, even in this double rushing touchdown world for QBs. Anthony Richardson.
I'd rather have Justin Fields over Anthony Richardson, but yes.
Or Justin Fields. Yeah. But these two quarterbacks are going to be value picks way late, probably around 10, 11, 12. Again, in your double rushing QB, double rushing touchdown for QBs. People aren't going to go draft them because they don't see the upside. They are going to assume they're probably going to lose their job at some point, and they might. But that's why you're drafting them around 10, 11, because you're taking a stab at them. If you've completely punted, you've missed Kyler Murray, you've missed Jaden, you've missed Caleb Williams, you've missed all these other players, and there's not a quarterback worth drafting in the round that you are finally able to draft them, continue punting, take a high upside guy that is good, that could bring you a rushing upside. Anthony Richardson is, there's a bunch of them. Anthony Richardson, I said this 6-7 hours ago, is one of 3 players in the NFL, in all of the NFL history, that has scored 10 rushing touchdowns and 10 passing touchdowns in his first 15 career games. And that's Josh Allen, Cam Newton, and Anthony Richardson. And he's 22 years old. So there will be a bounce back. Don't know how big the bounce back will be, but there will be some kind of bounce back for him this year.
Yep.
That could be the homer in me, but
just a little bit.
William, thank you for asking those questions. Definitely appreciate that at 4:52 a.m. Almost 9 hours into this stream. If you're new to the stream, I am going to be on for 24 hours. So I'm down to 15 more hours. I've only been up since 7 a.m. yesterday. It's fine. But we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization for the Children's Miracle Network. All money raised here will go directly to support the families that are in need of those services. God forbid, children actually needing hospital services, but that's why we're here, raising money for that. So, yeah, donations are definitely appreciated. Links can be found in the description of this video. So if you have $1, $2, whatever, all donations are appreciated. So, Zach, I will let you go to work. You got 7 minutes. I'll give you 7 minutes back in your day, as they say in the office environment.
Gift of time.
I hate that, man. It's like, this meeting was supposed to only be 25 minutes. I'll give you 7 minutes back. You're giving me 2 minutes. Like, what am I going to do it for 2 minutes? Like, come on, get out of here. Definitely appreciate you coming on and talking about The Last of Us and answering some fantasy football questions. So
absolutely.
I will definitely talk to you in the chat. Too bad Miranda was asleep, even though she was awake at 3 a.m. I saw her eating on Blue Sky. So selfish, not waiting up one more extra hour. But
she probably just woke up to go to the bathroom real quick and passed out.
and skeeted about Britney Spears. That's what I saw, at least.
Priority.
I even responded back like, "Girl, why are you awake right now?" But yeah, definitely appreciate you coming on. And if you are continuing on, we are going to continue on again. And I'm going to take a short, probably like 5-minute break so I can set up, but I'm going down to the kitchen to make breakfast casserole. So Zach, thanks for coming on again.
Appreciate it.
Look at that. Do that real quick. I want to know if it's a StreamYard thing or if it's a Mac thing.
I think it's a Mac thing.
It's a Mac thing. Okay. Well, that's a bummer for you, I guess. So we will have Bill Underwood coming on here shortly, but we'll be right back. I'm going to switch over. Got to go downstairs and all that thing. Zach, thanks again for coming on. And I'll talk to you later, man.
My pleasure. Sounds good.
And I'm going to kick it over to a short commercial break, and hopefully I can get downstairs within that time. But if not, just stick around. Bill, I'll be right with you. Yeah, see you guys here in a moment.
10 million kids like me.
Hi, my name's Anna Grace. I'm 11 years old and I'm from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. I play wheelchair basketball for the Cincinnati Dragons. It's a travel team, so we've gone to Wisconsin, Atlanta, Florida, somewhere in there.
Anna Grace was adopted from China when she was 27 months old, and 6 weeks after she came home, she had her first surgery on her leg. The doctors who reviewed her file, they weren't sure if she was ever going to be able to walk. They weren't sure if she had an intact pelvis based on the pictures, but she got into her first prosthesis then. I think it was about 2 weeks after her surgery, and took her first independent steps, and she hasn't stopped moving since.
Or talking.
Or talking.
Changing kids' health through children's hospitals isn't just about helping those in critical situations. It's also about the research, preventative care, health and safety education, and other support services that help build healthier communities today and tomorrow. You can help change kids' health and change the future for all of us. Register at extra-life.org.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. Try not to look like an old man here, and then I go in and try to shave real quick and cut my darn chin. So the old man is in the house.
I am still. Oh no, my dog's barking. Hold on one sec.
That's all right. Louise.
Okay. My dogs are asleep, and then they heard me, and they think somebody's trying to rob us.
I have a cat that I rescued from the alley a little over a year ago when I was still working. I got up at 5 every day to get started for work. And so she got in the habit of getting up at 5 with me. So now she thinks that 5 is when we have to get up. And when they changed the time back to 4, she didn't know all about daylight savings time or anything like that. To her, it was the same time. So she still gets up at 4, sometimes earlier. So it's kind of an animal house around here too.
Yeah, they've been asleep for quite a while now, and yeah, are completely disturbed that I just ran downstairs and started talking down here. And hopefully my wife didn't wake up. She probably did, but we'll see what happens.
She'll get back to sleep. So what are you going to cook? What are you cooking?
So yeah, I am actually going to make a chicken and waffle casserole.
Ah.
As soon as I can connect my AirPods here and get to the right thing, and I no longer can hear you. That's great.
I'll tell you, the craziest restaurant experience I think I ever had. I used to travel quite a bit. I used to go to Africa and the Middle East, Latin America. I was in West Africa for the first time in a place called Cameroon. It's on the west coast near Nigeria. And when you went through Cameroon, went through the streets of Cameroon, it was what they call a francophone place. You know, the region, the French controlled it during World War II and all that. And when they left, it looked like they took all their tools with them. I mean, this place, everything was busted up. It wasn't a really wonderful place to be in. It's called Douala, the capital city. But I had checked into a hotel, and believe it or not, the hotel had a 5-star French restaurant. The most amazing food I had ever had in my life. Every morning and every evening, I ate in that hotel, and it was just absolutely fabulous. But to say I'm in this 5-star hotel, and all around me is just this nothingness out here, this destruction. Here's my animal wants to help out. So it was pretty amazing. Good food, good people. Very interesting experience that time around. This is my cat. This is who I rescued out of the alley. If anybody wants to see, this is the girl who's always bothering me when I am trying to do work. That's Miss Louise. She was out out in the alley hanging out. I said, you know what? Why don't you come live with me? So she did. She did. So it's great. I tuned out for a minute when Zach was on. I wanted to say hi to Zach. I don't know if I've ever met him. I think I have.
Zach, I think, organizes the Orlando.
Yeah. He's the drink meister, right? He's the drink meister.
He is. He absolutely is, actually. Just making sure I got everything out here. Okay, so chicken waffle casserole.
So you put the waffles in, or is it waffle batter you're putting in?
So I have protein waffle mix.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So there's that. And then I actually need to go to a different screen here. Okay, we're going to mess around for a quick second there, but I want to adjust this. I want to remove view.
Louise.
Camera slot. We're going to throw you in here.
This is my life right here. A cat's tail in my face all the time. There you go.
Of course. Of course.
I loved it. I used to cook all the time. I had a house full of 2 kids, 2 girls in the house, and my wife, and I was the head chef for every meal. Every meal. We ate dinner together all the time, which was nice. Every night we had dinner. And the kids were popular with their leftovers. They liked taking leftovers to school for lunch. So my oldest got voted best lunches of the year by her peers.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice to have leftovers.
Yeah, always. Okay, so we are going. Okay, we can see the cutting board here. I'm not going to really use the cutting board, but I have a separate camera here so we can see what's going on down the important stuff here. So, and if you can't hear me and it's really choppy, just let me know. But so I'm going to make the chicken and waffle casserole. It's a protein. It has a lot of protein in it, which is great if you need extra protein. We do a lot of working out and just try to focus on what we're eating. So
you need protein for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you definitely need protein. And I specifically did this because I didn't want to prep any extra food before the stream, and my wife is going to wake up in a couple hours and want food, and I'm going to be a little busy at that time. So, so this is a pretty easy recipe. I'm only going to make 2 servings. Usually I'll make this I'll make a lot more and just have it for the entire week.
I've never heard of this particular dish, so I'll have to try it. Have to keep an eye out.
It's pretty good. We first saw it and we were like, this looks odd. But it was pretty good. So
I guess
it does take quite a while to bake, so we'll probably really get to this point and then just
probably dairy. The dairy would be my only drawback. I've over the last few years I've had to take all these drugs, not like when I was younger and having fun, but medical drugs, and they have turned me lactose intolerant. All the stuff I've been through. You could go through all kind of stuff. The C word and all these getting attacked by a dog, all this stuff. But until you become lactose intolerant, oh my Lord, the misery. You wouldn't believe the misery. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think about it all the time how I would be a very bad lactose intolerant person. My diet is literally cheese and dairy. And
Yeah. I tried making. I made some cornbread with oat milk, and it was kind of dry. I guess the cornmeal didn't really absorb into the milk, and there wasn't that fat, in the milk to help it. So maybe if I try to cook it a little less time, cook 20 minutes, maybe I'll go 17 or 18, it might work. But you definitely can't use oat milk to make mashed potatoes. You might as well just pour some water in your mashed potatoes. It's crazy. I usually use the canned milk, the evaporated milk, or not the evaporated milk. Makes the mashed potatoes so much better. And if you happen to put a little too much milk in there, you can just leave it on the burner on low and stir it around, let evaporate, and you'll thicken up. You'll be just fine. Not the case with almond milk or this oat milk. It doesn't matter how long you put the heat on and how much steam's coming out. It's just watery bunch of nasty stuff. So I do not recommend oat milk and mashed potatoes. It's okay for eating cereal. You're going to eat some Cheerios with some bananas in it, but they're just as good without any milk still. Yeah, it's one of the things I've had to adjust to. No more Graters. Can you believe that?
What was that?
No Graters ice cream.
Oh yeah, that would suck.
Double chocolate. Oh my Lord.
Graters isn't even like what I actually use or like to get now. There's this place up closer to me called Sundays, and that place is good. This is probably a lot of noise, but
that's all right. My ex's family is mostly in Cincinnati, so we were in Cincinnati quite a bit, and of course, Graters is a big deal over there.
Yeah,
king of the walk as far as ice cream goes. Yeah, there you go.
So Tommy is calling me the Jamie Oliver, or what was it? The Jamie Oliver? Yeah, the Jamie Oliver of fantasy football, which who knows? Maybe I might be. So Bill, you probably don't know this about me either. I work at Butler University, but I used to be a chef, and I went to school for this. Went to culinary school, was a chef around the city for quite a while, and then decided that nights, weekends, and holidays were not a fun thing to work anymore, and decided I was going to go and work in IT. So now I work in IT solely. I don't work in any of the restaurants anymore, but you got to put your degree to use sometimes.
Well, the first job I ever had where they took taxes out was at a place called Youngblood's Chicken and Dairy Bar in Kennedale, Texas, where I grew up. And I was the head chef there. I was making all kind of stuff, making chicken and making tacos. And when they added breakfast. When they added breakfast, I was going to push the scrambled eggs, please. We need more scrambled egg orders here. These other eggs are a little too hard for me. So that was when I was about 15, I guess. 16. Yeah, I was about 16. Been cooking ever since. Well, what kind of did you specialize in any kind of food when you were doing your culinary business?
Oh, I liked working in like the fine dining restaurants more. Mm-hmm. That was really more of my specialty. Is working more of the high end foods more than anything else. If I had to pick like a culinary thing, it'd probably be more of like Italian food. I really do like making that. Like French steakhouse type stuff also would have been another one. Mm-hmm. So it ranges. I don't think I necessarily have a specialty. Right. It's more of just I like making food and making good food. So just kind of recap some of the stuff that I have done here. In this bowl, I've chopped up actually chicken nuggets. I've got 5 chicken nuggets in here, and then 2 protein waffles here. That goes all into a bowl. Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to throw some salt and pepper in there. So salt and a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Just correct. And then we are going to throw, I got that cheese out too early, about 2 tablespoons of light syrup. And that looks like about 2 tablespoons. I'm not a specific measurement kind of guy. I eyeball a lot of this. About 1 teaspoon of honey. I'm using hot honey. It's chicken and waffles. You got to use hot honey, right?
Absolutely.
So, and then after that, we're going to work on the egg mixture. So this is going to get kind of tossed up and mixed up pretty well. So just get that all coated together. Now we're going to take a second bowl here. Oh, God. I'm sure I can't make any more loud noises while everybody in my house is asleep.
It's time to get up anyway.
Right.
Tell them I said so.
Tell that to the wife when she wakes up angry at me.
Bill said so.
Yeah. So we are going to take 1 egg. And again, I'm making 2 servings. I usually make a much larger batch of things.
I'm going to step away while you do that. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay. No problem. So we got 1 egg in there. We are going to do another tablespoon of egg whites, which if I would have pared down this recipe a while ago, I would not have bought this giant thing of egg whites, but we're doing 2 tablespoons here. That's probably way more than 2 tablespoons, but that's fine. And a half cup of milk. I will measure this out, I guess. So we'll do, God, that looks dirty. We'll go 1/4 and half cup of milk. And now we're going to go switch sides over here and go to the cheese. Actually, I'm going to whisk this up just to get it nice and... Get that nice and mixed up. Now we're going to take this cheese and we're going to shred this just nice and good here. If you're out there watching right now, we're raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, which focuses mostly on, children and their young children and families there, for those in need, whether they're, premature, they've got cancer, they've got an illness that they can't cure, that is incurable, or maybe it is curable, and that's why they're at the hospitals. But every dollar raised goes directly to those families and does a ton for those families as well. So it's a very important cause. Be sure if you can donate, definitely donate. Okay, so we got this cheese. Oh, and if you're watching this, I'm going to be doing this every Sunday during the football season of cooking food and talking about fantasy football. So that's going to be called Bites and Insights every Sunday. Right there around the injury report time frame is when we will be doing that show. So
speaking of fantasy football,
yeah.
While you were talking earlier, I sent out another 100 emails for you for Cleveland. So.
Oh, you sent another 100 emails?
Yeah, this morning, huh?
Oh.
Thereabouts. Yeah, thereabouts. We'll finish it up. We need to get it done because the 29th is coming up. That'll be 30 days. Got to get it knocked out. And I have surgery coming up Tuesday, so I'm going to be pretty worthless for the rest of the week next week. So we'll get it done, though. It's looking good. Now, yeah. I don't know if you're like me, being a chef. I'm not a professional chef, but I've been cooking my whole life. And when I go out to a restaurant and I find something I really, really like, I eat it very slowly so that I can process the ingredients. I want to know, I kind of figure out what's in there, and I can get a feel for how they cooked it. And I go home, and very shortly after, I'm cooking myself to see if I can match it. I'm usually pretty close. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what I do. We'll get a nice restaurant, and I will look at the menu, kind of just take it in, and then see the presentation like, oh, they probably did this, this, and this.
Right.
And then I will just go home and recreate it, which is great. I mean, you're going to the restaurant, you're getting that experience, which is great. But I also like to just recreate things at home all the time.
Yeah. Well, my ex loved ropa vieja. You know what that is? A Cuban dish?
No.
It's wonderful. It translates literally into old clothes because it's comfort food. Right? It's a Cuban comfort food. Ropa vieja. You take a nice chunk of beef, some kind of a nice roast, and you cook it very, very, very slowly in water and some seasonings until it's ready to shred. And in another pan, you've cooked up some pepper. I use red bell pepper. Green is more typical, but she didn't like the green. So red bell pepper, onion, garlic, get that all mixed up. And you take the meat and a little bit of the liquid that you've cooked it in, get that all combined and let that go. And some sweet onion, let that go for another couple of hours very slowly and cook that and serve it either over rice or just normally with some Cuban bread. And it's good stuff, man. It's just slow cooked beef is what it is basically, with peppers and onions and garlic, and it's good stuff. It's good stuff. But you almost have to have Cuban bread though to have with it.
Yeah, I feel like some of those dishes you need to. Okay, so what we've done here, we've had that chicken, we've had the waffles. I added that egg mixture with some milk in there. Now, if you're lactose intolerant, you could use oat milk or another substitute. Not entirely sure how that would work out, but I'm sure oat milk or any of the other dairy-free milks would definitely work for that. And then we added double cheddar and pepper jack, which get vegan cheese, I guess, would work there if you're, dairy-free. We've mixed that together. I've added some green onions. So this mixture is actually ready to go right into the oven. So let me grab my pan.
Feta cheese is about the only cheese you can eat when you're lactose intolerant. That's about it. That's what I'm told.
Is feta one of those?
Feta is the one. Yeah, that's one you can eat. I haven't tried it yet, but that's what they tell me. I like feta on a pizza with spinach and tomato and bacon and feta. No sauce on it.
Okay. Kind of like a Greek pizza in a way.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Bacon. Good stuff. So that's just going to go right into a pan, and then we're going to put this in at 350 degrees. And this actually is going to bake for like an hour. This probably will bake a little less just because it's a smaller pan. But usually when I do, 3 times this amount, it bakes for about an hour, and it'll probably expand all the way up to the top here. But right now we're about halfway up. So this will just go right there in the preheated oven. And that was it.
There you go. Bada bing, bada boom.
Not doing anything crazy. And there goes my dog again, thinking that I'm an intruder. And I have to go tell him to stop barking.
Tell him to stop. All right. Well, I'll encourage everybody to donate to this cause. I think it's a wonderful cause. I'm going to, as soon as I can find the donate button, I'm in this private studio thing here. I don't see the donate button, but definitely go in and donate. Justin's cause is worth supporting. And I found that since I've gotten involved with this fantasy football community, is so many people are willing to help so many others. It's all about helping out. And I think that's an important part of what we do.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. We were actually talking about that earlier tonight, how a lot of the fantasy community is willing to help others out as well. Yeah. I'm going to take another step away from my kitchen here because I think there's somebody out in my front yard.
Uh-oh. Did you not tell them to come on using the live stream? Maybe they thought they were supposed to be with you live in your living room or your kitchen. I don't know. I don't know.
It's really okay. I'm a little curious about what's going on in my driveway right now. And okay, yep.
Go ahead.
1 second, one more time, Bill. I'm gonna actually mute myself for a quick second.
All right. We'll keep them entertained.
Bill, tell us what you're working on.
Well, I'm currently working on a fundraising project for Fantasy Cares. If you're watching this, you're probably familiar with the Scott Fish Bowl, which is coming up in 36 different locations over the next couple of months. And John Bosch, who handles he coordinates the Cincinnati draft, asked me last year to help out with some fundraising to gather some items for their silent auctions and raffles. And so I helped out with Cincinnati and a couple of other markets, and we had some good success. So we decided this year, since I'm retired, I have nothing else to do, I will just spend some time developing some leads for all of the markets. So I spent about 8 months going through every city where we have a draft in the U.S. and finding every possible donor, every restaurant, every bar, every pub, every axe throwing, rock climbing, face painting, you name it. If they charge money for it, it's on my database. And so we provided about 600 or 700 or 800 email addresses and contact form URLs for each market. And we've been just plugging away trying to gather stuff up. It's been going well. Been going very well. I went a little overboard for New York City, though. I was able to gather about anywhere from 600 to 800 leads for each market. But with New York, I got to 1,400 and said, I better stop here. This is too many. It's the city that just kept moving. So, and Ryan Hallam.
New York's got a lot. So, I mean.
Yeah, they have a lot. And I figure they're going to be a little jaded anyway. You know, maybe they get a lot of requests. So maybe we need more. But it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. I have to tell you, though, there is something about Omaha, Nebraska. And I don't know if it's just karma, and I don't want to share too many personal details, but the person that's coordinating the Omaha draft had run into some problems that he needed to deal with. And I said, just go deal with your problems. I'll take care of this. And I started cranking out emails and contact forms for Omaha. And I'll be darned, Justin, if the donations didn't start coming in within minutes. I mean, within minutes. It's been crazy. It's almost like divine intervention, where you know things are going slow in some markets. I sent out 100 emails for Omaha, and we got 8 or 10 donations by the end of that day. It's just, I said, my Lord. And some of these people, the email backers, I even sent an email to the mayor of Omaha, and I said, I don't know what you're doing there, but I've been dealing with people in 30 different markets around the country for the last several months, business community, and I have not seen a friendlier, more willing to help bunch than the people in Omaha. I don't know what it is. It's just incredible. Absolutely. So they're pouring in. And other stuff takes a little bit longer. Sometimes it takes a couple of weeks, but I called the Omaha Lancers. I guess they're a local hockey team. And they have this thing where they said, we don't donate unless you're within 45, your actual business, your organization is within 45 miles of our arena. Well, we're not, of course. We're based in Minnesota. So I just called him up just on a whim. And I said, hey, I know you guys won't donate to us because we're not local, but our event is local and we'd still love to have you in our raffle. So what would you charge me for 10 tickets? How much would it cost to buy 10 tickets? I might be able to get somebody to cover the cost. And he said, don't even think about it. We're going to donate 10 tickets to your cause. I said, well, I'll be darned. There you go. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Sometimes you just have to ask, just have to ask and see what happens. So now I want to tell you a chef story, though. I'll get back to football in a minute. You'll appreciate this. So a few years ago, I lived in Florida, and she's not my ex-wife, but my wife at the time had a friend who worked for a company called D Life. D is in diabetes. And D Life had a television show on MSNBC. They had a magazine, or they still do. And they had a website where they had all these recipes, diabetic-friendly recipes that you could go in and get the ingredients and all of the steps and make your own diabetic-friendly meals. Everything was fine, but then they upgraded. They changed to a new database of some sort of new framework they were using. And a bunch of the recipes, when they transferred them from the old database to the new database, some of the measurements didn't hold up. So, for example, where you might put a half a teaspoon of salt in a recipe, it might say half a cup of salt.
Oh, geez.
Oh, there were all kinds of errors like that showed up. So my wife's friend said, well, I know this woman can help us. The truth is my ex-wife's mother used to own a cooking supply store. But Lisa kind of fibbed a little bit, said, yeah, Jeanette's has a long history in the cooking business, so she'll help you out. So we made a deal with D-Life that we would go through and test 1,000 of their recipes. We charged them $25 a recipe. So what we did, we had to get all the ingredients, and we had to buy all the ingredients. We had to go through all the cooking steps, see if they were right, see if they were wrong, fix what needed to be fixed, and then actually cook according to the directions. So if it served 12, I cooked a meal that served 12. My wife did all the shopping. She did the dishes. I did, and we don't have a professional kitchen. So you can imagine I'm doing 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 recipes a day in a kitchen like yours. And we were feeding the entire neighborhood. We put the word out so the neighborhood kids would show up with their Tupperware. You got to bring your own Tupperware. And we would load them up. We fed the entire neighborhood for 6 months. They were eating like kings and queens. So it was a lot of fun. So, but Jeanette she's a photographer. She said, let's do this too. The images they're using on their website actually suck. For an extra $25, we'll set the table and we will photograph the meal. Then you'll have a nice picture for your website. And they passed on that. And oh my God, thank God. You know the old saying, sometimes the best deals are the ones you don't make. I cannot imagine having to stop after every one of these preparations and then set a table and take pictures and start over. We had 6 months. We did 1,000 recipes in 6 months. It was just absolutely crazy. We got it done though. We got it done. But some of the crazy stuff they had to make borscht, they said, take your eggplant and put it in the blender on high. And I'm thinking, good Lord, they missed a step, which is put on your protective gear because your blender is going to explode and there are going to be blades and glass flying everywhere. Why don't we do this first? Why don't we put it in the oven for 45 minutes? Let's soften it up, peel it, then let's put it in the blender. How's that? We'll add a little step there. So stuff like that. And it was just crazy, crazy things they had in there where they skipping steps. It's like, this is nuts. So that was a lot of fun. 1,000 recipes in 6 months. And it coincided with the end of the year. So I was, Christmas and Thanksgiving, Christmas. Of course, for Thanksgiving, we've had everybody D-Life meals. And Christmas rolled around, we got busy. And it's like, oh my God, we have a week to go. And we have like 19 recipes that we have to fix. And these are big ones. It's where you have to go buy 5 red snappers and you have to find banana leaves to roll them in and all this kind of stuff. So I was looking like a wild man for the last week of the year. But we got it done. Found some good recipes in there, though. Some good stuff. Some bad stuff, but some good stuff. Yeah. So that was my latest chef duties.
That could be quite. That's a lot.
It was a lot.
1,000 in 6 months is. It's quite. I can't imagine trying to figure out 1,000 like that quickly.
It was nice. One of my favorites, it turned out, was a very simple. We just take fresh spinach leaves and put them in a bowl and heat up some chicken stock with a little bit of garlic and little herbs in the garlic, and just put that right on top of the spinach leaves in the bowl. They'll start to wilt. You have the most wonderful little soup. It's absolutely fabulous. It really is. What reminded me, I saw you chopping up those green onions. I cannot tell you how many green onions and bell peppers I cut up in that 6 month period. Oh my Lord. I was sick of everything had green onions in it. Everything.
Yeah, everything does these days. I feel like it's a common. It's so inexpensive and it adds just enough flavor that they're easier to cut than onions, but you still get like the same kind of flavor-ish profile from them. So everything's got green onions in it these days, and I'm sure it'll be another thing here in 5-10 years. I don't remember it being as heavily big 10 years ago.
Maybe it was parsley 10 years ago was the big thing they put in everything. Yeah. I'm not sure.
All right. I am going to switch back up to my upstairs setup. It's going to take me a brief moment.
Right.
I'm going to step away again and let's see. Do I have another video? I think it's only 1:30 again. I'll play this other one. I don't think I'll get back up there before then, but who knows? Maybe I will. We'll see.
All right, man.
All right. But yeah, stick around. We will talk about more fantasy football and charity stuff here in about a minute.
Hi, I'm JP, and I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I'm 16 years old. I'm a swimmer, actually, for Special Olympics. So I'm really fast. I'm one of the top swimmers. I started swimming in Special Olympics 2 years ago, actually. What I swim is I do freestyle, backstroke, and relay. So I was diagnosed with a condition called Potocki-Ducey syndrome, PTLS. It's a rare genetic form. I've been going to Orlando Health Omar Palmer for 15 years. I still have like 7 or 8 specialists that I go to every single 6 months or 5 months. It's important to donate to Children's Miracle Network hospitals because it can change kids' health and change the future.
I think the video is over. I don't know if I'm on or not. It says live. So here we are. 5:30 in the morning. Seems early unless you're really old and you don't sleep, then it's not that early. It's kind of midday by the time I get up at 5:30. So here we are. I started working with Fantasy Cares about a year ago and have had a great time. Encourage everybody to support all of the fundraising efforts that are fantasy related, fantasy football, fantasy baseball. It's amazing how many people are willing to give their time, their money, their talent, whatever they have. And that's another thing when it comes to efforts like this and the things that we're working on with Fantasy Cares. It's not always about donating money. That helps, of course. That's the goal, is to raise money for different causes. But there are so many ways to help. You can spread the word. You can volunteer. I'm sure Justin has other ways that you can get involved if you ask him. And he's coming back now. There he is.
Yeah, I just, trying to get my camera figured out so that it's not, really weird right now. Switching switching setups all the time is a fun, definitely a fun process that I would not recommend ever again. But hey, here we are, living the dream and figuring things out one thing.
You need to set up like the Truman Show.
Yeah, once we get to this, I should have probably planned this out a little bit better, but
seems like it's working to me. Seems like it's working.
I'm still alive, so that's
what counts.
Here we go.
You just disappeared though. You were there. Now you're back.
There we go.
There you
Okay.
are.
Had to switch the camera back to where I was actually here. So okay.
Yeah.
I briefly heard you talking about Extra Life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an important cause.
Yeah, it's truthfully a very great cause. So just a small little background on just my aspect of why I'm doing this. My dad was part of the Riley Children's Hospital in downtown Indy, and when he was a child, and then the best man at my wedding, when his daughter was born, she was born, like 3 months early, and they had to be part of the Children's Miracle Network as well, here in Indianapolis as well. So for the last 3 years, we have really been heavily pushing on this, and this year is going to be one of our biggest years, I think, in terms of raising money and support. There's a million different ways you can help, and it's not always just monetary. Sharing this link, whether it's the YouTube link or it's the donation link, which is all in the description. Sharing the link even helps us in more ways than you can even think about. I know, Bill, just the exposure does wonders. So if you can't monetarily donate, share this with a friend, share this with a family member. You never know who can. And it's always sometimes the most random person that can donate.
Yeah, and it's
a ton.
You never know who you're going to get in front of either. You never know whose eyeballs are going to be on it. I spent a lot of my life in the public relations business, and for PR, I practice what I call guerrilla PR. That means everybody got whatever I was promoting. It went to everybody, because you just never knew what was going to land, who was going to see it. And there were times when I would become the feature story, because I just happened to be the last thing that popped in front of them when their feature story canceled. They'd pick up the phone and say, "Bill, can you have this thing ready in 5 minutes?" "I can have it. Come on." So it's just a matter of being there, being out there and putting it out. And you never know. It's like fishing. Like all this stuff we're doing with Fantasy Cares right now, I compare it to fishing. We put the bait on, we put our lines in the water, or our crab pots down, and we circle back around, and hopefully there's something in them, later. So we'll see.
And for you IT and office nerds, that's fishing with an F. FISHING, not PHISHING.
No, absolutely.
Not the fishing where you're trying to steal all their information and
no.
Just information.
Yeah. I'll give you an example. I'm working with Ryan Hallam on the Manhattan draft, and we had sent a bunch of emails and contact forms out, and I was used to having at least a few responses right away, and we weren't getting them. And I said, "Ryan, maybe New York's different. Let's try something different with New York." So we changed the pitch, and I changed the pitch 3 different times. It's live check, test marketing, see what's working, what's not. So I made slight changes to the pitch, 3 different changes, and sent out 50 of each of those. And the I call it Group B. It's always Group B. I don't know why it's always B. Group B started donations started coming in. I told Ryan, I said, I think we nailed it. So we started using that pitch exclusively for New York. It's just a little shorter than we were using in other markets, and it started working. So we're gonna do that with Cleveland too. For the remainder of Cleveland, I'm gonna shorten that up just a little bit. I'm gonna take out a couple of things. We'll see if that doesn't speed things up on the donation. So I think it should, though. I think it should. My goal with 30 different markets, my goal is to have at least 900 donations, maybe more. So we'll see. I'd like to have more.
I have 2
9,000 donations. I'm sorry.
For 9,000. Yeah, that would be that'd be incredible.
We got 70 for Cincinnati last year. Cincinnati was just crazy.
So I was telling Josh this earlier. I was like, I kind of set like a bad expectation for myself because I went to Chicago my first SFB. I went to Cincinnati last year. So like I'm thinking, those levels of donations, and then you get to Cleveland, you're sending all these emails out, and you get I'm now up to 2 emails returned back to me, and I'm like I feel like a failure because I haven't been able to get the donations in. And then I talked to Jeff, who runs the Detroit Life. He's part of our team as well. Mm-hmm. He was like, my first year I got 0 donations, like nobody donated. And Fantasy Care, like Scott Fishbowl was able to help us out with those donations and stuff and get us things. And I was like, I do feel a little bit better about that. It's not like I'm just
some of these sometimes it takes them 2 weeks or a month to get back with you. So that's why it's important to get things out, soon. But we have several hundred more to send out. We'll get them out. It's just a numbers game. You just send them out.
I'm off this week, so I will actually be able to just sit down in front of a computer and just crank away. So I won't have to worry about work and this. And so it'll be great. I won't be at the Cleveland live draft, but I'm sure it will be great.
Yeah. Now, where you're drafted in Cincinnati, what spot are you in? Which team? Which spot?
So I'm in the Fever division, and I think I'm at 8. I would have to double check that, but I know there are 4 of us on our team that are all in the Fever division. So
I'm in the Colts division. They put me at the 101. Ooh. So I'm terrified. I don't know. Maybe I should try to sell it. You were in Cincinnati last year. Remember, Jeff Bell bought somebody's spot and was trading around. So maybe somebody buys the raffle tickets. They can have the 101.
Yeah, I am in 8. So
8 is good.
Our team has the 5th draft spot, the 7th, the 8th, and the 10th.
I was in 7 last year, and
we sniping each other.
I let Jamie talk me into taking Anthony Richardson last year. I tell you what, talk about. I don't know if he did it on purpose. You know Jamie, right? I can't think of his last name to save my life right now.
I can't think of his last name either.
Anyway, he was in my group, and he was going on about how I think he was that made the deal with Jeff Bell. So he wound up in the number 8 spot, and he was carrying on. Oh my God, I bet Bill's going to take Anthony Richardson. But I don't know if he was just scamming me or not. But sure as hell, I took Anthony Richardson. It was not my plan. I took Richardson. Then I come around. I said, I'll just take Jonathan Taylor too. Might as well. It looks good. And by the time it was, and he took Jaden Daniels, so he got the better part of that deal. I think he was scamming me, trying to peer pressure me. But by the time the second, my team fell apart. By the time the second quarter rolled around, the first game, I lost Richardson. I had Evan Ingram, lost him. I had Pacheco, lost him. I had Adams, I lost him. Who else did I lose? I lost 5. My top 5 players were dropping like flies. And I had Chuba Hubbard was my RB2, and he was keeping me in it for a little while. But once the bye week started rolling around, it was goodbye, Mr. Bill. The season was over. I was 7-3 at one point. So with no lineup. So
my first Scott Fishbowl, I took Justin Fields at the 107. I think then Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor. Those 2 might have been flipped, but that season, Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor both missed time throughout the season, and Justin Fields didn't pan out to be the quarterback that I was hoping he was going to be. Still made the playoffs, still got through the first round, got to the second round, then lost. But I counted that as a success. I've made it to the second round every time I've played so far. So
it's hard for me to take Derrick Henry. I was in the underdog the millionaire thing, what they call it, the best ball maker. And I was moving along. I was doing well. I was cashing. I was moving along, and it looked like I had a pretty good chance of getting there. And then Derrick Henry went down. and that was pretty much the end of my season. I made a little bit of money, but I was not able to make it in. So Derek, he cost me. So, but since I've been introduced to the whole charity aspect of this fantasy football thing, most of my money is invested in these charity events. Things like the thing you're doing, things like Fantasy Cares and the Murph and the things that the other people are doing to raise money. It's more exciting to me to know that I'm helping out and raising some money. I'll still do some of those other things, but most of my efforts, most of my money I invest on this is going into the charity events. So why not?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to win anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
Take away all the pressure.
They're definitely they're great ways to play fantasy, have fun, and also raise money for good causes. I saw you register for Super League, so that's a big thumbs up there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we love that here. So definitely appreciate that. That's going to be fun. I don't know if you were listening to some of the scoring that we're going to have. Essentially, I mean, quarterback passing is going to be 6 points per touchdown. Plus, there's bonuses for the quarterback, running back, and wide receivers.
Right.
For all of that, so that will be fun. Getting extra points. I've added kickers with points per yard that they score.
Oh yeah.
And plus 5 points for 50+ yarders and 5 points for 60+ yarders. So we calculated out if you kick a 60-yard field goal, you're getting a 19-point score.
Holy cow!
Which is going to be insane with how often I think 60-yard field goals happen these days.
50 is not that long anymore, is it? It doesn't seem like it.
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be pretty big. And then there is a special scoring rule for the playoffs only that won't be announced until after everybody has drafted.
Oh my Lord.
So it's going to be fun.
Sounds like fun. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm currently the only one that knows about it. But I will say my only hint that I will give out is that it has to do with this year's theme.
Oh, okay.
And if you look at the page, the theme is pretty clear. So
a little mystery involved, not too much. Well, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah. So
the first fantasy leagues I got involved with was the Fantasy Cares Eliminators. And those are a blast too. I'm sure you're doing a bunch of those too.
I actually have never gotten into the Eliminators.
No.
Every time the registrations start, like I go like, oh yeah, I need to, and then
you click, it's full. Yeah.
I get pulled to work for like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, oh, it's full. Okay.
They fill up so fast.
It happens every time. I'm just like, I'll get there eventually someday.
Yeah, that was me a few years ago. I first tried to get in, and like I said, they're all gone. They're all full, and I finally got in 2. I had no idea at the time that they were related to Fantasy Cares. I'm not too bright to FC Eliminator. I had no idea. Because when I first got involved in fantasy football, I started to interact with people like Jeff Bell and Kelly Sang and some other people that I'm sure you know. I didn't know what Fantasy Cares was. I had no idea what it was. And then here, all these people I'm interacting with are all of a sudden enamored with this Scott Fishbowl thing. And I'm thinking, what the heck is that? I didn't know what that was. And when you talk about feeling like an outsider all of a sudden, I know how people feel that they're trying to get in. They haven't gotten in. It's all of a sudden the entire universe of their universe right now for this little period of time is the Scott Fishbowl. And I'm thinking, what did I do wrong? How can I get in?
Yeah.
So I didn't know, but then I saw these eliminators. I said, I'll just do that. That looks like fun. And that was a lot of fun because you could draft alongside people like Jim Coventry and Merv and, people that you respect in the industry. And I learned a lot just listening to the chat, just interacting in the chat and talking about players and whatnot. So, but then I went full degenerate this year and got into Dynasty. So I'm in Dynasty now, my first Dynasty team.
Ooh. Is it a startup or like you taking over a Dynasty team?
It might as well. I think they saw me coming. These were 2 orphan teams, and their parents did not die. They abandoned them. They left them at the fire station door. So, but I didn't know what I was getting until I'll do that. They let me in. I'm like, good Lord. Holy cow. So the first team, I had 25 players. I had to cut 13 of them. I just cut 13. I said, get rid of Darren Waller and all these people are still hanging out. So get rid of these people, 13 players. Now I've got to get back up. So we had our rookie draft. At least I had the 101 in that for the rookie draft. So I got Ashton Genty and got a few good players. I already had Marvin Harrison and Xavier Leggett, who I think is going to do a little better this year, I hope. And that was about my wide receiver room. That was about it. And the running backs really suck. J.K. Dobbins and I have Garindo, so maybe there's hope for him. So I got Gente. I think I got another couple of running backs, but mostly went tight ends. So, and I'm thinking, and I took Jalen Milrose. I'm thinking my plan for that team is by the time I turn 70, I hope to be contending. So that's 2.5 years from now. So hopefully by then I'll be contending. And then the other one, oh my Lord, what a mess the other one is. An absolute mess. But we had a dispersal draft. So I said, absolutely. I got rid of all my players. I don't want any of these players. So we had a dispersal draft, and I drafted some decent players, but I mostly drafted money. I mostly drafted to get money to spend when the actual draft comes up after the season starts. So I'm the second richest person in my league.
You guys are doing an auction rookie draft?
Auction rookie draft, yeah. Somebody has a little over 1,000. I have a little over 900. And then after that, it falls off. And I guess my strategy, tell me if this strategy makes sense in these auction things. There's a group that has like $325 and less. So my plan is to starve them out, break them immediately, go in and bid just enough to where they have to bid all their money to take players they want. See if I can wipe them all out. And it's on a 2-copy league, by the way, 2 copies. So I figure if I can get everybody to spend all their money and round in the immediately, and then the second copy is still there, maybe I can buy the good players cheaper. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. And Dustin might have a couple of comments here. I'm going to bring him in actually, and then I might have to bring us all back in. Oh, and Dustin, there you go.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
So we're talking about the auction rookie.
Yeah.
Sure you heard part of that. My opinion there is that, if you're really thinking about the elite level rookies that are going to be in there, you probably have 5, 6, 7, and then you're really just swinging a bat.
Yeah.
See what you so if you're trying to get all of these other guys to, spend all their money right away, I would almost outbid them on some of these to get some of these more elite players because they can't spend that money, and then let them pick over the rest of the guys.
Does the fact that it's a 2-copy league make any difference? Because I'm thinking if I outbid, somebody's got $325, it's all they have in their pot, and I spend $326 on somebody. Well, they still have that $325.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and you said you have what, a little over 1,000?
I have 950. The guy above me has just over 1,000. Yeah.
So realistically, yes, because if you're saying there's 2 of each player, and let's just say, I think you're right, Justin. I think there's a top 6. Realistically, you can get 3 of those top 6. So there's top 6 players. So there's 12 players. You should be able to get 12 of them. There's 12 of those players. You should be able to get 3 of them, right? If they're all going for 325-ish, right? That's roughly to your price point where you could outbid them and get 3 of them before they can, and they have no way of getting them. I think if you can walk away with 3 of those players, I think if you can bid them bid them up first, I think that's huge. I think it's going to be a matter of who nominates who. Because if I'm in that league and I see Cam Ward get nominated once, I'm going to nominate Cam Ward again, right off the bat, just because I want to spend that money. So you might have to spend early just because if one of those top guys goes once, they're probably going to go twice.
Yeah.
So I think your better option, honestly, is when you nominate some of the second and third tier guys and try to get them to spend on those guys.
Oh, that makes sense.
Right, because if I'm the 325 guy, I'm going, man, do I have a shot at Travis Hunter? Do I have a shot at any of these guys? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
So they might be already targeting the Caleb Johnsons or the Jalen Milrose or the Jackson Darts, and maybe you can bid them up. So let's say Jackson Dart maybe should go for, I don't know what the price would be. Let's say he's going to go for $10. If you can bid him up to 11, why don't you just do that? And just have them spend, maybe not their full thing, but just bid them up on those sort of players and have them spend more. Because if they go, man, I was expecting to spend $10 on Jackson Dart, all of a sudden I had to spend 20. Well, that's a bigger percentage of their pot than it is yours.
Just chip away at them for a while.
Chip away at them, and then when those big guys come up, then you can just bid to their max, because then their max goes down a little bit. Maybe now you can get 4 of basically the top 12 guys versus only getting 3.
I need them all. I tell you, my team is so bad.
But if I'm in that draft, I'm trying to get 3 of basically the top 6, which is the top 12 guys. But I think you can do it easier by trying to bid up those smaller guys, try to get them to incrementally spend, which drops their total down, which means your max bid only has to be, if you can save $20, $30 on each of those top guys, instead of getting 3, maybe you can get 4.
Yeah. There's one guy in the league. He's going for a 4-peat.
Oof.
So I mean, he's so stacked. I don't know how. I haven't been there. I don't know how he got so stacked, but he has probably 4 elite wide receivers. He's got 2 or 3 decent, really good quarterbacks and running backs. It's going to be tough. I just have to maybe wait for his people to get old. I just start drafting a bunch of 20-year-olds and outlast him. You know.
I have a dynasty that's similar to that. I went from the startup, the elite. I traded what I could away to get what I wanted. I think in the startup draft, I had 5 picks in the first 3 rounds, which is great. You get 5 top 3 3-round picks. So I spent in to get what I wanted. And out of the 3 years that it's been running, I've been in the championship 3 times and I've won it twice.
Oh, wow.
But on the flip side, my team started to get old and I have to replace some of these players with other players now and hope that I can continue. Last year I had a deep bench, but I mean, my deep bench included guys like Keenan Allen, Cooper Kupp, some of these older players that are now like either not on a roster. Keenan Allen's not on a roster yet. So like you're kind of hoping for the best and you're not getting value. I have like Travis Kelce on my team. And so it's like, we're hoping
a little younger. Yeah. Well, this guy has Burrow, Love, and Murray. So that's a pretty good quarterback trio there. And then he's got Chase Brown and Christian McCaffrey, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Warren, Sean Tucker. But then he's got A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, Terry McLaurin, and Michael Pittman. So
yeah, you're gonna be waiting a while.
I'm gonna be waiting a while. Yeah.
But at the same time, sometimes like I mean, coming from experience, it gets boring winning all the time, and you want to change things up and get value. And when you're predicting a player to go down in the next year or two, start getting first rounders out of those players. And generally you're sending them to players that are trying to make a move to be relevant. So you're getting a mid first round pick out of those. I couldn't start much of a trade interest with this bunch. So there wasn't a whole lot of trade going on, but there's another draft that comes up, I think halfway through the season. So week 7 or 8, there's another kind of draft. It's a weird thing. It's Bosch, Bosch, he does some weird stuff. So if you're listening, Bosch, you're weird. But I have Jordan Addison, Marvin Harrison, Xavier Legette, Marvin Mims, and I drafted Kyle Williams. So that's my wide receiver room so far. So some potential there, I guess. But I really was happy with my tight ends. Harold Fannin. I think Harold Fannin is gonna go wild in Cleveland, no matter who's throwing the ball. I really do. You don't catch 117 catches and get all those yards unless you have some talent. So, what are your thoughts about Fannin? Do you think is he going to play as a rookie?
Probably not a ton as a rookie. I mean, Njoku's still there, but I think long term, I think he's going to be really good.
Dustin, I had you covered up with this other. I'm going to cover you back up here. Well, my thought is, everybody say he went to a small school, sure, but he was kicking butt against some pretty good. What did he play against? Penn State. He had a big game, as I remember, and a couple
Travis
others.
Kelce went to a small school at the time.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So, but Cleveland needs everything. So, I mean, Cleveland needs help. And if Flacco is the starter, I can see a lot of tight end passes. But Njoku is there. But do they really like Njoku that much? Are they committed to him? You think?
Did we all watch Joe Flacco last year? I mean.
Yeah, Flacco early. I'm talking early Flacco, not late Flacco. Forget late season Flacco.
We're talking about Cleveland Brown Flacco.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my issue with Fannin this year is that he's just got to get on the field. And with Njoku there this year, at least, I don't know how much Fannin gets on the field, but I think he's talented. I think he's athletic. You're right. He's athletic. He did well at a small school. He did really well. It's just a matter of how much he'll be on the field. With Njoku there. So now Njoku's not a young man, so there's always that potential of, seeing some playing time.
Yeah. Well, it's a tight end premium league. So I also took Gadsden, took a round of Gadsden only because I watched his father play football. That's how old I am. And Colston Loveland. I thought maybe that's a good anchor for my tight end room. Yeah. Colston Loveland. Hope so. I hope so. I get mixed opinions about Loveland though.
I mean, I'm a Michigan fan, and I think he's talented. I just don't love the landing spot in terms of like just volume because there's just so many mouths to feed. But talent at some point should win out, but it's just a matter of what is, what is he going to be there, and how much volume does he get?
Yeah.
But again, like you've got a young guy, so you're not necessarily playing for this year,
No.
right? You might be, it's long term play, so maybe you're right. You could anchor your team for the next 10 years and be a good fantasy tight end. He just has to be good; it doesn't have to be great, and you're fine.
Right. Yeah. Well, I have
Especially in a tight end premium, you're going to get so many points just for everything because it's tight end premium. So
I think the tight end first downs are like double what everybody else is.
Yeah.
That should help. Yeah. But we'll see. I have a 3-year plan. I was telling Justin, hopefully by the time I turn 70, I'll win something. You never
there
know.
you go.
If I live that long, you never know.
You got to have that multi-year thought process in Dynasty. It's the only way to do
You
it.
really do. You got to think about the 3 years. I always think in terms of 3 years. What will this player do in 3 years? Do I need to start looking at getting rid of them? Do I need to? Is this guy going to continue sitting on my bench for another 2 years until he starts producing? Especially when you get in the deeper benches too. I mean, you can literally stash players for a while, so it's not that big of a deal. But Bill, I really appreciate you watching me make breakfast and having audio issues.
It ought to be ready soon.
So,
breakfast served soon, huh? Get the wife, get her fed.
Yeah, I gotta go take that out of the oven here too. So Bill, we're gonna say sayonara to you for now.
All righty.
And we're gonna bring in Tommy here. So Bill, thanks again so much for coming on.
Absolutely. See you later, Dustin. You guys take care.
See you, Bill. Have a good one.
And Tommy, how are you?
Tommy,
what's up, boys? How we doing?
It's nice early morning talking football.
Now, like I just said, I gotta go take something out of the oven real quick. So I will BRB, but you guys chat away for a moment. I'll be back with all the questions.
Tommy, maybe you can help me with my dynasty draft. I'm on the clock.
Love it. Let's do it.
So we've talked before. This is my league where I can start. It's a 2 quarterback, and I can start a third in the super flex.
Yeah.
Currently I'm on the clock at the 106. Draft has gone Genty, Hampton, Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Travion Henderson.
Okay.
My team is good. I would say it's good enough. I don't think it's great. So I currently have Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Drake May, JD McCarthy. So I think I'm set there. I've been trying to trade Mahomes for a while and just haven't been able to work out. I had a deal with a guy, then he ghosted the league and he got replaced. Running back wise, Kyron Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Najee Harris, Blake Corum, Keaton Mitchell. Wide receiver wise, Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, Darnell Mooney. I got Tank Dell in my IR spot. This league, you can also, it's a tight end premium, and you have to start 2 tight ends. So I've got Zach Ertz. This is where it gets gross. Grant Calcaterra, Will Disley, AJ Barner, Colby Parkinson, Daniel Bellinger, Tommy Tremble. That's it.
Deep cuts only, right?
Yeah, deep cuts only. Which, last year, I traded for Ertz last year and was able to, play the game of, Calcaterra was in for Goddard and AJ Barner was having some weeks. So I'm on the clock. I've been trying to trade, but no one seems to want to trade for this pick. Do I just take Tedero McMillan and just go wide receiver? Or do I take a Colston Loveland or a Tyler Warren?
Dustin, I love this question, man.
Because I don't love Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland.
Exactly. And I think the market consensus agrees with you. Even in tight end premium leagues, I'm seeing those tight ends falling to really the back part of the first round into the second round at times. The appetite just isn't there. And you've shown a propensity to get into some of these veteran tight ends, even in a league where you're forced to start 2.
Yeah.
What I would ask you is, what about Jackson Dart? Not because you like Jackson Dart, but because you've already you've amassed this wealth at quarterback, and it gives you a really strong leverage point with Matt Stafford. You can use him as a more liquid asset where, he's getting points in your lineup if you want him to. You can sort of transition into Jackson Dart once the whispers start happening. I'm thinking around what do they have, a week 8 bye, I think, this year?
Something like that,
Giants. Week 6 or 7, that's really the tradable moment for Matt Stafford. when you have this triple option at quarterback in terms of starting them every week. Ew.
Yeah, $30 donation. That's what that.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. When you can start 3 quarterbacks, you really want to have 4 or 5 starting options. I agree that getting down from Mahomes isn't a bad idea, but this gives you the opportunity to leverage the rest of your quarterback room really above consensus ADP.
Yeah, I thought about that. I think Dart won't go until early second round. I have the 206 and the 208, which I'm currently trying to move up to like the 202 to maybe target Dart.
Yeah.
Or I just sit at 206 and get Tyler Shuck, which I think is the same thing.
Yeah.
At some
love
point.
Tyler Shuck. Yeah.
Me too. And I just released an article 2 days ago basically comparing Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck. And I've been saying all along that I think Tyler Shuck should be drafted ahead of Jackson Dart. I don't mind the play, right? Getting a basically a 5th quarterback, and that allows me to trade. I've been offered Brenton Strange for Stafford straight up.
No.
And I'm like, no. Yeah, I feel like that's not enough. I mean, the problem is that people are going, oh, well, it's, Liam Cohen, he made Kate Otten good. I'm like, well, I don't know.
I love it, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think for me, like, the big part is like tight ends are going to be like with both tight ends on the board, and it's a tight end premium, and I have no tight ends whatsoever.
So, okay, I kind of heard a little bit of the makeup, and you again have no tight ends, and did you say you basically have to start 2 tight ends because
you have to start 2 tight ends? It's a tight end premium, and obviously you can flex them. So there is 2 tight end spots on your roster.
So a lot of people are going to say Colston Loveland, but again, too many mouths to feed.
Yes,
there are too many, including Cole Kmet, which I don't think is dead.
Yep,
don't think he's dead.
No, I don't think he's dead either.
Now, ignore the Colts hat that's about to come out, but Tyler Warren, and maybe I'm way off base here, but Anthony Richardson has played 15 games in his career.
Yeah,
he has 22. He is currently the 2nd youngest starting quarterback in the NFL. Still today,
starter is shaky there.
He's the 2nd youngest starting quarterback in the NFL. Again, played 15 games, and exactly, starter is shaky, which means what? He has to prove that he is the starting quarterback in the NFL. What better way for a quarterback to prove, to gain confidence, to get production than finding a safety valve like Tyler Warren, who is really great on those short little routes, the dump offs, you get into the open field and you just explode, which we saw at Penn State. Yeah, he had 1 year of really good production, but if you look back at some of those years, Jahan Dotson was there his freshman year, I believe, who sucks in the NFL. Let's be serious. But at Penn State, he was very good. He had 1,200 plus yards that year. He led the entire team in offensive production. The next year, you have Nick Singleton and another running back killing it. And finally, and mind you, we're looking at Theo Johnson, Britton Strange, I think, was the other tight end there. Now, Tyler Warren finally gets to be the guy, and he is. He blows everyone out of the water when he actually has the opportunity. There are no tight ends on the Indianapolis Colts roster. I don't know if you know that about them, but there is nobody. You got Jelani Woods, who has played like 3 games his entire career since he's been drafted. Tyler Warren is the guy. So you have Josh Downs down the field. You have Tyler Warren right there in the immediate. You have Pittman on a slant, and Jonathan Taylor can't catch the ball out of the backfield. That's the Colts offense. Again, Richardson has to prove it or he's done. And if he can't get it done, then you got Daniel Jones, who was able to do it with Darren Waller and other tight ends. And if he can't do it, then you got a rookie coming in to play who's a rookie quarterback's best friend? The tight end. So I value Tyler Warren probably the most in the entire fantasy community, I think. And I've actually been on record. He will be a top 5 or 6 tight end in this season.
Yeah. Here's what you need to do, Dustin, is attack tight end at volume later in the draft if you can. It's not really a Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren conversation, in my opinion. It is acquisition of the rest of the tight ends below and how much you want to spam the position and give roster spots to it. I think that your focus needs to be primarily quarterback and tight end really as the lens of how you're building your dynasty team. And this is a great rookie draft to do that, in my opinion, because you're getting a lot of value.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's why I've kind of been off tight end. That's why I'm struggling, because I don't love Warren or Loveland. And I agree. I think I can get a Ferguson, a Harold Fannin, and kind of build for, the future, or even Elijah Arroyo, something like that.
Is there a Colts or Bears fan in your league?
There is not. So the question is 107, the guy behind me is a Giants fan. Does he take Jackson Dart, which I think would be a huge stretch? I think that's where I'm at right now. It's like, man, is it really worth? And so I'm trying to trade. I've been trying to trade since yesterday when I got on the clock. Now it's nice that we don't actually have a clock. We're just kind of rolling the first round, just because we had a new guy come in and we gave him some time, and he was actually the third pick. Sucks because he replaced someone who I had a really good trade offer in place for Mahomes.
It's also May.
Yeah, it is also May, yes. I've also toyed around with the idea of trying to trade back. I can't get the 106. I can't get the 10. I'm at the 107. I can't get 108. I've tried that. I tried 107. I have the 108 guy hasn't responded. 107, 109. Don't want to move up. There is a guy that has 201, 202, 205, 209, 210. So do I take 201, 202, and maybe he's got a couple, he's got like Chigakonkwo. Do I offer him 106 or what am I, 107? 106 for Chig, 201, 202?
If you're ambivalent, I wonder if someone's willing to give you like a 205 and a future first for this pick.
Yeah.
Kick it down the road. And the tier break, in my opinion, really is, in this format, it's somewhere around 206 or 207. So you're still getting a guy and you're maintaining that liquidity. If you don't have a strong stance, sometimes that's the way to do it,
Yeah, and the going rate, so 104 just got traded for 105 a second next year and $75 in fab. So that's not out of the range of possibilities. Like, right, it's first and a second, just the years are different. I just don't know if I want to totally punt this year. I'd love to get a couple second round picks this year. That's why I'm intrigued by getting, the guy who's got 5 second round picks. I think he has 301. And there's a guy who has 203 and 204.
Yeah.
So again, it's like, do I go that route and go, hey, give me 2 second rounders and a serviceable tight end, right? Like Chigakonkwo is not gonna go crazy, but in this league, he's decent. Just because it's tight end premium and you have to start 2, so he's gonna start for someone every week. So there's things I could do there. I just don't know. Like I'm torn at this pick. So I was like, man, do I just take Ted McMillan and just like, hey, I'm taking someone that I think is tier 1 talent, or
I mean,
I'm just gonna
at that point, you take the best player on the board, and
right. But it just becomes like positional need, and all that kind of stuff just gets crazy. So that's where I'm at.
It's interesting too with Ted McMillan, like really, really high draft capital. I want to honor that, but there's also a lot of wide receivers that look kind of like Ted McMillan that are available later in the draft, and so you just have to ask yourself, like, what is the rare thing available to me right now, and what can other people sort of match me at later on in the draft? Like, what am I actually getting here? First round wide receivers, even with very high draft capital, they're at best like 55, 45 bets, right?
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to play the value game and know your league and say, like, how do my league mates value very young wide receivers who don't have a reveal yet? If you see a lot of flexibility in the market, Ted McMillan, you've got conviction on the player, and then the market is supporting that. Otherwise, like, I deprioritize wide receivers at this phase of the draft. I'd rather get premium positions.
No, I agree. So that's my thought, is like, if I could trade this guy, he's got, like I said, 201, 202, 205, 209, 210, and 301. So if I could scoop up, especially if I get 201, 202 and Chig, I think that's not bad. Because basically I'm sliding Chig into my starting tight ends with Zach Ertz, and 201, 202, I'm hoping I can maybe one of the Holston, Leveland, or Warren slip. If not, I'm getting Ferguson at, I've got 20. Then I would have, if I got that trade, I'd have 201, 202, 206, 208. And Ferguson's definitely going to be there at one of those picks.
You ought to, we should, I'm going to speak for you here. You should auction off this pick right now. Let someone else make the pick for a donation.
Hey, let's do it.
You know?
Who's in your league? Send this link to your league mates. $100 makes this pick.
Yeah, my luck, I'll
Not
be
fab.
getting.
Not $100 fab, but real money.
They'll pick someone. They'll pick like I'll get a Shador Sanders or something crazy.
Well,
How long has this league been going on, Dustin? I don't play a lot of like 3 super flex leagues.
This
or 2
is our
super
5th
leagues.
year.
Okay.
1, 2. Yeah, we started in 2020 was our initial draft.
How are people valuing quarterbacks in this format?
Very high. So the trade I had on board with the owner who just got dumped because he wasn't he was active 2 weeks ago and then just never paid and like hasn't responded. So we're like, hey, if he doesn't play, that trade was going to be I was going to give up Mahomes. I was going to get the 103, Jackson Smith and Jigba, David Njoku, and Christian McCaffrey.
What do you think, Justin? I see an eye roll.
Sounds like a guy that was ready to leave the league is what
I'm
hearing.
And so the new owner of that team traded 103, Christian McCaffrey, David Njoku, DJ Moore for Josh Allen, Zach Charbonnet, and 306. That trade just happened.
I love that deal for them. Getting Josh Allen, it resets the trajectory of your team a little bit.
Yeah, because the team he took over, they have no quarterbacks. They have literally, they have Russell Wilson, Josh Allen are their starting 2, and they don't have a third. Can
we get into the quarterback theory a little bit with
that's what we're here for?
Because like we're seeing it traditionally, the top of the quarterback ranks have been folks in their mid 30s. Like that's often what we see. And right now we don't have that. We don't have quarterbacks that are 36 years old that are at the top of their game. And so I'm wondering what the market is going to do as Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow,
Lamar
over that 30-year mark. Because can Josh Allen do this for 4 or 5 more years with the rushing and the passing? Or does he morph into something that looks a lot like, I don't know, Ben Roethlisberger's career trajectory?
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's why I didn't. I mean, obviously, I'm a Bills fan, so obviously, I would love to have Josh Allen on my team. I'm just really worried about injuries, right? He hasn't had a significant one. He's at, for me, the threshold of 1,100, 1,200, basically carries and sacks. So I call it 1,200 hits.
Yeah.
Where you see a lot of these guys start missing significant time. I really wonder. Like you're right. If he can continue, we're eventually going to get there with Jalen Hurts. What will happen with these guys once they get to that age where they're just, not mobile as much? I mean, you even saw it with Russell Wilson. In 2020 he had 83 carries, then he missed some time. 55 in 2022. 80 in 2023. Only 43 last year. Obviously, he only played. He missed the first 6 games, but even if he plays those games, he's only going to get to 60 or 70. He's not getting like the 100 and some. You're talking Russell Wilson. 2014, 118 carries. 2015, 103, 72, 95. I mean, and he's 36. So, he's still rushing. I just don't know, right, if Josh Allen can continue to be. And Josh Allen's running style is a whole nother, can he just continue to bowl over people? It's going to be interesting. That's why I'm hesitant to draft someone like a Josh Allen who's played, 6-7 years, and you're like, to go trade for him and trade up for him and pay a lot. Same thing. That's why I wanted to trade. I've been trying to trade Mahomes for 2 years because I'm like, he's good, but he's not great anymore. Like, he doesn't have to be. So, he doesn't, if he has to be, he can be, but doesn't have to be. So for fantasy, he's not that great. That's where I'm struggling with some of these guys like a Jackson Dart and, Anthony Richardson on some level of, is it sustainable long term? And when you're talking dynasty, they command a high, Jackson Dart not so much, but Anthony Richardson maybe a little less after last year, but they were commanding high prices because that rushing floor is huge for fantasy.
Well, the beauty of drafting rookie quarterbacks is they don't have to play
to
see a value gain. It almost helps them not to play. And that's the plan currently with Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of an insulated no-lose bet. Either he forces his way onto the field and he runs around and we realize he can run around as a dynasty community.
Yeah.
And great. You see a value boost. You see a production boost. Or he doesn't play. And there's the mystique around Jackson Dart and his value rises. And then you cash in if you actually don't believe in the guy. But going back to Josh Allen, as this rebuilding team, what should this manager do? I don't want you to help out one of your league mates, one of your
No.
opponents, but what should rebuilding managers do if they have Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, maybe Jalen Hurts?
So, yeah.
How do they manage that position? Because you're right. If you're not contending for 2 more years, like Bill was, like, what are you doing with this rushing quarterback?
I think that's right. So, like, he just traded for Josh Allen, which
Yeah.
like gets him someone, right? Because at this league, you need 2, probably 4 to really manage the 3 roster spots. The team who traded away Josh Allen, which was, let's see, pull up their team. They're in a rebuilding situation too. So they have CJ Stroud. They got Christian McCaffrey. They have Jefferson and Malik Neighbors. They have Trevor Lawrence. So they now are CJ Stroud, Trevor Lawrence. That's it. And they got 103 and they took Cam Ward. So I think if you have a Josh Allen, a Lamar, and you need to rebuild, I think you need to cash him in like this guy did. This person got a ton of value for Josh Allen. I mean, he picked up Christian McCaffrey, gets him a year or 2. DJ Moore gets him a year or 2. David Njoku gets him a year or 2. And you get 103, which is Cam Ward, which you're hoping is Josh Allen plus 4 years, right? That's what you're hoping for. So I think you have to go what you were saying, like go volume and just turn Josh Allen or Lamar into 4 players, right? Like that's the only way to do it. Whether that's picks and players or a combination of them, but you need like you can't trade them for 2026, 2027 picks. They have to be picks this year and probably high picks. And then even if you get players that'll give you 2 years, like he can take Christian McCaffrey, play him this year, then trade him next offseason for a 2nd round pick, right? And get value. And you're still getting value this year, but then you get some future next year. I look at any rebuilding as like a 2-year. I think rebuilding should be a 2-year process, personally. I think if you're taking longer than 3 years, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot because the guys you got the first year are probably not good the 3rd year. So I think it has to start in a draft. I think you have to get some foundational pieces. So he's, took 103, hoping Cam Ward is that foundational piece for him now. We'll see if that actually works out for him. Now, this is the guy that also has the 5 second-round picks. So maybe he's hoping he can, bulk up his team in the 2nd round, which is why I think it might be appealing for him to get the 106 from me and trade some of those 2nd-round picks. I mean,
it's so interesting.
Having Neighbors and Jefferson is definitely a good foundational, and Stroud is probably a decent foundational piece. You just go from there.
Yeah. The beauty of having Josh Allen, of having Lamar Jackson, those types of players is the window is wide open year round. You don't have to play the calendar game, which is only true for like 10 or so fantasy assets in the entire group, right? Like with a Matt Stafford, you mentioned him earlier. You have to wait until October to really see any type of value, November to see any type of value with Matt Stafford in the trade market. You can shop today, you can shop next month, you can shop 6 months from now, probably 2 years from now with Josh Allen. And so I don't mind consolidating into that as a rebuilder, even if I haven't traded for Christian McCaffrey and all those other contending pieces. It's fine, but you should probably be looking at exit ramps, not to move below like the top 6 quarterbacks, in my opinion. Like there's a group of elite quarterbacks who have done it multiple times, and you kind of want to fall into those if you're going to be tearing down from Allen. I'm loath to do the Cam Ward type trade because why am I going to put all my chips on a scratcher? That feels really dangerous, and that's how you prolong rebuilds. But you have the ability to wait till you're in season, and let's say Justin Herbert goes down for the year. He tears an ACL, God forbid. Well, you can trade Josh Allen into Justin Herbert and get essentially a second Justin Herbert in value on top. And that's how you facilitate the rebuild, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what's nice about having one of those top guys. Plus, and I think this is also probably the double-edged sword of those guys, is when you have a Josh Allen Lamar who is capable of putting up 40-some points a week, you always think you're in it, right? Because you go, man, they can win me a week. They can single-handedly go out there and put up 40 points, and they can win you a week. And you might be sitting there at, you're 2-5 in a league, and you're like, oh man, but I'm 1 piece away. And you're like, really, you're 2-3 pieces? But you're like, oh, my quarterback, it inflates your total points because they put up 40 points 1 week. And then you're like, oh man, but then you go, and then you're always trying to sell them high instead of at real value. Because you're like, well, yeah, this guy puts up 40 points. It's like, yeah, he does once or twice a year. but it's not putting up. And I think this is where I think 2 quarterback leagues are different. And Tommy, me and you have talked about this a couple times on podcasts, that there's this 2 quarterbacks versus a quarterback and a super flex are slightly different. But let's say we're talking quarterback and a super flex. Realistically, in a 10-team league, maybe only 3 of those teams should be starting a quarterback in their super flex, but everyone does because of the upside. But realistically, potential is not, like, optimally play probably every week is not there, right? Because how many quarterbacks are consistently top 15 guys every week?
Every week, you're lucky to get 2/3 to 3/4 top 12 weeks with the best.
Yeah, I looked at the list this morning. Lamar was not top 15 once last year. Burrow was twice. Baker was 3 times. Allen 4 times. Daniels 4 times. You know, a couple other guys. You know, Nix was 5 times not in the top 15. Purdy 4 times. But Justin Herbert 8 times wasn't a top 15 quarterback. You know, Kyler Murray 8 times not a top 15 quarterback. Goff 7 times not a top 15 quarterback. You know, Rodgers 10 times not a top 15 quarterback. Caleb Williams 9 times not a top 15 quarterback. So when we're looking at it, I'm going, I listen to go 1, 2, 3. There's 7 guys that I can throw into my super flex that I'm okay with. They're going to be a top 15 guy every week. Now, in my situation, I've got 2 quarterbacks plus a super flex. So I'm looking at who's the top, 20 guys. It's a little bit different. But I think there's this weird notion where it's like, man, we have to start him because the upside's so there. But optimally, it's probably not the best play.
The only thing I'll add to that, though, is that if you're looking at, the top 24 quarterbacks in the league, the 24th quarterback, and I'm only looking at fantasy points per game, which at the 11 o'clock hour, we talked about how it's completely stupid. But if we're looking at the average amount of points that they scored, we're looking at 15.6.
Yeah.
Now, if you're factoring in 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex or 3 flex, a tight end, by the time you get to that super flex, is that player scoring more than 15.6 points per game?
Yeah, I agree. If you can correctly predict that they're the right guy that's going to be there, because if you predict the guy that's, at that point you're banking on the guy being a top 24 guy. But if you get the guy that's all of a sudden 27th, he's probably scoring you.
32 quarterbacks are playing. You probably have 28 a week.
Yeah,
because of bye weeks. So I mean, you're likely gonna have a top 24 guy, unless you have a guy that's maybe Bryce Young, who might be a top 10, might be a bottom 35 that week somehow. So
but that's where you're right. Average points per game doesn't matter, because if let's say you have Matthew Stafford last year, week 2, you roll him out in your super flex, he scores you 7 points. That's a flex, right? That's anybody could score you 7 points, right? You could throw any random receiver out there and probably get you 7 points in a PPR league. Week 4, you throw him out there, 6 points. Now, 14 points in between there, 14 points in week 5, 18 week 1, bye week 6, week 7, 5 points. You're like, so now you're going, man, I've had 3 weeks of teen points, which is good, that 15-point range, and I've had 3 weeks of basically flex play. And then all of a sudden he goes out there and puts a 30 burger up, and you're like, okay, 30. Then he puts 20. You're like, I'm great. This is Stafford's. I'm rolling. Then he throws up 8. And then he throws up 33. Then he throws up 20.
Now, there are definitely going to be times where your second quarterback in your starting lineup is going to be a dud.
Yeah.
And that could happen with your 7th player at that point on your roster that's starting, which probably might score 5, might score 15, might score 35. We don't know. That's the fun thing about football, is it changes week to week. But like, obviously, if you have a stacked roster and you have a deep bench, you probably can afford to put them. You can afford to put them in your super flex position, and that's great. That's the difference between people that win their league and people that finish in bottom 3 every year and are picking the top 3 every year, is because they are riding and dying on that second quarterback being their super flex position. And let's be honest, Will Levis shouldn't be starting, but he's starting in super flex leagues last year because they think they have to have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's zoom in and then zoom out for a second, because there's a reason that streaming quarterback works in 1 QB leagues so well. And to some degree in those 10-team Superflex leagues. quarterback is the most predictive and predictable on a weekly basis compared to the other positions. You can look at matchups and say, good matchup, bad matchup. And that's the difference between starting a pocket passer like Matt Stafford versus just deferring to a rushing quarterback, let's say like Kyler Murray, as the fail-safe weekly basis. I know he was erratic as well in terms of point scoring potential, but when you have rushing quarterbacks, you can sort of default to them. And then when you have the good matchup, that's when you plug in the pocket passers. And then zooming out, the most repeatable position season over season is quarterback as well. And so it really comes into how you're constructing your teams. It's difficult to predict. It's nearly impossible to predict who is going to finish as a top 6 running back. I think we have the most hubris as a community and the least accuracy year over year looking at the running back position.
Yeah.
That's on a weekly basis really predictable, right? And so it's who you can put into your flex. Wide receivers, when I first started playing Dynasty, I had like 10 top 24 wide receivers. And I thought, A, I'm taking points away from the other contenders because I've got 10 of the top 24. How could I not? But the challenge that I had was finding the right moments to play those wide receivers. I couldn't figure out when the matchup was good, when the spike weeks were going to occur. And that's what you get at quarterback. It's not the floor necessarily. It's the 40-point potential that doesn't really exist at most other positions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the upside for quarterbacks is huge, right? That's where you're right. That's where the 40-point potential is there on any given week for a quarterback, which just doesn't exist for a Will Levis can go out and can put up 40 points, whereas a Tank Bigsby's not. Right? Like that's just what it is. And they're the same tier. Like to me, they're the same player. It's like they shouldn't be starting for your team. And Will Levis does in super flex leagues, and Tank Bigsby does not in most leagues, unless you're desperate or somehow believe in Tank Bigsby. That's where I struggle with, right? When you're talking these super flexer, and that's why super flex is. That's why people like super flex, because they want the upside. People want big scores. People want big splashy players who can put up high upsides. They want to go out there. That's why people love a Tyreek Hill or Deshaun Jackson when he was playing, or Devin Achane. They're like, I'll take the 4-point weeks because I get a 30-point week. Like, great, I'll take a more consistent guy. I'm right. It comes down to philosophy and how you play and your risk tolerance. But that's why Superflex, everybody's starting a quarterback. And I think it's all about team build, right? If you can build your team in a Superflex league with a top 5 guy, a Lamar, a Josh Allen, a Hurts, a Burrow, and then you can have 2 other guys, you can throw in let's just say a Caleb Williams and, a Matthew Stafford or a Goff or something like that, and play the matchups, right? And basically stream the Superflex position, which is basically what you're doing in a 1 QB league. I think that's a fine strategy. For me in my league now, I've got 2 quarterbacks. I got to start 2, so I'm going to start Mahomes and Drake May, and then stream McCarthy and Stafford in the Superflex, or so I can do that, which is nice. So that's where my draft is going. I don't need Jackson Dart. Yeah, it's great to have on my bench, and then I can trade Stafford because he's probably only got 1 year left, and maybe Jackson Dart starts. So we'll see. I think I'm going to send out a trade to the guy 106 for 201, 202, 205 in Chigacongo and see what he says.
I dig it, man. Justin, how do you approach your Superflex position and your QB rooms in general in Superflex leagues?
Very different. Well, not very different. It depends on the team. I had a startup this year where I was at the end of the first round. It was not my most my proudest moment. I punted the position until round 13.
Holy cow.
Wow. Not on purpose. It just that's the way the draft fell to me, unfortunately. Yeah. And it was not great. I'm not gonna lie. Not the fondest of my team, but we'll figure it out. I currently have
wait. Can we guess who your quarterback is from round 13?
I just said it, but sure.
Did you hear it, Dustin?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay,
right.
Perfect.
Who do you think it is?
I got him in the 6th round, actually.
So 6th round of a startup?
6th round of a 16-team dynasty startup.
16.
So really like 8th, 9th round. 8th round, probably.
I would assume it's like someone like Purdy would be in that range.
Is it Sam Darnold?
It's neither of those guys.
I mean, tell me it's not Anthony Richardson.
It's not Anthony. Actually, he went before that. I was banking on getting him. It's also not. I wish I had all these guys you guys are talking about, but it is none of those players. I got Russell Wilson.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not a bad play.
Yeah.
Fine. Which is again fine. My super flex is currently Josh Palmer. And my bench is the all backup team. So I've got Jimmy Garoppolo,
Okay.
Jameis Winston. At least I'll have the starting quarterback for the Giants.
Hopefully.
Hopefully until Dart comes out there. Daniel Jones, which we never know these days.
Yeah, you never know.
Mac Jones if Purdy goes down again.
Yeah.
And Sam Howell if JJ McCarthy goes down again. So it's just like I have again Russell Wilson in the all backup squad.
Mhm.
And it's tough, but we're gonna make it work. I was able to get Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Thomas, James Cook, Xavier Worthy. So like I have players. It's just
And you have youth. Yeah. It's not like
Yeah.
you're loading up on it's not like you're like, I've got Derrick Henry and Devontae Adams.
Yeah, no, I was definitely not doing that. I had that was my first dynasty startup this off season. I had another one where I went. This is a completely different build I've never done before, but I went best player available at the 107. I went with the best quarterback available, which was Jalen Hurts, which great, happy with that. Every pick after that was either a first or second year player in the league.
Wow.
So either a rookie or a second year player. I eventually had to get down to a third year player just so I could get a tight end. And then once we got down to like rounds 18, 19, 20, I just started taking the vets that were either backups or the current starter over some of the younger players I had. So like right now, my backups include DTR, which is Jalen Hurts' backup. I have Will Howard and Mason Rudolph, which
one of them probably starts.
I have Kenny Pickett and I have Kenny Pickett, and I also have Bo Nix. So
that's not bad.
Like I'm actually fine with my roster because it is the youngest roster in this startup.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look great on paper right now, but I mean, if you're looking at this, I mean, you're looking at Jalen Hurts, Amarian Hampton, Tyrone Tracy, Roma Dunze, Xavier Worthy, Dalton Kincaid, Luther Burden, and Jaden Reed and Bo Nix as my starting lineup. That's going to look great in a year or two. So
yeah,
going
I'll have
back to
to
that
figure out the
first
tight end
build,
position, but
that first build you had. So we've got Zach Reed in the chat. Hey Zach, he always says that the edges are not found in the middle. You've found a way to make Russell Wilson relevant in this league. You found a way to make Mac Jones relevant in this league potentially. I would not build my teams that way. I'm one of those folks who really likes elite quarterbacks at volume.
I didn't love it.
Here's the thing,
Yeah.
though. Your team is different than your league mates, right? And that difference can really be used in compelling ways. Like you don't want your team to look like everyone else's ideally. You don't just do random stuff, but you had a plan, it appears. You wanted to attack different positions. And now you have an opportunity to access different markets than your league mates,
Yeah, no, and this is probably one of my only dynasty rosters Superflex rosters that does not have a second quarterback starting. Because I don't have the second quarterback. So it's like, well, I'm going to punt that and I will go and start the other guy. Right now it's Josh Palmer. Don't love that. It's going to change. I'm going to figure that out, but we'll get there at another date. Hopefully maybe he balls out with Josh Allen, but doubt it.
Doubt it.
But like you look at a dynasty I had 3 years ago that I've been in the championship every year. I had the 101, which I took Josh Allen. And I traded up for the 106, which I took Patrick Mahomes at the height of his fantasy career. I've since flipped both of them for Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. And I actually just recently got rid of Jalen Hurts to get Jaden Daniels. So Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson in there. So it's like you got 2 top 5 quarterbacks. This is the flip side where you have 2 top 5 talents starting in your 2 quarterback spots. So very polar opposites of my builds.
Yeah, I mean, right. And Russell Wilson, you're talking a 16-team league. Like, there's not enough quarterbacks to go around in a 16-team superflex, right? There's just not.
I mean,
And
it's 32 quarterbacks. So
yeah, and you're playing the upside, right? So if Purdy goes down, Mac Jones' value jumps a ton, and either you keep him or trade him, right? I do that in my league where you can start 3. There's no backups even available. Everybody's got a roster, but I've been able to pick up backups. I picked up Colt McCoy 2 years ago, had him on my roster for 2 weeks, and Kyler Murray gets hurt, and I traded him for a 3rd-round pick, right? So if you're basically picking these guys and going, I'm hoping they become, 2nd, 3rd-round picks,
yeah,
right? I tell people this time, if you can go out there and every week and pick off a 3rd-round pick off waivers, you do that all the time. That's what backup quarterbacks are in super flex leagues, because someone needs them, because there's just not enough quarterbacks to go around. So if, anytime I have an open roster spot on Sunday mornings when someone goes in the IR and I can slide them in and get an open roster spot, I'm picking up a backup quarterback just because. I'll pick that up over, some dart throw running back or wide receiver, because heaven forbids a quarterback goes down and you got the backup. Someone's going to be looking for him because they just lost a starter and you have it, and you go, hey, 3rd-round pick. And they go, okay. And you just start racking up 3rd-round picks.
This is also a Devy league as well.
Oh, okay.
Which I haven't played too much of, and I'm trying to remember. Sleeper on the computer won't actually show you the notes on these players. But I have 2 quarterbacks out there. I don't remember which 2 quarterbacks I have.
Yeah.
They're not the good ones. It's not Archie Manning and no, actually I have Drew Aller. So
okay, that's something.
That could turn out to be something in the future. So but I mean, I'm looking at free agency here, and it looks exactly how you would think it would look in a 16-team, very deep bench Devy league with a bunch of very smart people.
Yeah.
The top guy, any guesses?
On the waivers, quarterback wise,
I'll let you pick one of the top 10 players that is currently on waivers.
I mean, it's got to be no one good. It's got to be. I can't even think. I'm trying to look at my like who's available. It's not a rookie.
Drew Lock.
Yeah, Drew Lock's probably available.
He is on the bench of a roster.
Wow. So you're talking like 3rd stringer guys or something, right? You got to be talking.
We're looking at Nick Mullins is QB1 on the free agency. Gardner Minshew, the Pastronaut, Josh Dobbs, Jake Browning, which I might actually go pick up. Tyson Bagent, Stetson Bennett, Josh Johnson, Mitch Trubisky, Andy Dalton. I actually might go try to pick up. Kyle Trask. Like we're talking about the deep
bottom of the barrel backups.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, Justin? I was looking at KTC values, like historically since 2020 to today. And Scott Connor proposed his any QB on a 2 deep theory in December of 2022. And guess what happened, man? The values manifested at the bottom of the KTC charts with these backup quarterbacks. There's a lot of noise at the bottom. And I think he nudged a unregulated market in a tangible way. And I have just always, I don't know about trash, but been doubtful of this strategy because I like the elite quarterbacks. I would love for other managers to not only roster a bunch of quarterbacks, but match my numbers, but just with lower production. However, if these players are actually worth 3rd and 4th round picks, I'm kind of missing an untapped market that my league mates are sort of participating in. And I might need to respect that more. And so it's like your roster construction almost has to honor these trend lines. And so when you're listening to analysts like Scott Connor and he proposes a theory like that, even if you're not necessarily into it from a point scoring perspective, I feel like I missed out on a handful of thirds over the last few years by not participating,
Yeah, and I think that's where evaluating backups is important, right? Because you want either a good backup like an Andy Dalton, right, on maybe a bad team. You don't want a bad backup on a bad team. And I think that's where people are just well, any backup. It's that does somewhat play out, but I don't want
Ian Book.
Yeah, I don't want Ian Book, right? I don't want the Saints. Maybe the Saints is bad. I mean, I don't want. Who's the Raiders' backup? Who's the backup for Geno?
What a question.
Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell. I don't want Aiden O'Connell. He's not a good quarterback on just a so-so team. I don't necessarily want that. Now maybe he's a 4th round pick versus a 3rd round pick. And if you have a free route, again, if you have a free rush spot on Sunday morning, you pick them up and then drop them on Wednesday for waivers, and you just turn your that 2 or 3 spots on your roster every week, I'm okay with that. But give me the guys, give me the guys on good offenses, right? Give me Jake Browning, who's on the Bengals, right? Give me that guy. Give me Mac Jones. I think that's a great piece to have because we saw Mac Jones play really well last year, and it's a good team in San Francisco with a good coaching staff, right? Give me Sam Howell. If JJ goes down, that's a good team with a good coaching staff who has played decent when he's at least when he played 2 years ago, he was chucking the ball a ton and put up decent numbers, right? Give me Jameis Winston, who at least I know is going to just huck it and chuck it and put up fantasy points. He might not be a good quarterback, but he's going to throw it. That's where I think you have to, I think you're right, Tommy. I think you have to go in and go, hey, this is an untapped market. Again, they're basically third-round picks sitting. They're potential third-round picks sitting on waivers that are just an injury. They're an injury away from becoming a third-round pick, and that's okay to have. And I'm not saying you have to build your whole roster. Then Justin, you kind of got stuck in a 16 team where you're hoping one of those guys turns into. But in that league, they're going to become second-round picks, right? Because the value there and the scarcity is so much higher in that league because 16 teams is crazy.
Yeah. So it's better to be at the top with the elite QBs, Tommy. The few thirds or fab isn't worth the headaches. Sometimes rostering those backups, waiting for someone willing to trade. Tommy put on here. Totally agree. It's tough giving market share to my league mates, but holding roster construction is often key.
Yeah,
I agree.
roster spots, they could be running backs.
Whoa, whoa, Vince. Them are fighting words. And I have said on this podcast, I will not talk about Anthony Richardson until he is worth talking about. So,
yeah, I don't know if he's ever going to be worth talking about, unless we're talking
really high on Richardson. I'm buying now. Finally.
And who? Oh, okay, it's just me again. Hi guys. Wait, Tommy, you could stay.
Richardson's just so. Ugh.
That's why I'm buying. You nailed it.
What are you buying him for, though?
22 years old.
Yeah, but if he can't stay on the field, it doesn't matter.
I'm buying him for seconds. I'm buying him for aged running backs. I'm not tearing down. I'm moving up into Richardson because the quarterback position, sort of in those tiers, we think there's more stability than there actually is. And so I'm willing to make upside bets. All Richardson has to do is string together 3 weeks of decent, not even great, but decent production, and he's going to exceed his current value.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
I have way too many league mates that listen to my show, which is a problem for me because there was 1 week I talked about Anthony Richardson for about 5 minutes on why I think his value is at the lowest it could possibly be, and this is the buy-in point because you can go get him for a third rounder probably. And I try to go get him for a third rounder and then a second rounder. And everybody's like, no, I want a first or more. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You need to stop listening to me. This is not fair.
Well, and that's part of it, right? You probably play with a bunch of Colts fans as well.
Actually, I'm trying to trade with non-Colts fans because I know the Colts fans will not give him up for literally anything right now. So it's...
I mean, you're right, Tom. If you can tier up into him, if you can trade, a veteran running back or, someone who's, a part-time player on your roster for that upside, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Really, the conversation begins for me. Wherever Jackson Dart gets drafted, the next draft pick is something where I'm willing to consider packaging that pick in some form or fashion to get into Anthony Richardson. Because quarterback, I know you can stream other positions in the Superflex, but what is the acquisition cost versus that ceiling? Yeah. You're going to do better with Richardson, even if he only starts half the year, with that sort of treat him like a running back. He doesn't have to be any different than a running back in your mind because that's what he costs.
And Bill's killing Richardson in the chat.
He really is. So we get Colts in here, and I will not pay a high price for AR5. Richardson completes a 6-yard pass. He exceeds my expectations, and Bill gets it. All he has to do is dump it for 5 to Tyler Warren.
Yeah,
it circles us all the way back. I do have another segment for you guys that is
all right. What you got?
Dynasty. and we could play it, or we can pass and keep talking about Dynasty. But
let's play it.
I have
do
some
it.
trivia that I am going
Ooh.
to occasionally throw into the show. And I'm keeping track of everybody's scores, and then I will announce the winners at the very end.
All right,
Um,
awesome.
But if people are smart enough and pick up on this, they might keep coming back and just listening for all the questions and going to search for all the answers. But
Love it. Not
okay,
about
I'm
cheating.
not paying attention to the chat anymore. You guys are trying to make me upset at 6:46. And oh no.
I don't know, Vince. The answer should be DuckTales, always.
DuckTales is the answer. Okay, so question 1. What TV show featured a group of there are going to be 4 categories, 5 questions each. The first category is worth 1 point, second category is 2, 3, 4, and then at the very end you will bid how many ever points to get your final score.
Nice.
Okay. And you guys can both answer these. I'll mark it down and tell you. I won't tell you if you're right or wrong.
Okay.
What TV show featured a group of friends in a long-running fantasy football league?
The League.
Yeah, the League.
I feel like you guys are probably going to come up with the same answers. Which NFL analyst is known for his fantasy-focused football podcasts and work with ESPN?
Fantasy Focus is Fantasy Focus. Is that Yates?
It's falling apart already. I said Eisen. I don't think that's right.
What former NFL player once drafted Andrew Luck in 2020 after he had retired on a live fantasy podcast? Former NFL player.
Oh, I do know this.
Is it MJD?
Oh, that's a good call. I thought it was Randy Moss.
Do you guys remember when that happened?
When Andrew Luck retired, just like the 3rd week of training camp or whatever it was.
Yeah, he was at like a baseball game or something, wasn't he?
No.
It was the preseason game going on. There was something where he was like hanging out on the sidelines, wasn't he?
They were going in for halftime, and Adam Schefter decided he was going to break the news. You guys are giving me PTSD right now. Which actor from Parks and Recreation is a known fantasy football superfan and hosts leagues with NFL players?
Oh, I gotta get in on that league. I didn't know this one.
I don't know much about Parks and Recreation, but I'll say Chris Pratt.
Who plays Tom Haverford? I'm gonna go with him.
He's sorry. What is the name of the major charity fantasy football league started by Scott Fish?
Scott Fishbowl.
Yep.
Okay, let's see.
You guys are in Scott Fishbowl already, right?
I am, yes.
Did we pick divisions yet?
Yes.
I'm in the. I did. I don't know what I'm in though. I'm in the Madison Live draft.
Okay.
I am in the Fever division in Cincinnati.
Nice. I got into the Rockford Peaches, a league of their own.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that Chicago?
It's not live.
Oh, not live.
I'm going to be in France. I was looking to see if there was one in Paris. I know.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'll
be in France.
So, all right, next category here. Are people answering these in the chat? Maybe.
Vince, Savannah Bananas, I love it, man.
Okay, so in Superflex leagues, what position becomes the most valuable compared to standard formats?
Quarterback.
I'm gonna go with quarterback.
What does handcuffing mean in fantasy football strategy?
That means taking your backup.
It means dating somebody for the winter.
Okay. I should also mention in the first round, you both scored 2 points.
Woohoo!
All right.
Okay, third question here. What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy football league?
10 team leagues are the most common.
I think 10 team leagues are too. I thought you were going to say, I'll say 10. I think it might be 12, though. Watch it be something stupid like 8. I want to say 10. It's probably like 8 or some nonsense.
Wait, you said 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 for me.
Yep.
What scoring format awards 1 point per reception?
PPR.
The old PPR.
And in dynasty leagues, what major difference separates them from redraft leagues?
You keep players year to year.
Yeah. Yep, you keep your assets every year,
Okay.
and the trades matter. You get to
After
trade.
the second category, Tommy, you have 8 points, and Dustin, you have 10 points.
Did I miss handcuffing?
You missed handcuffing.
All right, category 3. These are worth 3 points. Who holds the record for most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback? In standard scoring.
Ooh.
6 point or 4 point?
4 points.
4
I
point.
believe they're 4 points. Yeah, it says standard scoring.
Most points ever.
I just realized that there is a delay on the chat, so they're answering questions from a while ago.
Oh, nice.
Man, it's got to be someone who threw up like 5 or 6 touchdowns, right?
I don't know.
I'm going to go with Sir Andrew Luck.
I'm going to go with another Cole. I'm going to say Peyton Manning.
So much PTSD today. You guys are doing this on purpose, I know it. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and again in 2018?
Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson's the first one that came to mind for me.
In PPR scoring, which running back led all players in receptions in 2019?
Leonard Fournette.
2019? McCaffrey.
Which running back exploded in 2021 with over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns?
Whoa.
Whew.
Jonathan Taylor.
2021? Oh.
Vince, you got it, man. Don't give him the answer.
2021. Who was
He's just
that?
answering Philip Lindsay for all of these.
Man, Jonathan Taylor's a good shout out, Tommy. Who had yeah, I think that I'm gonna say McCaffrey again.
And last question, in 2023, who was the wide receiver 1 in fantasy points per game?
2023.
In PPR.
So that was 2 years ago.
You go Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, that's a good one too. I think he was wide receiver 1 overall.
Right. Tommy, you were at 14 points.
Woo.
Dustin, you were at 13
Oh,
points.
Tommy's making a comeback.
Coming back.
And the final category. What year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform?
Ooh.
2011.
These are going to be hard questions.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2012.
Which player was the consensus number 1 overall pick in most drafts in 2012, but missed the entire season due to injury?
2012. Le'Veon Bell.
No.
Oh, due to injury. Shoot.
Not suspension. Not sitting out.
Did I get another guess?
Yeah.
You said, what year was that? 2021?
2012.
2012. Man, who missed the season? Yeah, it probably was a running back. Adrian Peterson.
Let's go with Frank Gore.
I thought about Frank Gore.
Did you really?
Yeah, but I don't think he ever missed the whole season.
Except for his rookie year. Yeah.
Time until you got to like the Bills, I think.
Yeah.
Who was the first tight end to finish as the overall tight end 1 for 4 straight seasons?
The first. Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gronk's my answer. I don't know if Gates or
he was heavily in consideration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which team did LaDainian Tomlinson play for during his record-breaking 31 touchdown fantasy season in 2006?
San Diego.
Jets.
And what was the original name for the fantasy football, or what was the original name for fantasy football when it was invented in 1962?
Oh, I know this one. Do you, Dustin?
I don't know this one. I'm gonna say it's like probably was like Roto football or something stupid.
Rotisserie League football.
Yeah, it was Roto something.
And then why is this not scoring correctly? Oh, it is scoring correctly. Okay, so Tommy's at 18. Dustin is at 13.
Wow. Around the inside corner.
Yeah.
You guys get to bid points for this final question.
Going all in, baby.
Pushing the chips in.
All right, so we're bidding 18 and 13. Okay. Final question is, in what modern fantasy football era, in the modern fantasy football era post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit touchdowns?
Ooh.
I have my answer.
I'm trying to think like who didn't score since 2000 in PPR format.
Yep.
All right, I've got my answer. I'm gonna say Puka Nacua.
Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna go with Michael Thomas.
Ooh, that's a real good shout out.
All right.
It was between him and Antonio Brown for me. Just Antonio Brown's done it so many times. I was wondering if he slipped through with 9 touchdowns, you know?
Yeah, that's what someone who had like 9 touchdowns.
Because it would give away whether you got the answer correct or wrong, I will not tell you the final score. And you will have to find out on social media with everyone else.
Right.
I love it.
I think Michael Thomas is a great shout out because he had that one monster year where he had like a bazillion catches.
Mm-hmm.
Did he have 9 touchdowns that year? Or did he have 10 or 11 or I don't know.
Oh no, might have to go look. Okay. So before Pete gets on, Dustin, Tommy, I have drank way too much liquids this morning. Tell us, I'll still be listening, but tell us where everyone can find you and what you're working on and whatnot, and as you're heading out.
All right, go ahead, Tommy.
Me? Awesome.
Yeah.
Super Flex, Super Show. We're doing all sorts of fun strategy stuff. Dustin, I found I'm working through a physics study with fantasy football.
Okay.
Figuring out player profile trajectories using like physical mathematics, like of our world, but transferring them into a non-physical space. Working on that. It's going to be out later this summer. I am so pumped about this, man, because you know me, like we've talked a bunch of times. I rail against the whole like economics thing. I think it's kind of dumb, to be honest with you. And there has to be a better way. I think this is a better way.
So physics stuff. So give me like a snippet of it. What's that look like?
Yeah. So like every player starts off with like an elevated trajectory, right? So like they start from a certain elevation. And then, you know, if you threw a ball from, let's say 10 feet in the air, right? You throw it, it's theoretically going to have an arc and it's going to fall at a certain distance and bounce and roll, right?
Yeah.
Player profiles do similar things, but they have propulsion and then they have drag mechanisms that move beyond like air density and wind and things like that. And so things like ACL tears can be quantified and defined in different profile trajectories. So working on that, really, really excited about it, man.
Interesting. I like that. I'll have to check that out. You can find me at the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. That's the best place to find all my articles. And then Bridge the Gap podcast, which isn't football related, but you can come check it out it's not football related anymore, but you can check it out Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Justin, thanks, man. Like,
yeah, thanks
really
for having us on.
it. Thank you for doing this. Let's plug the donate link. Let's raise some money.
Yeah,
I can't hear you right now.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Justin.
Thank you. I forgot to unmute myself. So we are in hour 11 of a 24-hour stream. We're in part 2 of the 8-hour blocks, but we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization for the fantasy football, hour 11. Just remember that. I've been here the whole time for the Children's Miracle Network. So what that is doing, every dollar that is raised is going directly to the Children's Miracle Network hospitals and helping those families that are in need that need those services. So it's going to pay for lab equipment, it's paying for research, it's paying for funding, for hospital bills, for family stays at the hospitals, all food, all of those things that you need to run a children's hospital. This is what that is going for. My dad was part of needed the Children's Miracle Network when he was a kid. One of my best friends, his daughter needed the Children's Miracle Network when she was born. So this is a personal charity for me. So every dollar helps, whether it's $1, it's $50, it's you sharing a link.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
So sharing this YouTube link helps. Sharing the link in the description for Extra Life, the donation page, that helps too. Wherever you can, that's the best part. So if you can't donate $1 or $5 or whatever, share the link. That's that's all I'm
share
asking.
and share it everywhere. I put it on Reddit.
It,
I put it on some Facebook groups, but throw it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all the other social medias that I'm too old to be part of.
It's
throw it
been
everywhere.
pretty good. I mean, 11 hours. I've not had one moment where there has been 0 people watching. So that's
good.
That's good.
That's awesome.
I mean, at 3 a.m. we had Adam Rank come on from NFL, the NFL Network, to talk about golf and bowling and wrestling, and then he stayed on with Zach Berger to talk about The Last of Us for a half an hour before he had to leave. And so we've been talking about a lot of different things, not just fantasy football even. And we've got a lot of things coming up. Coming up next, Pete Davidson talking about rookies. We've got Jeff Crisp coming back on. He was on for 5 hours earlier today. He's coming on for another 4 to talk about creative league ideas, how to be a better commissioner, more trivia. We're going to talk about prop bets, building that out for charity. And then we've got just a lot more content in the third act. So
nice.
Tommy, Dustin, thanks for coming on. I will definitely talk to you guys later. I can't tell if Pete is there. Okay.
Hey, real quick, ask Pete to defend his Malik Neighbors pick in the startup we just kicked off. This is a super flex league. Defend yourself, Pete. Hey, buddy.
I refuse. There's no
Thanks,
space
Dustin.
for me. It was,
See you guys.
a computer pick.
See ya.
Oh, so
Hey, bud.
Malik Neighbors in a pick.
Well, I mean, he was going to go. He was going to go eventually. I did. I mean, I don't know. I guess people are going to tell me I reached, but I'm a big volume drafter. I like volume, and in startups, I like youth. And if I have a chance to pair youth and volume with the same pick, and I don't feel he is a. I mean, I think ADP wise, he's probably a reach for a couple spots. Am I coming through?
Oh no, my sound went away. Oh no, I can't hear anything. It's me. It's not you. I know it's me.
Okay.
Oh, yep. My AirPods went away. Do connect.
Oh, it's so brutal with the AirPods sometimes.
I've been having this issue all night. It's great.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to wake up my brother. I'm obviously in the wrong place for sympathy when it comes to lack of sleep. So.
Oh, this is fantastic. Okay, let's see. I'll fix it. It'll be fine. I'm sure you're talking about something, and it's definitely.
Oh, should I run my mouth? Is this the time for me to run my mouth because they can only hear me? Well, I can talk about that neighbors thing. I mean, let me know when you're there. But the draft kicked off interestingly. I thought Jaden Daniels went 1, which I thought was sort of interesting. Then Matt Miller from ESPN had the 2 pick. He took Josh Allen. That's predictable. Lamar Jackson goes 3. Then Jamar Chase. I was hoping Jefferson was going to get to me. I had the 6. Jefferson went 5. Am I coming through now?
I can hear you now. I hate that I have to wear
good.
headphones like this, but I can definitely.
You look good, man. You're rocking them. Don't worry about it. So yeah, it went Daniels, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and then I was up. I did. I mean, I think the standard pick where I am would have been like Burrow or Hurts. Probably. I'm not real big on leaning into quarterback too early. I'd rather give myself a chance to really win quarterback by getting better value than taking QBs early. I mean, I get why you do it, and I think the people who are taking QBs earlier, that's certainly a sound way to go. I would rather try to get volume in other areas early that are harder to get if you go quarterback early. So the Neighbors pick for me is really just about having a guy who I think is just completely locked into being the number one factor in an offense. And I'm a big believer in when you're talking about your number one player, have redundancy. So he's got his quarterbacks are not great, but they can all throw, right? So he's got three guys who can feed him. Not all number one receivers have that type of redundancy to for in terms of being fed. So I see that as oddly enough a positive. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I gave thought to to Gibbs. I gave some thought to Gibbs. I even gave a tiny little thought to Bowers, but it's not a tight end premium format.
Yeah. No,
got me off of that.
I think Malik Neighbors is a smart pick. I mean, he's a top 10 wide receiver in an offense that has to feed him the ball. I mean, we talk about, quarterback position. Who would they have last year again?
Yeah, exactly. And
he still finished as a top wide receiver in his rookie season. So it's
and he's banged up. And I mean, and I'm a film guy, so I mean, I went back and watched every target a couple times after having pretty much scanned him all year long, over scanned him. And yeah, I mean, he is a mega separator. It's just absurd the way that guy separates. So when you've got quarterbacks who, you can say what you want about Jameis Winston. He is not going to under pepper your receiver. Like he can feed a receiver. Now he may feed the DBs a little too much as well, but he can feed a receiver. And he's probably the most unlikely guy to really be playing much anyway. But to have Winston as your if everything goes wrong, it's Winston. I'll take that as a fantasy guy.
Yeah, I totally agree there.
Yeah, and I mean,
I don't hate that pick.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, the thing I like about going receiver there. Now, look, if Jefferson stays on the board, I would have taken Jefferson. Just to be clear, I was hoping Jefferson would make it one more to me. But the thing I like about going receiver is now when I get to the second round, I can really do anything I want. I can just take the best value that's sitting on the board. I'm in the middle of the draft. I'm in that sixth position, so I'm least susceptible to getting hit by runs. Hey, somebody donated.
That's what that means.
So yeah,
thank you, Tommy.
Tommy, thank you for the donation and thanks for throwing me on the carpet before I even finished my coffee. Oh, was that? I assume that was Tommy with the donation.
It was Tommy. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's my second question for you. What's your coffee order today?
Oh gosh, my wife was kind enough to program coffee, so it's
nice.
It's just some we use Oro. It's good.
Okay.
Nothing special.
Have you had breakfast yet?
Well, I don't know if I'd call it breakfast, but I basically drank oatmeal. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey man, I wasn't going to mention it. You asked.
I just drinking a food item that I cannot get behind.
I don't like oatmeal at all, but I didn't have time for what I wanted. So I think the game plan is that my family's going to start cooking breakfast at some point, and when I finally sign off, before I go back to bed.
Vince gets it. Coffee is breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in the 5 o'clock hour with Bill, I made breakfast.
I caught some of that. I caught a little, excuse me, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So I was hoping to talk more about this rookie draft because there's, Tommy's in it. And like I said, Matt Miller from ESPN's in it. It's sort of interesting, but it went into pause right after I took Neighbors. So there's nothing else to report on, unfortunately.
Wait, a rookie draft with Neighbors in it?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a startup draft.
Oh, sorry. I was like,
so it's a startup draft with rookies in the draft. So,
okay,
which is actually a lot of fun.
Okay,
I like it.
Yeah,
I haven't done too many of those. I've done a lot of startups where the rookie picks are in the draft, but not the actual rookies. This is more fun.
I did a startup draft last year for Dynasty, and then I actually took the 12 rosters, put them through league evaluators essentially, and evaluated all of them on their rankings, took the average ranking, and then did the picks that way. So if you're the worst, you get the first pick. If you're the best, you get the 12th pick. And of course, me, doing YouTube stuff, I made it a video. So it was like it was announcing the picks from 12 all the way down to the 1, like it was the lottery or
You're
something.
throwing concepts at me at like really early hours here, man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm 11 hours in.
Yeah, right. Rookie drafts. Excuse me, startup drafts. They're so much fun. I wish, they're sort of like, there's that inherent unfairness about it because you get into them and they're so much fun. You want to do them all the time, but you can't because every startup draft is a commitment to a dynasty league. So, like, I wish I could like be hired to do other people's dynasty startups. That would be a really good gig.
Yeah,
and then not have the job that follows the startup
of managing the roster,
managing a dynasty team and getting 50 trade offers a day. I mean, I love dynasty and I'm a low trade volume guy. So I'm like that guy in every league that people bitch about. But I mean, I'm an evaluator. I'm a film guy. I love drafting and I tend to take my guys. So then it's like, well, I took them for a reason. So when people want to trade for guys I've drafted, I tend to want more than market for them. So I'm a little bit of a tough guy to trade with, which is too bad. But
yeah.
Anyway, I'm talking to Shane right now. If Shane's listening, I'm sorry, Shane. Shane is the worst, but Shane is the best.
Here. So let's talk about this 2025 rookie class. I have done all my rookie drafts, I believe.
I still have some more to do. In fact, I've really only done one. And it started Saturday night when the draft ended. So like I haven't done a rookie draft where there was ADP yet. Like we were making ADP in the one draft they did.
Yeah. All my leagues are like either it starts that weekend, the next weekend, or the following weekend. So I get all of them done.
It's sort of interesting. Like if you wanted to, like for a quick second, I can tell you what I did in that draft. It was sort of a funky draft. I mean, I've never done a rebuild in my life in Dynasty. I've never done one. I tend to draft young at startups, which keeps my team. Like sometimes it takes a year or two for my team to get rolling, but my teams tend to last. And before I tend to leave leagues, they tend to die. It's the one underrated thing or under-discussed thing about dynasty leagues when people talk about dynasty strategy is your league's probably going to die. Like people don't like to think that way, but the truth of it is
it will.
Most dynasty leagues sunset within 5 years. So to think otherwise usually is to undercut yourself. But the other side of the coin is we do this for long-term valuation. That's the fun part. So no one wants to think that way. Anyway, so I had the 3 pick and the 6 pick in this draft. The 6 pick was my natural pick. I missed the playoffs by like. So the interesting thing, and now Gene T went 1. It's a super flex format. But Tenerife McMillan went 2. That was a curveball. I didn't see it coming. I mean, I don't think it's an outrageous thing to do. I mean, it's reasonable. I really like Ted McMillan. But I was thinking I might have to make a choice on Ted McMillan. I spent a lot of time on him just assuming that either 3 at 6, I'm going to have to choose. And he goes 2. So now I'm sitting there at 3 with Omario Hampton on the board, which I did not expect. Like I thought Hampton would go 2. I really did. So I had been really thinking which one of Judkins, Hunter or Trevion I was going to take. I'm loaded at quarterback. So I had to get my head around like, oh my gosh, Hampton's there. So I took Hampton. Just because, I mean, I think he is as good as any of the other running backs, maybe save for Jainty, but the landing spot for Hampton is just, I mean, could you possibly ask for a better landing spot, for a big power back with a 3-down skill set? I mean, I can't imagine a better landing spot.
No, you're right there, and I think Genty is by far probably the one-on-one on anybody's boards. Even if you have a running back, this is like a premium player that you're slotting in. That now maybe you get him in your flex. Like that's a crazy move right there. My only like true absolute dog poop team that I have that I'm rebuilding that I got 2 seasons ago. This is going into season 3 that I had the 102, the 104, the 112, and 201. That was it.
Wow, that's a lot.
My 4 picks. I didn't have after the 201. I was done. So I was done in like 2 days. And it looks like
Should have tried
actually
to move back a little bit.
no. Apparently they're still draft. Oh, he skipped his pick, the 412. So I
Oh, okay.
I did try to move back,
I
but
missed the part where it's still going on.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, it's not. He was like, I'm not going to take anybody with the 412, which is weird, but okay, whatever. So
yeah,
I don't really have.
I mean, if your rosters are really small, maybe
they're deep actually. It's
okay,
so
yeah.
it's so I took Cam Ward with the 102. I needed a
Okay.
quarterback. All I had was Brock Purdy
Sure.
in a
And
super
you've gotten
flex.
decent news on Purdy since then, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think Purdy
So
getting signed is nice.
that's
if
good.
you're a Purdy guy.
He will be a starter.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
104. So it was Genty, Ward, Hampton went 3. I was hoping to get him around at 4 because I really needed a running back there, but I was able to get Tet McMillan at 4, which was great.
Nice.
At 112, I was able to get Caleb Johnson, and then at 201, I got Matthew Golden. So like I
That's
have
nice. I like all
now
that.
I feel comfortable about it. Now my starting lineup, I have Caleb Johnson and Jaleel McLaughlin as my starting running backs.
Yeah.
So that's a
McLaughlin's
problem.
not going to get it done for you.
Small problem there. I got to figure that one out. But now my wide receiver core is looking great. After I got a great tight end core last year, I got Bowers. This year I'm now looking at Marvin Harrison, Xavier Worthy, Matthew Golden, Tet McMillan, and Lockett.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
So it's I just realized
This is an underrated rookie class, I think. I think
Tajay
a lot of
Spears
people
on my bench. I have Austin Eckler on my bench. So like I feel like I'm starting to make a wave to get up to a playoff contender.
It's so tricky in dynasty leagues because your litmus test for what a competitive team is varies so much from league to league. Just the dynamic of a league can really
change things,
change what the benchmark is for being good. If you've got the league that I was actually just the draft I've got in front of me, and I was the highest scoring team in that league for 10 years. Like the whole first decade of the league, my team scored more points than anybody, and my team was still in a pretty good place if you look at it just from the standpoint of just look at my roster. Like, yeah, that's pretty good. But when you looked at the league as a whole, there had been 3 really bordering on 4 teams that had been going full-blown rebuild for several years, and they just accumulating picks. In fact, a couple of them were good enough to compete, and they still didn't compete. They just kept rebuilding. So like I knew that at some point I'm going to start getting passed on the left and the right by these teams that have been stacking picks for years and being non-competitive. So I sort of proactively, for the first time ever, decided to do a rebuild. I traded Josh Allen. I got a couple number 1 picks for him. I also got Jordan Love and some other guys. And for the last 2 years, I've been sort of trying to compete and rebuild at the same time. And it's funny how it worked out. I mean, I've gotten really fortunate. Like last year, I had 2 first-round picks, and I managed to get Neighbors and Brian Thomas. So I really couldn't have asked for much more than that. This year, I ended up getting Hampton. And then when I got to that 6th pick, after Hampton, Cam Ward goes 4, Trevion goes 5. So I did not anticipate Judkins getting to me. And I like the depth at running back in the class, and I love Travis Hunter. Like, love Travis Hunter. And I took Hunter over Judkins. And I have to be honest, every day I look at that and go, gosh, I'm not sure if I did the right thing. But sometimes you're in the middle of the first round and a special player is still on the board. You got to do it. And I did it.
No, I 100%
we'll see how it
agree.
works out. We can talk about Travis if you want.
Okay. I had the 101 in a draft. I was actually the 3rd best team in this league. The startup last year, somebody traded me their 1st round pick for a player.
Nice.
And he just turned out to be the worst player in the league. So I got the 101. Now this is a specialty league, I would say. All my leagues, I will tell everybody this, all my leagues are different. I don't play in the same league twice. So this is a
I used to be like that.
Somebody had an idea and I ran with it. And that's how I end up commissioning too many leagues, is because somebody has a cool idea. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. And then I just do it. We started last year with only rookies. And it was
That's fun.
Started from the bottom. So we only drafted rookies last year. Now this year we did the rookie draft. So now we only have players from 2024 and 2025. Anybody else, you can't pick them up. You'll lose your fab if you try to pick them up, and they'll get dropped from your roster.
Right. Got it.
So at 101, you have offensive players. We also threw IDP in there because you need more players to score points.
Yeah.
So naturally, 101 was Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
Had to be Travis Hunter. Like, this is
getting points for both sides. It's not
for
even
this league. Yeah. So
if you did a straight startup with everybody available, you'd take Travis Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
So
I mean, like,
so this was a no-brainer. You could find him in the wide receiver slot. He'd get.
You don't want to talk IDP with me though, because like I'm a complete idiot when it comes to IDP.
Yeah, we talked about it in the 1 o'clock hour, so we don't have to do that again.
Covered.
But yeah, no, I absolutely love the build that I have now in this league. I mean, we're talking Will Howard's my starting quarterback. Last year it was Spencer Rattler. So like I have a potential of having this starting quarterback finally. Bucky Irving, Roma Dunze, Tyler Warren, Travis Hunter, and we'll skip like 3 flex positions here because they're not great. Jalen Coker, Latu.
Coker's going to be interesting.
Latu, Dallas Turner, and Tyler Newman. So like I feel like I have a very, very solid team.
That's really interesting. I'm sort of joking. My man's been up and he's just listing players. How long you been up? When's the last time you slept?
24 hours ago.
Wow, dude. I can't even. I mean, look at me, man. I just had a bad night's sleep and I look like I'm about to die. I mean, I'm a Knick fan, so it's just a rough night. Like when the game was over, I couldn't just lay my head down. I just sit there and like, mostly I was still replaying game 1. It's just like all of those threes just raining in from like 25 feet. But
I'm sorry.
Nah, it's all good. But yeah, let's change the subject.
You're now the second Knick fan that I've talked to tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm from Indianapolis.
Hey, good, man. I'm glad. You know what? One thing I have to say that I've been all the way through this playoffs. I like Reggie Miller as an announcer, and it's hard for me to say that because I hate him so much. Because he broke my team's back so many times back in the day. But he's a really good announcer.
His back a couple of times. I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, look, yeah, I mean, but as a Knick fan, and actually Pacer fans, you guys are the same. Like, we don't get the titles, right? We get a lot of deep playoff runs. We get a lot of excitement. We get a lot of good players, a lot of good teams. But at the end of the season, we get pain. Like that's how it works. And this year, one of our teams, if it's pain this year, it's going to be bad pain because it's going to be a finals loss. Probably you guys. But anyway, so what do you want to do with rookies here? I mean, we can talk about the guys who I'm sort of different than consensus on. We can go through some guys.
Yeah, so I have a couple here. Who are the top 5 most influential rookies this season that will have an impact this season? Because every year we get probably about 4 or 5 guys who are.
So when you say influential, you mean
what?
What do you mean by influential?
So the ones that are going to be the most impactful. So the ones that are going to be in your starting lineup as a top 12 of their position, probably, or a top 24 of their position.
I mean, certainly I think the top 2 receivers can do it, McMillan and Hunter. A little bit, Carolina's somewhat tough to predict in terms of how they're going to roll as a team. Hunter, is it possible he plays more defense than we expect? And then the subsequent thing is, well, by extension, does that hurt his snap level on offense? Right? I mean, it's like 2 moving objects we're dealing with Hunter. A, how much defense does he play? B, what does that do to the amount of offense he's playing? So my feeling is that Hunter's going to play 70% or more of the snaps, and with him, that's going to make him a really dangerous player that should at least put him on the fringe of the wide receiver 2 discussion. And I think McMillan's a potential volume receiver who could hit right off the drop. So I think both of them, yes. I don't know if I see another receiver other than maybe like Jaden Higgins, who is in for like a big rookie year, just in terms of the way things lay out. I like Golden a lot, but that's a very competitive receiving group that he's in. And
but at the same time, like He could also just be the wide receiver one by
I doubt that.
sheer
I
default.
personally doubt that.
I think
don't-
Jaden Reed will still retain that title, but I think Matthew Golden has a opportunity just to take it over.
I don't see it personally. I like Golden, but I think he's a guy who will develop over seasons. So my feel there is that he will be good, probably be there to stretch the field, and to the extent that I don't think they're going to do anything to hold him back. Let's put it that way. So if he's ready to rock and roll and hit all of his routes on all 3 levels of the field, sure, he could be the number 1 guy there. But even the number 1 guy on that offense is going to be losing targets because there's so many functional receivers, 2 functional receiving tight ends, running backs who can catch the ball. So I think that offense, if you look at what they did, they want to be an ensemble offense. That's what they want. They want to be unpredictable. They want to use every blade of grass on the field. They want to stretch the field vertically and horizontally. They want to run. They want to be unpredictable. So I don't think that helps Golden's fantasy value. I do think he's a really good player.
So they're the Indiana Pacers of the NFL.
Well, yeah, maybe a little bit. And I think it's a good
Thunder,
thing. You know what I mean? I think if you're a Packer, you should be really happy right now about that offense. If Golden had gone, there are other teams he could have gone to that might have been better for his volume. But I think he's going to do really well there. I mean, I think he's going to be a good player.
What do you think about Trey Harris?
I like Trey Harris a lot. I think that location for him is really good because they want big, strong receivers. They like outside receivers who can block in the run game. Again, that's another team that wants to be unpredictable snap to snap. They're going to run a high percentage because they want to constantly show you the run. So they can, they like to pass from position to strength. And that's Harbaugh's. He's got that Bo Schembechler mentality, and he knows what he's doing. I mean, there's a lot of coaches who say, "Hey, we're going to run." Harbaugh means it. He really means it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to run.
Right, and they know how to scheme it up. It's not, nothing's accidental when it comes to Harbaugh. So they're going to execute it. They've got the offensive linemen to do it. And their tight ends act like offensive linemen some of the time. So I like that landing spot for Trey Harris quite a bit.
And last 2 wide receivers I'm going to ask you about. You mentioned Jaden Higgins. Also, Houston got Jalen Noel. They got 2 wide receivers from Iowa State to replace, Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell for the season to pair up with Nico Collins. Obviously, they have the opportunity to be wide receiver 2 and 3 on that team.
Yeah.
But
I think they will be.
let's think about the Patriots
against
years ago, where they drafted who we all thought we all took the gamble. Is it Jalen Polk? Is it Javon Baker? Which one's going to be the guy? And it turned out to be neither.
Yeah, I was on Pop Douglas. I was personally on Pop Douglas there. In terms of who was going to be the guy for
there
the
you go. So it's it's
and people have given up on Polk too early. Polk is one of those guys where people put it on him that he was going to be this player that he wasn't, and then he got faulted for not meeting expectations of other analysts. Right? A sober analysis of Polk would have been: this is a pretty good outside receiver on a team that wants to play power football, and he's probably going to develop over his first 3 years. So, I think people who have just dogged Polk off his rookie year, don't be shocked if this guy ends up being a decent football player down the line. Maybe not for fantasy, but I think he's a decent football player. The kid they drafted this year, I think, has a much better chance of being a separator and putting up stats. Williams.
Oh, Kyle Williams.
Yes, I like Kyle Williams. I love the way he gets out of
New England wide receiver.
Yeah. Well, okay. Now, but we talked about the guys last year. This kid could hit. It would not shock me if Williams hit. He does some really nice things. They need a receiver that does the things that he does. So if he shows up looking like he did in college, things are going to happen. Vrabel aside, Vrabel's what scares me there for Drake May and for the receivers. You got 2 running backs who are both very good, particularly the rookie. So I do, the startup we're talking about, I'm going to be looking at Drake May at some point, and that's going to be the thing I'm thinking about. Is Vrabel going to tank May's value? That's going to be the thing in the back of my head.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, you can't tank May's value, but
Josh McDaniels is there, which we know when Josh McDaniels is the offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots.
That is the positive. That's McDaniels definitely like assuming that like Vrabel doesn't axe him in the middle of the night. Like they're
Well,
like
I'm assuming with that the relationship that they already have from the Patriots organization that should
it should
be a
But
positive.
McDaniels is
but-
like a volatile dude. So
Yeah.
they're both volatile dudes. So I mean, it's right now we're in honeymoon mode. But I'm with you. I think you hit the right note. Like I think McDaniels is the thing. Like okay, because he's a tactician. He likes to get the ball out. You know, he likes to vary. He doesn't like to just pound the football. So that definitely helps. And I'm not off Drake May, but there are other head coaches that would have made me happier just for Drake May. I think the Patriots did the right thing by bringing in Vrabel.
Yeah. Let's switch over to the quarterback position. I mean, obviously Cam Ward is the top quarterback in this year's rookie drafts.
Yeah.
Because he is the for sure starter in week 1. Now,
Yeah.
let's think about some of the
I don't have a lot on the quarterbacks. Just, I mean, I'm not that high on them. I'm high on Ward.
That's where I'm at too. I actually have compared this draft a lot to, dare I say it, the Kenny Pickett draft, where there was one first-round quarterback and a bunch of guys just there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big Milroe guy. I mean, I understand what people like about him, and certainly he's got that, you know, that foot point ceiling if he hits. I wouldn't deny that. But I'm just not a huge fan of him processing from the neck up. So I just don't know if that's going to work out.
Milroe
So
has a lot of. I feel like if it was Nick Saban that was still coaching him, like we would be talking about a different Milroe in a way. But
I just don't like the way he sees the game. I don't think it's going to happen personally. I mean, it doesn't mean it can't. I mean, who am I? But
he gives me a lot of Jalen Hurts vibes in a way. Like Jalen Hurts was drafted, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts was a big time player in the big spot, though. I mean, Jalen Hurts did some amazing things in college.
He didn't start that way.
Really,
in the NFL,
the thing about Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts' heart rate goes down in big spots.
Yeah,
that's rare.
Well, it does now, but when he started in the NFL, it wasn't quite that. He almost got benched. They almost drafted another quarterback, and they were like, "No, let's."
Well, he's a third-round pick.
I
mean, I hear you, but if you go back and watch his film from all the different places he played in college, he's always a leader of men. He's always sort of standing up in the big spot. So I like Jalen Hurts. I'm a fan.
I don't like Alabama in general. I have never thought an Alabama quarterback is ever good in the NFL, and currently the jury's still out on Tua.
You're doing all right with that.
But ever since Jalen Hurts was benched in the national championship, I actually have liked Jalen Hurts more.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did what they did. I mean,
underdog story type of thing at that point.
Saban knows his guys. So anyway, Milroe, not real big on him. Shador, I like probably above consensus, but you know what happened to him, you know, that really shrouds his value.
I was going to talk about the backups here, and the ones that have the highest opportunity to make an impact here. So we're talking, you know, obviously Jackson Dart was drafted in the first round. Currently, he's QB3 on his team. Tyler Shaw, is it Shuck?
Yeah, Shuck. I've been
Probably,
mispronouncing Tyler Shuck for a while. I finally got it down.
I just heard it was Shuck 2 hours ago. So probably going to be the starting quarterback. So he's got opportunity there. But Shador Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Will Howard, Quinn Ewers.
I'm not real enthused about any of them, to be honest. The only guy that I'm above consensus on is Shuck, actually. Like if I were the Giants, I would have just stuck for Shuck. I wouldn't have traded up for Dart. But hey, you know, we'll see. I'm below consensus on Jackson Dart. I don't personally see it. What everybody else is seeing with him. I do see some good things. When I did the Harris film, my film work on Harris, I did say, you know, wow, this kid's got a decent quarterback. Like, you know, Dart does make some throws. I don't want to like make it sound like he can't play at all. But trading up into the first round for Jackson Dart, that I did not see.
Yeah.
Personally. And Cam Ward, I'm with you. I love him.
This could just be, I'm not even a huge love Ward. I drafted him because I needed a quarterback. So.
Sure. I like him.
I like personally, I think Cam Ward won't be the starting quarterback for the Titans in 4 years.
Wow.
Now this could be my Titan hate. I live in Indianapolis, but
I mean, a team can ruin a player. But I like if Cam Ward flops, I think it's probably the Titans ruining him versus him being bad. So
And the Titans do that a lot.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a new team. It's a new era, right? New coaches. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I haven't
let's
had
see.
to take any awards, so I'm not personally stressed about it. I did take Tyler Shuck ahead of Cam Scattaboo, which I have to say. Actually, no, I didn't. I took Tootin ahead of Scattaboo, hoping I had my natural pick in the second round of that draft we were talking about, and then I had the 9th pick, and I'm sitting there going, I want Scattaboo and I want Tootin. And I took Tootin hoping Scattaboo would stay on the board 3 more spots. He didn't. And the one regret I have is maybe if I'd taken Scattaboo, Tootin would have made it to me and I could have gotten both. So that was, I ended up taking Shuck there. But Scattaboo and Tootin, that's one of my tougher decision points for me. I don't know about you, but I am a big fan of Bashal Tootin.
I wasn't drafting late in the rounds, so I didn't
Mhm.
end up. I think maybe I had Scattaboo. I have him currently ranked above Tootin.
Yeah, no, it's most people do.
Yeah.
I saw Scattaboo go 4 overall in a
That's
rookie
crazy.
draft.
That's crazy.
4 overall.
Absolutely crazy.
I agree.
There are
some
4 running
people
backs
who
that I would take
really.
before him.
Oh yeah, no, I mean
Easily.
yeah, but I mean the only reason I bring it up is there are some people who have a really strong belief in Cam Scattaboo, and I do like him. I really do, which is why I was brokenhearted that he went in front of me and I took Shuck. But the reason I went Tootin over Scattaboo, and this is going to sound weird, but I was buying into Jacksonville. Whereas, I like Cohen. I think he's okay, and he's going to have some time to do his thing down there. Whereas with the Giants, they could do a brain trust switch, in the near future, and then you're looking at a new person coming in who maybe doesn't like Scattaboo. So when it came down to that, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get the new regime that really leaned into this player, and I'm just going to go that way. And I happen to like Tootin a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, that's exactly why we started fading Scattaboo down our rankings, is because well, maybe Brian Dable's not there next year. And then somebody else comes in, and you have the same situation when you went from Urban Meyer to Doug Peterson to now Liam Cohen. You go from, James Robinson was great as an undrafted rookie.
Right.
And then, okay, bye.
Yeah. And he trashed his foot.
Now here's Travis Etienne. And now it's like, great. All right. Bye.
I mean, and both of those guys got severely damaged physically.
Yeah.
I think both of those guys are good backs. But yeah, I mean, Robinson wasn't the kind of guy who had enough of an edge to have, what did he have, an Achilles, I think?
He had several injuries, I think, that ended up derailing.
He's a good back. Like, I mean, I would put him in the category of maybe like a Ray Davis or somebody on Buffalo, who I like a ton. But like Ray Davis can't have an Achilles injury and come back and be great. I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's that. Like, you have to be a really talented guy to come through an injury like that.
So the thing that concerns me about like Tootin and like the Jacksonville offense is with Liam Cohen coming in. Let's just think about the Buccaneers offense last year, and they had 2 really great wide receivers. Jacksonville has 2 really good wide receivers. I'm not gonna say great yet. They're not on Chris Godwin and Mike Evans level yet. They've got an unknown type. I mean, they probably will. They will be there. Let's be honest.
Godwin and Evans were never on their level either. I mean, I know what you're saying, because you're talking about 2 guys who. I mean, Evans is going to go in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I don't know if Godwin, certainly, if he'd never had an injury, had a shot.
I don't think he will. But
my point is,
Reggie Wayne's not in there.
Let me just make this point. Neither one of those guys can run with either one of the Jacksonville guys.
Oh no,
right?
No.
And so I mean, like, when you're matching up with Evans and Godwin, that's a bitch, no doubt. But trying to match up with these Jacksonville guys, good luck. I mean, good luck. I mean, most teams maybe have one corner who could cover either one of them. So I mean, those guys are going to just be an absolute matchup nightmare.
Travis Hunter was definitely I hate that he's in Jacksonville type of situation, because like matched up on the other side of Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be insane.
It's a catch-22. Well, maybe it's early for both of us. But yeah, it's not. I think it's not the best landing spot. Clearly, I mean, he could have had a better one, but I definitely think it's upper half, just because. And I mean, maybe it's me, and it's funny. All off season, and the people who listen to my podcast know this, but I've been on Hunter the whole time, and I've never understood this fixation that he's going to be a cornerback. It never made any sense to me. And there were really big fantasy outlets who did not rank Hunter. They did not rank him. I'm not gonna throw out their names. I'm not here to make anyone look stupid, but they just put him as a corner. They didn't even rank him as a receiver. I'm sorry, but that's just insane. And there's a bunch of reasons why, when you look at the way the NFL works, it makes more sense for him to be a high snap receiver and a cornerback drop in than the reverse, because you need reps to be a receiver. You don't need as many reps to be a corner. You don't need to be in sync with a bunch of other guys to play corner, right?
Yeah.
But with receiver, you need to know every little nuance and angle of each play. It's really important to be there when they do all the installs and all that stuff. So I always felt that when it comes right down to it, this guy's going to go really high in the draft, and any team that takes him is going to want that huge offensive impact. Now maybe there are NFL teams out there that disagree with me. There probably are, but so that's the point. Going to Jacksonville, I think they see him as a massive offensive weapon who can help them win games as a defensive player too.
Yeah. So back to that comparison here, talking about the
Sorry
running
about
back. No, this is why we're here. Talking about that running back position a little bit. We, I mean, they have Rashad White starting out as the guy, Travis Etienne. Then you have
My hair is
Bucky
brutal.
Irving,
Sorry.
you have Bucky Irving come in, maybe Tank Bixby. Then you had Sean Tucker come in and Tootin. Like, they used all three guys, and any week one of them popped off, and it was
right.
which guy. That's the part
this
where
year-
I don't want to deal with the Jacksonville running back room, because which one's going to get the workload?
For redraft, I'm with you for redraft. But Tootin's a second round pick, maybe later for some people. Like, some people are getting him in the third. So on that level, to me, he's just like a really easy smash. But I mean, I can see why people would have concerns about him. I think there's a tendency to just get a little too confident with these incoming running backs. We pick the ones we like, and then we just start creating narratives how it's all going to work.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to remember, let me just, okay. Jadon Blue. Here's a good example. Like, I'm hearing people get on Jadon Blue to an extent that I find to be a little crazy. And I like Jadon Blue. Don't get me wrong. He's very exciting. He's very fast. In the pass game, God knows what he might be able to do in the right offense. But I have two problems with what's going on right now. One, I think people have. It pains me to say this because it's just like a really boring place to go. But I think people are really underestimating Javonte Williams. I'm not sure why people have decided that Javonte is just pure dust. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a classic example of we overrated him, and now we want to sort of make him go away. But the truth of the matter is, this guy just got paid. He's probably going to be the lead back for the Cowboys. He is good at the little things. He's a good pass blocker. He's a better receiver, I think, than people realize. And like, the idea that a tiny little running back who has no experience in the NFL, who's got like 8.2-inch hands, is going to come in and lead a backfield. Hey, good luck with that. Good luck with that. And I like the player. But
we're talking 5'9", 196 pounds wet.
Yeah.
Like,
I know I like Jadon Blue, but inexperienced, small back. I mean, I don't like to just
I saw a
disregard guys because they have small hands, but 8.25 is tiny.
I saw a screenshot. Maybe you posted the screenshot, actually. Somebody drafted Jadon Blue at 106.
No, really? Wow. Yeah, that's just insane. So, and again, I'm not trying to trash Jadon Blue. I think he's an exciting young player, but I think the Cowboys went a little early on him, and I think people are now leaning into the 40 time and the draft capital and thinking this guy's like all that in a bag of chips. Just be careful with that. Similarly, I think another back who I like, Jarquez Hunter. right? I think people are probably gaining, a little bit too much confidence on him because the two backs in front of him are material. They matter. They're not bad. And go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah.
I think everybody thought. Well, not everybody, but I mean, I thought that Corum was going to make a bigger impact last year. But the thing I forgot is that McVay makes backs really earn their playing time. And to play running back for the Rams, you have to have the entire offense in your head. It's really important. So, for Hunter to just leapfrog these other two guys and make an impact as a rookie, if he does that, I'm going to be really impressed. And I like him as a back. But I think people have toss the other two backs aside too easily. They're good backs.
Yeah.
And here's another example. I think if you look at who's a good example. Let me find a guy here. Brashard Smith. Like I think Brashard Smith should be talked about in the same vein as Jadon Blue and Hunter, but he's not.
He's not.
So
You're absolutely right.
So to me, I would much rather hang back and take a Brashard Smith than lean in and take a Jadon Blue. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. There's a position we have not talked about.
Sure.
And it's the position that nobody likes to talk about in this draft, apparently.
It's my favorite one. Your tight end, right?
Yeah.
Talking tight end.
What do you think of the
I'm like, I love them.
I do too.
I think when all is said and done, the gap between Bowers and these two guys might not be as big as people think. And Bowers is a special player, but these guys are special players. Now Warren doesn't have he's not as sudden as Bowers, and he doesn't have the long speed that Bowers have. But I mean, his ability to just run routes, make catches, and I think he's underrated after the catch. He could be a massive volume weapon. And I don't want to start going off on him and then like make it sound like I like him more than Loveland, because in all honesty, if these guys were like same exact landing spot, I would have to flip a coin. And neither one of them got a landing spot, which sucks. They both landed in places where they're caught in pretty deep, talented depth charts. Like there's a lot of receiving talent on both teams. And then, tight end's a slow developing position. And in Warren's case, you might even have a legitimate quarterbacking problem. So I wish they'd gone to places where it's like, oh, they're going to be the number 2 weapon in this offense, and we like the relationship with the quarterback, and like where I could just lean into these guys. But I'm concerned with both, that the fantasy goodness that we're eventually going to get might be year 2 and year 3 versus year 1.
I mean, I don't hate that. I don't even hate that because I'm not trying to say that like Tyler Warren's either of these two players I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, I love both.
Travis Kelce finished as tight end 658 his rookie season. He played one game. He got nothing.
Yeah. And he was, remember, Kelce had microfracture surgery before he got to the NFL, if I'm not mistaken.
In year 2 and 3 for him, he finished as tight end 9. And then he followed it up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tight end 1 seasons, a tight end 2, a tight end 1, 3, and then 5.
Yeah. Do Antonio Gates.
Yeah. So it's like,
go do
okay, maybe
Gonzalez.
they don't produce in year 1, but that doesn't mean they won't produce in year 2, 3, 5, 7, 25. Like
I think both of these guys are going to be top 5 tight ends for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way. Now, when they actually get into the top 5, we can debate. But
yeah,
I believe that they're going to get there. And once they do, they're going to be there a while.
And I'm not saying Brock Bowers or Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland are Brock Bowers, but we're talking about quarterback situations with Tyler Warren. Yeah. That is the biggest hiccup where everybody's like, he's not a first round pick. He's a second, maybe even a third round pick because of this position. But who was Brock Bowers' quarterback last year?
Yeah, well, tight end is a position where we can get too hung up on the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I'm worried about Warren in terms of the quarterback is that Richardson, who I actually probably like, I'm above consensus on Richardson, but I just think there are when you look at Downs and his ability to separate, and they have outside weapons, good ones, how does Warren become a volume target as a rookie? So you're looking at a quarterback who may not always see it when it's there, and you're looking at a depth chart where there's just so many places to throw the ball. It's just really easy to see how he might not do. His rookie stats may not be commensurate with his performance. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Like he may play 9 out of 10, but his stats look more like 6 out of 10.
Yeah. And in year 2, it might be better. They might have a different quarterback. We'll see.
Yeah, they might have a different quarterback. I mean, maybe Richardson takes a step forward. Maybe one of the receiving options isn't as much of a factor. I mean, there's things evolve. Absolutely. I'm with you.
I mean, I've probably said it twice already. I'll say it for the hopefully last time tonight. I think Richardson does take a step forward. He has to take a step forward because it's either take a step forward or
you're out.
There's no more. Like you're done. And he's 22 years old. He's played 15 whole games. He's one of 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL to score 10 rushing touchdowns, 10 passing touchdowns in this first 15. So it's
I really am.
I am too. And but I'm also like, I'm trying to be smart about this like, I don't want to get like, oh, Richardson forever. No, he needs to be better. That's the thing. He has to be better. And if he isn't, then it's time to move on.
He could end up on the Justin Fields,
backup quarterback
track
route
where he could be somewhere else. And then, but he's definitely to me the kind of guy who will get another shot if it falls apart here because he's just too talented not to. I've talked about this before, but I think sometimes with these quarterbacks who are, running quarterbacks per se, teams fall into this place where they put so much value on their future that they hold back the running thing. And I think hopefully the Jets get there with Fields this year where it's like, hey, we signed this guy to a 2-year deal. It's not crazy money. We didn't put our, the 2nd or 3rd overall pick into this player. Let's unleash this guy. Let's just do whatever the playbook says we should be doing with him. Let him run, right? And I think that's important with especially younger running quarterbacks that you do that. Like, don't be fearful. Like, don't, oh, we're going to have him throw more because we don't want him to get hurt. Well, he's going to fail.
Yeah.
How about do it if he's not ready to throw and you don't want him to run, well, then develop him off. Don't have him start. But, throwing him out there and then not having him use his money skill, I think is a mistake that a lot of these teams make with some of these younger quarterbacks. And the Jets did it with Zach Wilson, who should have been a running quarterback. But they tried to play him day one and make him into a pocket guy, and look what you get.
Yeah.
Bad.
FF Philosopher here. Thoughts on Fannin? He's been polarizing for many.
I like Fannin.
Peel the curtain back.
I like him a lot.
He has him at tight end 2 in this class.
Wow. I do not have him at tight end 2.
I don't know.
No, I there's nothing I could do to get him.
I think his opportunity to even be tight end 1 on his own team is much harder to get to.
He's not.
Than Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland.
He's got to battle Njoku.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, he's not seeing the field for a while.
Yeah.
Unless Njoku goes down. I mean, Njoku's a beast. I mean, Njoku's he's so good. So yeah, but the thing is, if you're buying into a tight end, Fannin's what, a 3rd or a 4th round rookie pick or something like that. So I don't need that guy to break out for me. Like, I'm happy to take Fannin if I get him in a nice place and let him develop behind Njoku. That's fine.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think actually I only asked you the one. I mean, I asked you more than the one question I have for you. If you had to pick 2 players that are being drafted in the 1st round that will bust, like
in rookie drafts,
in rookie drafts, in a career bust.
Wow, that's a tough one. Because I don't see a lot of busts in the 1st round, to be honest. But I'll go with Jackson Dart. Would be 1. And then the guy I'm gonna go with as my 2 is one of my absolute favorite players. Okay. But I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Harvey. So I think his bust rate maybe is higher than the 4 backs in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the other angle is that his ceiling may be higher than anybody's. So I'm willing to take that bust risk with Harvey because I think he's conceivably the RB1 in the class. Conceivably. I'm not saying he is, but I think if you look at the landing spot, and if you look at Peyton's history when he does love a running back, and the fact that that team can block, and the fact that the team is already got a quarterback who knows what's up, if Harvey hits, he could hit like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
But he does have a bust factor because he's an older back. He hasn't been a running back as long as some of the other backs. So if again, I'm going from the question itself. Like, I don't think Egbuka is a bust. I don't think either one of the tight ends are a bust. I don't think any one of the big four running backs is a bust. And I don't think Hunter or McMillan is a bust. So we get to Dart and Harvey. Process of elimination.
I actually will probably lean towards the Ohio State running backs.
As busts? Okay. Wow. That's
potential
that's
bust.
bold. That's bold.
I'm going back to, the same thing I had with the Alabama quarterbacks. Outside of Ezekiel Elliott, when was the last time Ohio State produced a NFL running back that has lasted more than a couple years? A year, 2 years?
Well, I mean,
I can't say like all Ohio State running backs are the same. Obviously, they're not.
Right.
Now you have
now I have to go back through my brain and remember all the backs. But I mean, like, Dobbins is a heck of a back. I mean,
but
he's
injury
been destroyed.
histories, and if
Yeah,
you
but I
draft
mean,
him
I
in the
can't.
first
I'm not
round-
going to sit there and blame Ohio State because the guy's had knee injuries.
Oh
You
no,
know
no,
what I mean?
no! Don't.
Right.
I'm just
right. So
Yeah.
and I'm just saying, like cause and effect. Like, if a guy's had a bad injury outcomes, I'm not going to I still give Ohio State credit for producing Dobbins, a very good running back.
Yeah.
It sucks what's happened to him, but
Trayvon Henderson. The two running backs remind me a lot of like Trace. They're better than Trey Sermon. But it kind of gives me. that
Oh,
feeling,
okay. Well,
everybody
Sermon,
loved
yeah.
Trey Sermon, and then
I liked Sermon. I didn't love him. I think I overestimated Sermon a little bit in terms of processing. Like, I thought he would see the game a little bit better than he does. But Sermon's still in the league for a reason. He's a big guy, who runs hard.
barely, but yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
yeah.
there.
He's got that NFL body.
Yeah, that's fair. He's got that. Hey, our running back's getting beat up. Can you go take a couple hits for us?
No, he hasn't made it. He's sort of in the marginally better than Royce Freeman zone.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But Freeman's another back where he had a lot of backers. I didn't hate Freeman. He's a little bit of a one-speed back, but sometimes guys like that are tough to figure out what's going to make them fail. And now we know with both of those guys.
Yeah. Well, Pete, I really appreciate you coming on this morning and talking about.
Thanks for having me.
A bunch of rookies. It's what you always want to talk about at 7 o'clock in the morning every day of your life. So,
hey, I'm just
we
getting
appreciate
going,
that.
man. I'm sorry we have to stop.
No, it's. If you want to talk for a little bit with Jeff, I'm sure Jeff has some rookie questions for you too.
I'll hang out as long as you guys want to have.
I might take a slight bio break here for a second, and Jeff, I'll let you ask your questions, man. Welcome back, by the way. Good morning.
You guys are. I don't know how you guys are doing this, by the way.
So crazy.
Justin is the rock star here. I got a little bit of sleep, so I don't know how he's hanging in there.
I was looking at the schedule, though. You got a busy day ahead of you.
We got 12 more hours. If you're now joining us on YouTube or wherever you're finding us, we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization for the fantasy. I keep trying to say the Fantasy Network, the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar we raise goes directly to those that are in need in those hospitals to help cure them, help fix them, all the things. They are the true orphan team.
Articulation is tough when
they're the team that really needs the help right now. So every dollar we raise goes directly to them. It doesn't see us. It goes straight there. You can find a donation link in the description of this video underneath us at extralife.org.
I will share it on Blue Sky right now.
Yeah, thank you. But I will give you guys a couple minutes, and Jeff, I'll talk to you guys here very soon.
See you in a few.
All right. I just redid my repost of the Children's Miracle Network. Okay. So what's up, man?
Not much. got a little bit of sleep. My dogs, I was trying to get a little bit more. My dogs weren't cooperating this morning, so took care of them and grabbed some coffee.
I'm a dog person. I'm not allowed to have dogs though, because everybody but me in my house is allergic. So I'm jealous. Yeah, I grew up with German Shepherds.
Well, my wife and I have sheepadoodles, and there's the two things we loved about them. I mean, there are more reasons than just these two, but one was they're hyperallergenic, and two, they hardly shed. Well, the hyperallergenic is probably true, and but the shedding, I don't know. I mean, I can't even imagine if we had like a golden retriever, because these dogs don't shed, and we have dog hair everywhere.
We had, when I was growing up, we had 2 huge German Shepherds, and I mean, the shedding in the spring was just, oh my God, it's just clumps. Anyway, that's sort of gross. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
So, how are you doing with the rookie class? We didn't even get to like a lot of the stuff I was planning to talk about. Well, actually, we did. But one of the tougher. Have you been in the spot where you had to choose between like Caleb Johnson and Harvey? Is that an easy choice for you? It's a pretty easy choice for me, but it seems like in terms of ADP, it seems like it's been a decision point for some people.
Yeah, I'd probably go Harvey.
Yeah, me too.
I've not been, unfortunately, in a lot of my drafts, I haven't had a lot of draft picks because I traded a lot of them away last year trying to compete, and
it's been that kind of year.
Yeah, and so I mean,
had that
it was
2 years ago. It's brutal.
Yeah. Like we just had the one draft that just completed in our IDP dynasty, and that was we have 6 rounds there, and I think I had a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder. I think I traded up for another 4th rounder, and so I didn't get anybody I wanted. But
3 years ago, I had that same thing, and it was like I sat there for 3 rounds watching, and it was just killing me. And then I started trading like future 4ths and 5ths just to get in and make picks, and it was like, what am I doing? But there's that that FOMO thing starts happening,
It does, and you really want to, you have to fight the urge of suddenly moving your future picks to try to get up, just to grab a player, and you have to kind of talk yourself off a ledge. And I've done that a few times. The only reason, and what makes it harder for me, because I'm the commissioner of the league, so I have to pay attention to what's going on. If I could just, if I was just another GM, I could just ignore it and not even worry about it.
Out of sight.
But when you're seeing these picks, you see somebody sitting out there. It's like, oh, I could trade up. I could get them, and it's so that's
right,
tough.
It's like a double prong effect, because the fact that you're not involved in the draft means all your sleepers are going to stay on the damn board, right? Because you're not there to take them. So so a guy who might have gone mid-second is still sitting there late second because you weren't there to take him. That stuff can get frustrating.
So I heard your conversation on tight ends and so on, and the two top picks.
Yeah.
What are your feelings about Mason Taylor?
Well, I'm a Jet fan, as much as you can be a Jet fan. Meaning if I had to root for an NFL team, it would be the Jets. But they break your soul. So I've done a lot of extra film work on him since he went to the Jets. I think he's good, but the problem is the Jets aren't going to be a volume throwing team, right? So he's going to have at least 2 things working against him as a rookie. He's going to have a quarterback who doesn't pepper guys with volume, and he's going to have that traditional tight end curve. And I think he falls into it. So I like him as a guy you draft now for later. I don't think like rookie numbers is happening.
I think I agree. I think with him and Seattle, Arroyo.
I like Arroyo a lot.
Yeah, so do I.
He's got Fant in front of him, but I like Arroyo. He was the guy that I thought I was sort of targeting before the NFL draft, but then he got Seahawks leaned in on him a little bit, and then that dream died, unfortunately. But I like Arroyo a lot. He's explosive.
Well, my partner on Fantasy Studs and Suds here on the FantasyNow Plus Network, Pudge LePage, he absolutely loves him. He feels he's going to fit in more as kind of a combo tight end slot receiver. So he thinks he's going to get a lot of that action, even though JSN's there. And, we had a long conversation last night about Cooper Kupp, but he's really excited. What's that?
The head coach has talked about playing him at X. So who the hell knows?
Arroyo?
Yeah. I've heard.
Oh, wow.
It was sort of thrown out there like an idea. I don't think it wasn't said in such a way like this guy's going to be our X, but I think I'm just trying to load onto your point, which is this guy's got diversity to his game, where he can line up and where he can run. And to what you were saying before about Mason, for people who are thinking about him, I think here's the hook on the buy-in with Mason is if you look at the Jets and you look at the makeup of the team, the Jets have leaned in to their tackles. They purchased 2 elite tackles in the last 2 drafts, and I happen to really like both of them. Not that I'm into saying nice things about the Jets, but their left and right tackles have just a boatload of talent. That could free up Mason Taylor in future years to run more routes because the Jets protect on the edges probably really well. So he's probably not going to – they can put their right and left tackle on an island and let their tight end run routes. And that could help Mason Taylor a lot in 25 and 26.
Yeah, I think he's definitely a good, like you said, a good taxi squad stash. Let him sit there and let him develop. And I think but those are 2, once you get past the big 2 in the rookie draft, those are the 2 that I target.
I really like this class. I thought there were 6 guys who I thought had legit fantasy potential, but only 2 who had rookie fantasy potential, unless Fannin got a great landing spot, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Guy in the middle, you still there?
I'm here.
To music?
No, actually, I'm not. I'm here. Promise, yes.
I like as a thought experiment. I want to not go to bed, wake up, and start podcasting at 6 o'clock. Well, not wake up at 6 a.m. and start podcasting. I can't even imagine what's going through your head right now, or what's not going through your head right
now. My whole house just woke up within the last 30 minutes, so it's.
Oh, so now you have dad responsibility on top of this. Nice.
I don't have kids. I have 2 dogs and a wife.
Okay. There you go. Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm envious.
I during the little break, I was hearing them screaming outside, neighbors walking by our yard. So
I'm about to have both of my adult kids living back in the house. So yeah, we got we have an interesting summer coming up here. We love them. Don't get me wrong. But we're gonna be really full. Do you guys? Is there anybody in this rookie class where you guys are just like, I can't figure this player out. I just want somebody else to take him. I mean, I've got a couple of them. One of them's Luther Burden.
Burden's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble valuing Luther Burden.
He's entering in as wide receiver 3, which is exactly what Ramadunza came into, but he has the ability to actually be the slot receiver. And Odunze can get moved to the outside. I mean, he's basically filling in the Keenan Allen position from last year. Burden is, but he's much smaller than Keenan Allen, so it's interesting.
And I mean, if you had said to me 3 months ago, is Luther Burden going to be a full-time slot guy? I would have been like, no. He doesn't run his route work doesn't say that at all to me. But maybe they're going to scheme the slot to do a lot of different things. Maybe the slot isn't going to be traditional slot. I love Burden after the catch. Just love him. Love him after the catch. So if they can get this guy the ball and get him running, he's going to do a lot of damage. They did such a good job freeing him up in college that I don't have a feel for how well he's going to free himself up. That's my big thing with Burden.
Well, where's my okay? So last year, I mean, he had 261 slot snaps last year, only 36 outside.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. I mean, they're constantly running him. I mean, and I don't know what they include as a slot snap. I mean, he lined up H-back. He lined up in the backfield. They would, put him in motion, put him in bunches, like anything to keep him off of the line of scrimmage from getting pressed. Now, I don't know if they're doing that because he's so much the first option, or if they're doing that because he's struggling with the press. I don't know. I honestly don't have the answer to it, and that's what bugged me.
Yeah, I mean, he is a question mark there.
Yeah, but I mean, he's such an exciting player. So he's one of those guys where it's like, I'm not really taking Luther Burden, but every time I have to watch him go by, I'm like, I might regret this. It's one of those.
What about Matthew Golden?
We already talked about him. I'm a big fan of Matthew Golden. I just don't think that Green Bay is necessarily a great spot for him because I think they have so many guys, and I think they're good players. I mean, I don't know if Dubs is there much longer, but he's an underrated player. I don't know how long it's going to take the big dog to get back. That's a nasty ACL, but he's a freak. So you've got multiple freaks there. Obviously, I think both of the tight ends there are really good players, and so I just think it's an ensemble offense, and that's where I just don't see Golden becoming, a guy I don't see 10 target games in his future as a rookie. I just don't see it.
I've passed on him a few times where you were talking about players you just don't know what to do with, and I've passed on him a few times for that very reason. You don't know what the ensemble cast is a great way of putting it. You don't know if they're going to move Reed. Dobbs, is he going to stick around? There's a lot of question marks, and so for the first couple of years, I don't know what to expect out of him.
Yeah, and I really do like him as a player. So I don't want to dog the kid as a player. It wouldn't shock me if he ends up being really good. And at some point, maybe he is absolutely the volume guy on that team. But similar to Burden, like how does the rookie breakout happen? I don't. It's certainly easier for Golden than Burden. But yeah, I'm not jumping in with both feet for fantasy. I really like him in reality.
Yeah, agreed. Too bad he's with Green Bay, but that's all right.
Look, long term, I'm sure he'll be fine in Green Bay. But I mean, they just have so many guys who are good. I like the guys who are already there. But by the same token, with the injuries, they needed a field stretcher. So I think, and they got one.
Yeah.
So, like for you, Pete, where you've suffered many, many years as a Jets fan, I suffered a lot of years as a Lions fan. Things have obviously changed over the last few years, but I have definitely felt your pain for many years.
My pain isn't as bad as you would think, because it was about 6 or 7 years ago, I made the choice that the Jets don't get access to my heart. Like they no longer get access. Like they're not allowed to hurt me, So I have a much more intellectual relationship with the Jets now. I mean, if they're gonna get good, I'll jump back in and start rooting actively, but I'm not gonna just put my heart and soul on the table for them to step on every year. Like they don't deserve the right, if that makes any sense. You can tell I'm damaged. It's bad. It's a totality of damage. I was a really big Jet fan for a really long time. I did season tickets for 10 years. I've probably been to 100 Jet games. So I paid my dues, and you get to a point as a Jet fan where it's like, well, how much pain is rational for a human to take? At some point you have to start protecting your soul. But back to Golden, it's not that I don't love Golden. It's that I really like Christian Watson, and I really like Jaden Reed, and I like Romeo Dubs. And you never know when Wicks is going to start hanging onto the damn football. And I think a lot of people have sort of I was a big believer of Tucker Kraft when he came out. And I warned people, you can go back and listen to my podcast, be real careful with Musgrave. Everybody was really into Musgrave because he had straight line speed. But Tucker Kraft's better at football. And that's sort of played out. But now I'm sort of reminding people, don't forget about Musgrave because he's now a third-year tight end, right? He's now been developing. He's now healthy again. We might see that straight line speed and the fact that he's been learning the system for a couple of years. He could start making plays. So that's why I talk about ensemble here. When you look at Musgrave and Tucker and all the receivers, you could have a lot of games where nobody's getting 7 targets.
Well, and that's the problem with Green Bay. And from a fantasy perspective, we had a conversation last night during the stream where we talked about the Cincinnati Bengals. They were talking about best teams for fantasy, and we were talking about Justin even brought up the fact that the Cincinnati Bengals. The problem is you never know who's going to who's going to get the target share at any given time. So you play Chase, and I mean you're never going to go wrong with playing Chase, but I mean you're starting Chase and suddenly Higgins goes off. You have Higgins and you start him and he can have 2 down. It's the volatility sometimes when you have so many stud players on a team is sometimes hard to address. I'd rather have somebody like JSN in Seattle where he's going to be the featured receiver. So
yeah,
a lot of times that's what I do. I'm targeting the person who's just going to get the shares, or they're going to get the targets.
I mean, it's like I think Chase still pays off at his price. And sometimes, and maybe it's better to flip this, but I mean, I like targeting Higgins if I get at the right value on him, because to your point, now I've got hidden value, because if Chase misses time, Higgins becomes sort of a monster, so I don't want to lean into Higgins. I don't want to pay up for him, but I'm very happy to let him fall to me because of what you're talking about. I had a long discussion a few years ago with Rich Rebar, Lord Reeves, and he sort of got me into this whole frame of thought that you should always think about how the targets are going to flow if X happens. And I've gotten more into doing that every year. That's why it's good to have Rich on your podcast. Like he straightens your head out sometimes. And I think, teams that have those monsters, if you let them fall to you, it can really work for you. But yeah, overpaying for guys who are in, a dogfight, like think of the kitchen table. There's like 6 kids and 4 pork chops. Like you really, like I was in a family with 2 kids. I didn't have to fight at the dinner table. I had friends where there was 4 and 5 kids and nobody got enough. Mom never made enough food. So it's that kind of team. So I'm with you. You do have to be careful with these teams where there's just not enough to go around. And then you have teams where it's the opposite, right? Like, how do you not buy into CD Lamb last year? Like, the volume was just like the projected volume was just, I mean, it ended up not working out. Dak got hurt, all kinds of crap went wrong. But those situations where you've got like unnatural projected volume, Neighbors could be that kind of player this year. I like those situations. A couple years ago, do you remember Keenan Allen? I think it was maybe his second year. He had a target flow because like all the other receivers got hurt, and he was getting like 11, 12 targets a game. And I remember talking to people the next year. It's like, guys, the rest of the offense is going to be healthier. Part of that was just an unnatural target load. Like sometimes we need to be able to remember how these things came to pass.
Yeah, sometimes the players, like we were talking earlier. I don't even remember what hour at this point, but we were talking about just quarterbacks and league.
Your name is Justin. You're on a live.
Yeah, well, my name is Justin. Something about Extra Life. We're raising money. We were talking about how sometimes that 15th best quarterback's not actually the 15th best quarterback, or QB5 might not actually be QB5 that year. Baker Mayfield will always have like that top 10 season. But there were also 10 quarterbacks missing that year. Now, he did go on and have even a better year the following year, but I could have easily seen Baker Mayfield fall back into the 20s because there were 10 quarterbacks missing that season. So sometimes things are skewed because of key injuries. An entire position gets injured in a season.
Absolutely.
It can get crazy.
You can hear, I don't know if you guys are hearing my stomach growl. Apologies. Yeah, I mean, I think this year in particular is a pretty good year for, to just sit and wait on quarterbacks, because I think there's going to be some guys. I mean, I shudder to even say this out loud, but I mean, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, if Trevor Lawrence bombs this year, so long, bro. I mean, you're not going to get a better chance than to throw to these 2 guys. So, will people's hesitancy to buy into Trevor Lawrence, turn him into a real value? It could. He's just one example. But I'd be willing to sit there, wait it out, let everybody take a quarterback, and then just take Trevor Lawrence late. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it turns me on. I'm just saying, yeah.
But I
Excuse
can't
that
recall
phrasing.
exactly.
That was weird.
Yeah, he was really. I mean, he was having until he went down. I mean, I don't remember where he was. He was top 10 QB until he went down. Correct at that point.
I mean, he can throw. I mean, we can talk about his limitations. I mean, I think that's the problem we get into in fantasy sometimes, in NFL in general, is we define guys by their limitations instead of their projections. Like you can have a lot of quarterback, again, a lot of limitations as a quarterback, and if you play in a good offense, you're gonna like Brock Purdy. Like if Brock Purdy was a Jet, you would know who he is. But he plays for Shanahan. He gets great protection, and he's got weapons, so we do know who he is. That's the way the game is played. That's the way it works. So yeah, I'm with you.
Opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, Purdy does things that a lot of other quarterbacks can't do, and he's an impressive guy in many ways. But that won't pay the bills unless the rest of the offense is working the way that offense works. Like I don't think Green Bay can play the way they play with Brock Purdy, for example. Like they need Jordan Love back there to use the entire football field, the way they draw plays.
Yeah.
Whereas if I mean, Shanahan just grinds it out. He can have a quarterback with a buggy whip arm and still design an offense that's going to work. I do think it's going to hurt him in the end. Like I think ultimately, I think Purdy is a limiter for them, and I wouldn't have gone that way if I were them. But by the same token, they can play and win with Brock Purdy. They're one of the few teams that can.
Yeah, I mean, Shanahan is definitely a coach that it's insert quarterback here, outside of Trey Lance. Like,
Yeah, no,
don't give me
I don't
Trey
want to say
Lance,
that.
give me
Yeah,
anybody else.
I mean, clearly, like when you like the little bit of extra arm that Garoppolo had isn't enough to make up for the savvy and the mobility that Purdy brings, right? Like I think when Jimmy Garoppolo, when he's physically right, and he hasn't been that for a long time, can throw the football downfield a little more effectively. He can do some things with his arm that Purdy can't do. But Purdy's mobility, his savvy, his just from the neck up, he's just really a live quarterback. I think you can see the difference between those two players. The offense is better with Purdy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But it sure would be fun to see that offense with Jordan Love. Or just a quarterback who could attack on the third level.
All right. Yeah, any other players you guys want to talk about? Over here?
I mean, in rookie drafts, let me just buzz through. Is there anybody we didn't hit?
Covered quite a bit.
I mean, we talked about. I was sort of high in the 3 Jalen's going into the draft, and I think I like Jalen Noel. Let me see. We hit a lot of guys. I mean, Ted McMillan, we didn't talk a ton about. I sort of feel like people are underrating him. But this is such a good draft class that even somebody like me, it's not like I have the 4th overall pick. I'm definitely taking Ted McMillan. No, I might not. But I do think people are missing how good he might be. Like it wouldn't shock me if in 3 years that guy's a top 6 fantasy receiver. It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I do feel like a lot of people are starting like currently his ADP is 3. He's going 3rd overall.
Yeah.
Which is probably where his value should be at, but you're seeing a lot of because of situations, because people need the quarterback. They're drafting Cam Wardby in front of him. They're drafting Travis Hunter in front of them, Trayvon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins. They're drafting the running backs, and then
those are all defendable picks. I don't have a problem with those picks.
But now we're getting into the teams that are just like, oh, this is a premium pick. I'm going to have another top wide receiver to add to my already playoff roster. So it's going to be a good looking pick. And this is how teams get, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase on the same team and stuff like that. So it's going to be an interesting look in a few years if Ted McMillan does end up becoming the player that everybody thinks he's going to become.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm basically consensus with him that if he's going 3 overall. I think I just hear a lot of people talking about flaws in his game and talking about him like a bust, and I just don't see it. I just don't see that guy being a bust. He does too many things well.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard the same thing. Several people who said they pass on Tet versus some of the other receivers. I actually had Tet in a couple of my Debbie leagues, so I was, I was very eager to see where he landed. How do you feel about the landing spot with Carolina?
Well, excuse me. I don't think that, I mean, I think he's got the talent to be the alpha there, maybe right away. There is enough depth there where they don't have to force it on him. I mean, they could play offense without him, you know. By the same token, the guy's got X written all over him. And I think the short quarterback helps him a little bit. He's got that security blanket factor. So yeah, I mean, I think the landing spot's good. Better than going to a place where he would have the T. Higgins problem. If that makes
Well,
sense.
that's what when he first got drafted, I was not positive about it. I didn't feel very good about it. The more I thought about it, for the same reason you just stated, he's going to become the alpha, and he is going to avoid the situation. Had he gone to a Green Bay or a Cincinnati or another team where he would, he'd be relegated to the background for a while. So the more I thought about it, the more I liked the landing spot. And
Yeah,
I think,
or even if he's not in the background, he's not in the foreground. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's what we want. We want to, or even if he'd gone to the Jets, right? That would have been a terrible landing spot. For a bunch of reasons. You don't want your guy in the Jets, period. Like, it's just, they ruin players. But yeah, McMillan to me has that he just has the air of a guy who could be monster volume. And then the other aspect of it, I think people talk about his lack of touchdowns. I am not worried about this guy not scoring touchdowns. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But to me, he looks like a guy who's going to flirt with double-digit touchdowns on most years.
Yeah, I think so. And again, when you lack targets, somebody's got to do the scoring. So I mean, I think it's kind of like Terry McLaurin in Washington last year. I mean, it was phenomenal, the number of touchdowns, and
he's a guy.
Everybody thought they would go to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. Finish.
Oh, it was a lot of people thought that Ertz was going to continue to be the target in the end zone, and it was amazing the number of touchdowns that McLaurin had within the red zone. He was a machine.
He is a continually underrated player. Like, Terry McLaurin is so much better than general consensus. He's a good at the game football player, who never had a quarterback who could help him get the kind of volume he deserves. So I thought he was underrated last year. I think he's underrated right now for this upcoming season.
You and I agree.
Yeah. All right. And I think, and that's not to downgrade Debo. I think Debo, if you go of all the places he could have gone, maybe that's one of the best ones. Because I think he can be paired so effectively with Scary Terry. I don't the two of them, they can set up play design where they work synergistically together. Like, I don't think they're eating up the same turf. I've heard some people say that. I don't think that's the case at all. I think McLaurin is a 3-level receiver, and Debo is a guy you're just trying to set up possession for. To me, they can work really well together.
No, I agree.
Ideally, they've got a field stretcher they can use. And I'm off the top of my head, I know they have one, and I can't remember who it is. So now I'm going to go to the depth chart.
Brown.
Right.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank as well.
Yeah, well, it's early in the morning, man. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Oh, they have Noah Brown as another big body there. Luke McCaffrey. Oh, Jalen Lane. There you go. Jalen Lane's a guy. He can stretch the field a little bit. And they have KJ Osborne there too. So they got some bodies. They're going to be okay. And I mean, I really liked Daniels coming out, but I have to be honest, I underestimated him. As much as I liked him, I didn't like him enough. I really didn't.
It just gets scary with running quarterbacks in Washington, and you know, they've had a lot of picks that have gone down to injury. You know, it's but he
can't live in fear, though. You can't live in fear.
No, you cannot. And he was, he exceeded any expectations I had for him in his rookie year.
Yeah, and they don't have the kind of. I mean, Eckler is past his prime. I think I could be wrong, but I think the focus of that offense is going to be get the ball downfield a little bit more this year. And if they're throwing the ball downfield, that's going to help Debo a whole lot. I think Debo is going to get a lot of that tight end stuff. Maybe not, but to me, this is just a great place for Debo to be, and all the if you think about in San Francisco, everything's gotten smaller in terms of spectrum of offense. Like it's gotten tighter into the quarterback. Now he's going to go to an offense where, like I said before, every blade of grass has to be covered. That's what that's what Jaden Daniels does to a defense, and the impact for Debo on that is just wonderful. He has all these different avenues where he can be a playmaker now that he didn't have before.
Yeah, I just love the ability for Daniels. I mean, he's going to be able to dump off to Debo, scramble, dump. I mean, it just brings a whole new dynamic to an RPO that when you have him and Ertz on the other side, I think that's, again, more weapons for Daniel that makes Washington scary.
No, you're absolutely right. When the play breaks down, both Ertz and Debo are really savvy players. Like they know how to play when the quarterback's moving. And McLaurin, same thing. So when they do get into these play extension situations, I think they could be really exciting.
Yeah, Washington broke my heart last year when they defeated the Lions. But here, I'm really excited to see what that team does this year.
The Lions are going to be interesting with the change.
I don't know what to expect. There's a lot of people in the Ben Johnson camp who thought that, he was everything to that team and his loss means the Lions are going to fall apart. I mean,
I don't see that.
I don't see that happening. I think Dan Campbell and Brett Holmes are excellent at finding the right people to guide the player. The players are still the players. I mean, we'll see what kind of play calling you get. I'm
sorry.
No.
They went up front on both sides of the ball. I mean, when you start with that, and I mean with Campbell, that's not going to change. Like these guys are going to win up front. So most schemes work well behind that.
A great offensive line is a great offensive line.
Right.
You can do a lot of things when.
Absolutely. And nothing against Ben Johnson, who I like. But a lot of guys, if you're a competent offensive mind, that stuff's going to work in Detroit right now. Because you've got everything. Other than a quarterback who can throw to all three levels of the field, you've got everything.
We talked last night about Ben Johnson and him going to Chicago and how I reserve my judgment. I know a lot of people are anointing him the next great NFL coach, but I've just seen way too many times where coordinators, both sides of the ball, become head coaches and just fail.
Yeah.
They're phenomenal. I use Jim Schwartz as an example. Great defensive coordinator, was not a good head coach in Detroit. Oh
my God, this is the longest list in history. We can go through names all day.
Yeah. Let's not even do it.
No. But I mean, you're right. It's going from coordinator to head coach is like going from college to pro as a player. You're going to be finding out some things. I mean, even if you are if you're an offensive guru, okay, great. Josh McDaniel, we already talked about this guy today. Some of these guys, when you move them over one spot, that thing that they were doing with their right hand, they now need to do with their left hand, and it becomes too much for them. So you never know. And it also, I mean, organizations will the Bears be a good organization to the new head coach? I hope they will be, but you never know. The worst thing in the NFL is when the GM and the coach aren't on the same page. So hopefully they will be, and they'll stay that way. But right now we are in, for the Bears, everybody's really excited. It's like a Broadway play that hasn't opened yet. but there's going to be opening night, and hopefully it goes well. I mean, I'm excited about it. Caleb Williams, I mean, very interesting time to be trading for Caleb Williams or to have Caleb Williams in Dynasty. You've got the agita of what happened last year, but holy crud, if you can just forget about that for a second, I mean, so much optimism. Is there a team that has more quality targets for a quarterback to throw to than the Bears? Not many.
It's solid, and I think aren't there still some questions on the offensive line that are I don't really did much to really shore that up. I thought
that's the issue.
Yeah, and so I think Caleb's still going to be scrambling, but with all those additional targets, it makes it a lot easier for him to find someone so he's not getting plastered into the ground.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a big help.
Yeah, and that's where Johnson, I think, to me, that's why if you're a Bears fan, forget about whether he's going to be a guru or an elite coach. Obviously, you're hoping for it, but he's competent. He's not an idiot, and you now have an offensive guy in charge of your offense who's got the ability and he's got the authority. So it's just crucial because, like you say, the offensive line isn't going to pay the bills yet. So you need an offensive mind in charge that's going to beat it into the quarterback's head that your money skill is distribution until we fix the offensive line. So to me, that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. Can the head coach get the quarterback to just down ego just a little bit to get yourself into a distributive mindset? Because if he just gets the ball to Odunze, if he just gets the ball to Burton, if he gets the ball to Loveland, distribute to the running backs, DJ Moore, all these guys, all of them, heck, even Cole Kmet, just get these guys the ball. They'll knock people over. They'll run away from people. So, it's all there for the Bears. But they need the switch in Caleb's head to be green, not red, if that makes any sense.
Yep, it does.
And I mean, if it happens, let's just say that they're doing a good job getting the ball out in Chicago. Let's just say it happens. Caleb Williams' fantasy value just starts the potential. Oh my Lord. Top 5 potential right off the bat because he can add foot points. We don't talk enough about Caleb Williams' ability if they let him do it. This guy could score touchdowns. It wouldn't shock me at all if this guy scored 7, 8, 9 touchdowns. Wouldn't shock me.
Oh, I can see that happening.
Yeah. So if you throw that, if they could add that together with him being an effective distributor, the fantasy points could really start flowing.
Yeah, it's interesting because it was just right now he's right around QB 9. At one point, he was barely breaking the top 12.
Right. That's what I was.
So his value is
right. So that's So yeah, we may have to pay for it, and then now we're introducing risk. But yeah. But I'm not. We'll go through all the ADP and. There's going to be groupthink that happens based on the things that the Bears are saying and what the beat reporters are saying. Oh, we're not there yet, but I'm excited about that offense just to watch it, just to see what happens. And I'm excited about Caleb Williams just to see what the progression is from year one.
Stroud, Williams, or Nix? Who would you want in a dynasty startup?
Stroud, Williams, or Nix? Stroud probably.
That's the one I would not go for.
Really close though. Really close.
I like what Bo Nix did last year, and it would be hard between Williams and Nix.
We call him. Our big joke in the preseason last year is that we called him Bonix instead of Bo Nix because we were hooked on Bonix. He's just he and Penix last year were both heavily underrated because for whatever reason people were hung up on the fact they were old, but not the fact that they had a ton of college experience and that they were ready to fly. Those guys were both ready to come in and play day one.
Yeah, I think Denver's going to be dangerous. We were, obviously they had the very strong defense last year. In fact, we looked it up last night. I didn't realize Denver was the #1 DST in fantasy last year. But with that defense, along with what they were able to do with offense, and as Nick's and
You're good.
Sutton continue to grow,
I'm listening.
I think that team. I mean, am I crazy to even think that Denver could possibly compete for that division? Obviously, you have Kansas City in the way always, but
yeah,
I'm really looking forward to. There's a contest I think between Denver and KC late in the season that I want to say week 14ish. I can't remember the week, but I'm really looking forward to that game. Actually, it might even be on Christmas.
Which game was that?
It was Denver KC.
That's a great go. They play. Oh, they don't have the schedule up. Okay. I don't. Yeah, actually, it might be Christmas. Okay.
I want to say it's the night game on Christmas because the Lions play the Vikings in the middle game.
Yeah, it is December 25th at Kansas City.
Yeah,
it's 7:15.
That game could be very important for that division.
Yeah, it really could be. I mean, do I think the Chiefs probably end up winning the division anyway? Yes,
probably.
But that could put the Broncos in second if they win. That could put them right there in the playoff hunt and everything too. So it's going to be a very important game for Denver, certainly.
I love that conversation. I think the Chiefs are 50-50 at best to win that division. I think Denver, the Chiefs, and the Chargers are all really good. I think people are just sort of. I think I'm with you on Denver, and I think people are really underestimating how good the Chargers are going to be.
That's true too.
That's just a really, really good division, and then the Raiders are even getting better. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think
but
I think the Raiders could be sneaky. I think they could be sneaky good in this division. This division could be, when you talk about toughest divisions in the NFL. This is right up there.
I mean, we were just talking. I mean, NFC North, right,
mm-hmm.
and AFC West. I think. What's the other division we should be talking about? AFC North, maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Steelers aren't that good. Browns aren't that good.
The Steelers always find a way to end up with a winning record. I don't know how they do it. We talked about that last night as well. I just don't get it.
I mean, like, there are 3 teams in the AFC West who I think all have a shot to go to the Super Bowl. You know.
Oh, wow.
A shot. Just a shot. It would not shock me if Denver was in the Super Bowl. And it would not shock me if the Chargers were in the Super Bowl. I mean, it's probably going to be the Bills. Probably. Or maybe the Ravens. Or maybe the Chiefs. But those teams I just think are much better than people realize because of the coaching as much as anything else. Those guys are good coaches.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I mean, let's forget the teams. Let's just go by coaches. Is there a division in football that does better than Andy Reid, Peyton, and Harbaugh? Is there a division that can match that? Probably not.
And who's isn't Carroll in the Raiders?
Yeah, and Carroll's
right
with the Raiders.
I mean, those are
the other West, the NFC West. The coaches are pretty damn good. You got Shanahan, got McVay, but man, Harbaugh, Peyton, and Andy Reid. That is, you got 3 coaches who've been to the Super Bowl, 2 who've won it.
Yep,
that's pretty darn good. And Harbaugh's got a NCAA ring, so. And Harbaugh also, I mean, he didn't come back to the NFL for any other reason than win a darn Super Bowl. Like, it's all about winning a Super Bowl for that guy.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Now that you put it that way, that is one heck of a lineup of head coaches in one.
No, it really is, you know, and when you look at, you know, Denver and Harbaugh, like, both of those guys want to pound the football. So, like, like there are going to be some real wars in this division. Like when the Chargers play the Chiefs and the Chargers play the Broncos and the Broncos play the Chiefs. I mean, these games are going to be off the hook, all 6 of them. And at least one of them is going to be last game of the year, right? Has to be, because the last week's always divisional, right? So, yeah, I'm sort of a Chiefs fan, but it's tough. I like that whole division now. Just I'm a Jet fan, so I like to root for other teams because what am I going to do? Root for the Jets? Like it's they like after Jet seasons end, they keep playing football. That's
yeah. I mean, most NFL teams do play football in October, November, December. Some do in January as well. So
meaningful games for Jet fans rarely get out of October.
Yeah, some play football better than others.
Yeah,
it's just the Jets don't even think about football well. They play it poorly. They design it poorly. They draft it poorly. They pay it poorly. They build a bad stadium. I mean, the Jets do nothing right.
The crazy thing is that the Jets have like players that can play. I mean,
there's always players to root for.
Yeah, we think Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, like those are 2 studs that many people draft very highly. I mean, they are top 12 in their position.
Last year, the Jets did a really good job of not playing Breece Hall and passing downs. But the Jets just have a really insane way of doing things. Yeah, let's bring in the rookie pounding back on pass downs and put Breece Hall on the sidelines. I mean, they did it so many times, and you're just sitting there going, "What
are we doing?
Who's in charge of this taco state?"
Yeah.
Well, and how many years have the Jets wasted incredible defenses? I mean,
well,
on that side of the ball, it's just
it's criminal. And then everybody in New York, like, hey, let's all kill Zach Wilson. It's Zach Wilson's fault. It's like, look, there are things we can say about Zach Wilson that are not positive, obviously, but the idea that this 20-year-old kid is the guy who brought down the Jets, yeah, sure. The common denominator is the owner. He's so bad. So bad.
I think you were alluding to it earlier, and I truly believe you can take a good quarterback in the right system and make him great. You can take a good quarterback in the wrong system and just destroy him. And I think, it's amazing.
Definitely.
And so when we see these players and we want to call these players a bust, and how often is it because they just were in the wrong spot? They didn't have the proper coaching.
I think it's so much more often than people want to realize. And the thing is, nobody wants to defend a bust. Nobody wants to do it. So when guys go bust, that's it. They're dead wood. Who's a good example? Okay, let's go with Derek Carr. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of Derek Carr, but let's just say hypothetically that Derek Carr had been drafted by Shanahan, and he played with Shanahan his whole career, and he's always had pass protection, and he's always had a running game behind him. I think we'd probably be talking differently about him than we do now. And again, I'm not a big Derek Carr fan, but he's had really average teams around him his entire NFL career, and the results show that. What if we had, like, say Zach Wilson had been taken by a smart NFL team, and he hadn't played for, and he got a Jackson Dart scenario where he's actually going to learn for a year. We might have looked at a different outcome with that player. We'll never know, or we're never going to know. But some teams damage players; they damage them. The Jets are one of those teams, and Chicago damaged Justin Fields. And by the way, Jacksonville has damaged Trevor Lawrence. They have. That Urban Meyer off ramp, that didn't do any good things for your quarterback. Didn't do any good for ladies in bars either, but that's another story.
Very true. Oh, you see quarterbacks move from one team to another, they get into a different situation, and suddenly they thrive.
Geno Smith, Ryan Tannehill.
Tannehill.
Yeah, and there are going to be more. Baker Mayfield. You take a player, you take him out of a bad place, move him to a good coach who can coach him up a little bit, right? So Baker, remember when he finally got on the field for the Rams, and it was like, what the heck is going on? when he was in McVay's offense, and he'd been sitting there. You know, he was there for what, like 8 days or something like
Yep.
that. But you put him on a team where the train is running on time, and all of a sudden Baker Mayfield looks functional. And you know, then all of a sudden Tampa's like, well, maybe Baker's okay. He goes down there, and all of a sudden everybody loves Baker, right? I mean, if you go Baker pre-Rams, right, and go ask anybody to defend Baker Mayfield, no, it's not happening, right? So we give up on these guys too soon. So, you know, like if you like, I'm a Jet fan, and I mean, I was never big on Geno, but when he left the Jets, if you'd said, "Hey, can Geno play at all?" I would have said, "Yeah, he can. He needs a lot of help. He needs to like sit and watch for a year. He needs to not get hit, you know, 0.5 seconds after the snap for a period of time because he's damaged from the neck up." Like Geno Smith's clock was way too fast when he left the Jets. He needed to relax, and he did. And he went to a team and he played behind Russell Wilson. He saw how it's done. And then when he finally got back out there, he was a real quarterback. Like that can happen for a lot of these guys. You know, so like I mean, I don't want to be chased around social media for talking up bad players, but I mean, there's quarterbacks. Like if we went through right now, I would probably give you some names of guys who it's like, yeah, he's got a shot. Justin Fields for the Jets this year, he's got a shot to show more than he's ever shown. We talked about Trevor Lawrence. Like, don't be surprised if the Trevor Lawrence we see this year just looks different. You know, I hate saying this because I shouldn't, but if Tua gets another concussion, don't be surprised if Zach Wilson looks better playing for Mike McDonald than he looked playing for the Jets. It wouldn't shock me.
Or Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, could be. It could be Quinn Ewers. Same kind of thing. He's another guy who I don't think, like, I wasn't for years. I've been like, I don't get the Quinn Ewers thing because he was a big name. But now everybody decided he's worthless. Now it's like, well, I don't get that either. Like, you know, to me, from the neck up, he's not a bad quarterback. So if
Yeah,
you
I
put
mean,
him in
he
the
was
right place,
QB1 coming out of high school into college.
Yeah.
So it's talent's there.
So, and he's a good, you know what? Yours is a good example. People tend to just be, do I think, like, people tend to be binary on quarterback analysis. I think he's going to be good, or I think he's going to be bad. And if you think he's going to be good, you lean in too far. And if you think he's going to be bad, you disregard him to your own peril. I think that's sort of how people's brains work with quarterbacks sometimes, where what you really need to do is remember that, oh my God, he played for that coach. I forgot about that. Oh my God, he played behind that line. Forgot about that. Oh my God, he had those receivers to throw to. Oh my God, he had all three. like Zach Wilson had no coach. He had a coach who hated him. He had an offensive line they couldn't protect, and he had no one to throw to. And people are like, he stinks. It's like, well, we don't really know. I mean, I see bad things too, but like, who would perform well in this situation? Nobody. So sometimes we have to really expand our minds and remember that the platform is so important for a quarterback. And that if we don't factor the platform into the evaluation, you know, we end up getting way, way off base. So Baker Mayfield never should have been on the scrap heap. He always should have been, well, he hasn't performed as well as we thought, but he's still a guy with talent, right? But that's not what we thought of Baker Mayfield. He was Siberia. And I think when we throw guys who are top 5 talents into Siberia after a year or two, we're being emotional, I think, most of the time.
It doesn't help when you start your career in Cleveland. So,
no, and by the way, the same thing can be true in reverse, right? Like, we hung on to Deshaun Watson mentally, some people, for too long. Like, when I saw him play last preseason, I'm like, this guy's shot. I mean, the film on him preseason, I'm like, this guy doesn't have it. I mean, forget about the off-field stuff and whether he's a bad guy, and obviously he is, but he's not Deshaun Watson anymore.
Even that last year where he didn't actually play with the Texans and he sat out that whole season, that was telling to me, when you could look at that and go, is he sitting out because he wants a new contract, or is he sitting out because he's he's done. Like he doesn't have any
Retrospectively,
more
you might be onto
in
something.
the tank.
Yeah.
And sometimes players go, you know what? I don't have any more to give. I think I'm done playing the game.
Yeah. You know, and some. I mean, I remember last year I talked a lot on my podcast about Kirk Cousins, and that I respect Cousins as a football player. I think he generally was underrated most of his career. He was definitely underrated early in his career, but the injury he had at the age he had, combined with the type of quarterback he is, wasn't good because he was already not enough arm. He was already not enough arm, and now you're gonna mess with his plant foot. Like, you know, Rodgers was a left Achilles, but Cousins was a right Achilles. So to me, Cousins' Achilles was a much bigger concern, and you really saw it when he was out there. He just didn't have anything. He couldn't step in, and he was already a guy who, I mean, for Kirk Cousins to throw to the third level, he needs his weight moving forward. It's like a really important. And, you know, he wasn't getting that push off the right foot. Early in the year, you could see he didn't even have the confidence in it. I think sometimes we need to really look at the underpinnings of the moment. And Kirk Cousins wasn't Kirk Cousins anymore, and he may never be Kirk Cousins again. And I remember somebody I really respect and like a lot, Adam Hartstadt, was saying he had a big thing with Waldman, and they were going on and on about it. It really actually makes sense what Atlanta did, because quarterback's so important that leaning in on two quarterbacks and overpaying actually isn't that crazy. I sort of understood what they were saying, but those two quarterbacks they took were such a bad fit to put together, because you're taking a quarterback who's an old guy who isn't going to be ready right away with an older quarterback prospect whose primary benefit is that he's ready to play right now. So, like, if you're drafting Penix, you should be drafting him to play him. But they drafted him to sit behind a guy who might not really be ready to play. Like, the whole thing was it was the wrong mix. It seemed clear to me that they did the Cousins thing and then sort of changed their mind after. Like, to me, if they were on Penix, there's no way you sign Cousins. Like, I think they sort of fell in love with Penix's film after the Cousins thing. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a bit of a tangent.
No, and again, Pete, we definitely appreciate you being on the show. To wrap up here on your segment, we have the next guest is coming, is in the green room, ready to go. As if you're new to the stream, you just got here, we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization. I should have just recorded this and just kept hitting the button so it stays the same every.
That's my field.
So let's see where this statement comes out this time around. I keep trying to say like fantasy whatever, but charity organization raising money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar that we raise goes directly to families in need in this organization. So it's a great cause. We are at $980 out of our $2,000 goal. Last year we raised just over $1,000. So I would love to.
Well, you're going to get to 1,000.
Rush that today. So
I'm going to get you there.
Well, there we go. We're about to hit 1,000 as soon as Pete gets off this. If I knew that, Pete, you would have been gone hours ago. No, but yeah, definitely appreciate you staying on for the extra hour. That 10-minute break that I was gone. I might have just been laying next to the desk listening to you guys, just stretching and getting blood back into my brain.
If that's what you did, I'm happy to help.
I hope I seem a little bit more alive than I was about 45 minutes ago, because I was like, thank God Jeff's here. Like,
when you told me what you were doing, I was just like, oh my God. Like, you know, hey, for $1,000 for charity, it's worth it. But
yeah,
I mean, what you're doing right now, I could not do.
Hopefully we double that in the next 11 hours. So
I would have syllable problems right now for sure.
I mean, it's getting there. I've had coffee, 2 Celsiuses, a thing of water, and a Gatorade, and then we had a couple beers last night. So it's a lot of fluids. Probably not the right fluids, but they're definitely fluids.
Well, thanks for having me, and I'm just going to spend the rest of the day trying not to think about the Knicks. So
yeah, till tomorrow, and then you can think about them some more.
Just brutal. Just freaking brutal.
as a final note, I think Knicks fans have watched their last home game this season.
Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna take the other side on that. I don't see the Knicks getting swept. That would shock me.
Maybe you might got one more in you, but
Yeah, I think one more, but it's going to be really tough to
I'll give
get
it
to game
a.
7.
So okay, over the last two seasons, the Pacers have lost 3 home games in the playoffs. And that's 2 to the Celtics in a sweep, and then 1 to the Cavs last series, which then they followed it up and absolutely annihilated in the next 2 games.
Right. Both of these teams play better on the road than at home. So who the hell knows?
Yeah, that is true. So, yeah. Well, Pete, thanks for coming on. And I will talk to you later, man. Thanks.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Have
Good
a good
luck
one.
with the rest of the whole thing.
Thank you.
All right, be good.
Oh, and that's not Jeff. One of you. There's Jeff. Thanks for coming back on.
I'm just glad I haven't frozen yet. I'm waiting to see how long. I switched
Did you restart your
browsers.
computer? And that's great. It's clutch so far. I was telling Josh, I was texting Josh a little bit ago, and I was like, you know what? Maybe if we do this again, each of us is in charge of like an 8-hour block or something like that.
That might be a better.
As soon as I hit that 12, I was like, I'm dying a slow death right now. But hey, we are here at 9 o'clock in the morning, 13 hours in. And next up, we are actually going to be bringing in the Super League 2 winner. So last year's winner, Mitch Zimmer. Somewhere there he is. Mitch, how's it going?
Good morning. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on. Of course, we had to have our reigning champ back on to talk about Super League just a little bit here.
Sure.
We got a couple of comments first. Let's see. Okay, just catch back up here. Falcons are keeping Cousins, right? Since Penix is on the rookie deal and they have bad backups behind Penix. If they move Cousins, they won't be competitive should Penix go down. That's actually kind of smart. Knicks, turn out the lights. The party's over. The party's not over. We got 11 more hours and puke and rally. I mean, basically. So, Mitch, how's it been going, man?
Real good, real good, real good. You know, retirement's an all-day job. It's a full-time job, but I've been retired for the last 5 years and living the life.
That's great. I've got, well, at my age, I probably have another, well, by the time I get to retirement, I probably have like another 45 more years, unfortunately. So,
oh, you're a young guy. You two are young guys over there.
I mean,
see, looking at a good-looking young guy like Jeff there with his shaved head makes me feel young too. You know, when I can pass for a younger guy because I've been shaving my head since the pandemic.
Oh, Bill Nix, he forgot the K. That makes more sense. Turn out the lights. Yeah, the party is over. So, yeah, let's talk about Super League here a little bit. So, Super League is a charity best ball league. That's what we are raising money for right now. Actually, is for Super League. It all goes to the same pot in Extra Life. So it's a charity best ball league that I started up to. This is now year 3 of it. It's best ball with a twist. So you have fab waivers, which is a unique experience for a best ball league. Usually, best ball, you draft it, you're done. You don't have to think about it ever again. This year we have some special scoring. Mitch, I don't know. Have you looked at the scoring this year?
Yes, I did. You know, and I love to be part of leagues where there's a little bit of a twist. You know, keeps you fresh.
Yeah. So we talked about this at the top of the show, and I'm just gonna bring it up, and we can talk about it again because
sure
we're gonna promote Super League here a little bit. Let's see. Switch share.
While you're doing that, I'm glad you brought up the fact that the twist with the fab waivers, because last year I did not know that, so I didn't make any transactions during the course of the
just now learning about my specialty rules and all these different things that I do. So let's see if I can zoom that in a little bit. Okay, so rules here, scoring settings, passing is we're doing 1 point for every 50 yards instead of 25, but 6-point passing touchdowns. And then we got bonuses for big passing games. So 2 points for 300 to 400 yards, 400 plus 3 points, and then 25 plus completions is 5 points. If you throw a 50 plus yard passing touchdown, you get 5 points. So a lot of points there. And that you're going to see these bonuses for the rushing and receiving stats too. You'll see those here as well. Similar with the carries. And so forth. Rushing first downs are a quarter point. So that's kind of fun there too. So the more volume rushers are going to get more points. Receiving stats, this is kind of where we get a little bit crazy. So by default, I believe technically we are playing a standard league. However, there are reception bonuses for the different positions. So wide receivers will get 1 point, running backs will get a 1.25, and tight ends will get 1.5. You're still going to get those bonuses like you see in the other one. And we hit that's $30 more that Pete just donated, which puts us at, I think, $1,010. So that's fun. We're over that $1,000 mark. Thank you, Pete. So yeah, we're seeing bonus points here again with that 50-yard touchdown. So new thing to Super League that we haven't done in the past is adding the kicker back to fantasy football, which is going to be fun in a best ball league because maybe you just get a good kicker and just run it out for the season. But by default, field goals will be 3 points, but also you're going to get 0.1 for every yard. So you kick a 31-yard field goal, you get 30 or 3.1. Now, 50-yard field goals, you get an additional 5, and then 60-yard field goals, you get another additional 5. So if we're looking at a 60-yard field goal, you're looking at like a 19-point play right there, which could be pretty good. So that'll be a little interesting twist. Now we get into the playoffs week 13, which will be before the bye weeks are over. Sorry about it. We'll take the top 50 players and do a bunch of things. Then 18 teams will advance to the next round. 22 will be eliminated. Or I'm sorry, reading this wrong. If you get 18 wins in the regular season, you will automatically get a playoff bid. 22 losses automatically eliminates you. And then we'll fill out the rest based off of points for and whatnot. So there is a special scoring rule that will be announced after all drafts have been completed. And that special scoring rule will only count for the playoffs all the way through the finals. So it's going to be a fun rule. It's definitely going to be an interesting year, to say the least.
Did you fight the urge to provide a hint on that rule during the first 12 hours?
I did provide a hint, but it wasn't like, oh, I know what it is. But the hint is the special scoring rule has to do with this year's theme.
Okay.
That's the only hint I'm going to give.
Okay.
So there's that. Mitch, what do you think about all
that? The kicking thing, you're going to have some kickers that are going to outscore probably in some cases your whole bench, but that ought to make things interesting. I've pretty much shied away from leagues that have kickers and team defense, but this twist with those scoring rules makes you think a little bit.
Yeah, I also have said kickers and defenses should not exist in fantasy football because it's just like they're too up here, down here. But like this gives the kickers enough points to actually make them a valuable asset.
Sure.
And makes it worth drafting a kicker. Now, if Sleeper would allow you to put kickers in your flex position like MFL, that would be even more interesting. But they don't let you do that, or into like a super flex position. That would be interesting. So tell me your thoughts about Super League last year. I mean, reigning champ over here.
Well, first of all, I was honored to be in it. I don't even remember. It might have been Jeff Bell. It might have been Zach Berger. So those are individuals with whom I've participated in the past, so maybe that's how I fell into it. But I'm a sucker for charity leagues first and foremost. I play strictly in dynasty leagues, except my home league, which we'll talk about later, that's been around since 1988. Before you two guys were born, and and charity leagues. That's where I do my season long stuff. And like I said, I'm a sucker for charity leagues. And this one was very intriguing because you weren't only playing with 11 other general managers, you were playing with 83 other general managers. And and thanks to you, Justin, we were able to follow along where we rolled in the entire gamut of all participants, and that kind of kept me really invested. I try to get into these leagues with some people that are sort of kind of in the industry, or folks that I know are extremely sharp. This year when I jumped on real early, so I was able to see which one you were in, so I got into yours. But my thoughts on this were extremely different twist with best ball and fab budget put together. And it appeared to me early on that in my division anyway, there were owners kind of like Jeff that kind of forgot that there was fab. I laid back a little bit with my fab because I somehow fell into a pretty strong starting lineup. But when the standings started coming out, guys, I saw that I was at least in the top dozen through most of the first half of the season, probably started squeaking into the top 8. And that's where I really started to pound my fab budget. I started to put in some people with the potential of possibly outscoring even my studs. Case in point, I picked up Jameis Winston towards the end of the regular season. I had an open roster spot. I had a couple of players that were just either not producing, maybe they got injured, and I said sayonara to them, and I stuffed him on my roster. And the next week is when he had that humongous week for Cleveland, and so he outpointed my stud quarterbacks that I had on my roster, and that helped me actually move up the rankings a little bit more. And then in the playoffs, I really was able to have players even with high scoring potential on my bench at that point. So I just let the lineups take their own course, and up I went and got into the championship game. And my goodness, everybody performed. I had guys that didn't have to, players that didn't have to be in the starting lineup that might have helped other teams at that point that were playing. So it was just a fascinating way to stay engaged, to donate to a worthy charity, of course, and participate with many people that kind of know their stuff. I mean, sometimes I wonder how I even got invited to be on the 24-hour live stream here with all these excellent content creators. I'm just a guy,
But you won. You beat all of us.
I kind of know what I'm doing in best ball. I kind of know what I'm doing in best ball. I come into especially in sleeper, I come into the chats and crack jokes, and kind of crack jokes where I am the butt of some of them because of my age, 72 years old. The jokes, I invited almost everybody in all of my leagues to hop on at some point. So I don't know who's in the live chat, who's here, but they'll hear me say that my very first ever live draft was at the First Supper. And we had, you always have a general manager that nobody can trust. And we had that guy. His name was Judas, who was always willing to stab you in the back. and things like that. My first draft pick was Bronco Nagurski, and jokes like that, and so on and so forth. So they think I'm some kind of knucklehead. And then towards the middle of the draft, I'm starting to put myself into auto pick. But why I'm doing that is because, let's say I'm 4 picks away, and here I'm giving everybody my best ball strategy. But you know what? I'll take my lineup and beat yours, and then I'll take yours and then beat you with your lineup, with my strategy. And when I'm 3 or 4 picks away in a certain tier, I will queue up 4 or 5 players that I'll be happy with regardless of which one I get. And it moves the draft along, and that's kind of cool, but it gives the other owners the sense that maybe this guy's not really paying too much attention. They don't pay attention to the little green dot next to your name. That means you're actually in the draft room at that time. And I start getting some players, and I work it out. And somehow, I'm telling you, with all the talent that was amongst the 84 competitors, somehow I managed to squeeze right up there early in the season and stay up there.
Yeah, you did an excellent job. Definitely last year. I wanna kind of shift our conversation. We were talking about being a league commissioner. Jeff does you almost kind of do a segment each week on Fridays about commissioning leagues and doing different things. And Mitch, you've been obviously around the block a couple times here and there. I mean, your first draft pick I've never even heard of in my life before, so that's great.
Or Jim Thorpe. How about that? Maybe
There
that's
you go. I've heard of Jim Thorpe.
all right. There you
go. So as a league commissioner, how do you handle a bad player that kind of like skirts the lines in terms of rules, but like is really like, come on, guy, like, come on now.
Well, you see, first of all, I have to take you all the way back to my home league that started in 1988. I wasn't the individual who started it. I wasn't the commissioner. But by the 3rd year of the league, actually 4th, 1991, somehow circumstances prevailed that all the folks in the league trusted me and to run the league and keep the money and all that, and I became the commissioner. And you have to remember, it was the wild, wild west in terms of scoring systems, rules. Everything was done by hand, and we can get into that a little later too. But the rules weren't tight enough, and there were plenty of opportunities for general managers to skirt the rules because the wording left a lot of holes, okay? And so I had to really stay on top of how the folks in the league that were trying to squeeze past the line a little bit, not just walk up to the line, but jump over it, either slightly or significantly, and tighten up the wording. So the best commissioners can be that individual that's very transparent right at the beginning, right from the outset, that has nice, tight rules that really can dissuade or dissuade somebody from trying to skirt the rules. So when I'm commissioner, I really make sure that everybody understands the rules and the scoring systems before they even join, if it's a startup. If they take over an orphan team, if it's a dynasty league that I run, I make sure that they can come in, they can look over the rules and decide if they want to be in. But the rules will speak for themselves, and there'll be very, very small opportunity for skirting the rules. Now, there is one thing that you really can't let the rules help you out with in a dynasty league, and that's tanking. So to answer your question about owners that skirt rules, in my experience as a dynasty commissioner, the individuals that are most guilty are the ones that blatantly tank. Now, there's a big difference between having a crappy team, putting out your best lineup, and still not scoring optimal points. That's one thing, and I'll respect somebody that wants a rebuild and takes that route, and then has a whole bunch of draft picks coming up in the next 2 years that can get them out of the hole. Okay, I myself was in a league 2 years ago. It started about 4 years ago, but I was just in mediocrity purgatory, and I just gutted the whole thing, was in next to last place, and the following year I won. Last year I won. The SLFF 2 was not the only league I won last year. The fantasy gods were pretty good to me in a few leagues last year, and this was the one that probably I was most proud of. But in a league that I am the commissioner of, there was a guy that did exactly that in the first year, in our startup year, where we didn't have he drafted terribly. But in the second year, he started to have some good players on his team and wouldn't put them in the starting lineup. I had to have a word with the guy, and he told me I was being a very harsh commissioner. I was being a dictator, and so on and so forth. But what I went ahead is I took a poll of the league and asked them if they wanted to go to max PF, maximum points 4, which is becoming very popular in dynasty leagues. It overwhelmingly was accepted by the league. And this person, even if he decided, and I'll give you 2 examples of players that spent some quality time on his bench. One was CeeDee Lamb, and the other was Malik Neighbors. And you just can't do that.
No.
And so this year we're in max PF, and he's going to have to play a little bit, this guy.
Yeah, I've implemented the max points 4 in all my leagues. There's no question about it. That is the anti-tanking rule, basically, where even if the players on your bench, it's scoring. It's kind of like your best ball scorer, essentially, for the entire season. It's putting out your best players and keeping that score separately. So you sort by that. That's how you do the draft order. So yeah, I definitely like the max point 4. There's been some other ideas that have come across the last couple of years that I haven't got implemented in yet. Not enough people really want to buy into that. But a lottery system for like the bottom 4 picks, everybody gets 25% of a chance to get that first overall pick, and just like the NBA, you just draw it out of the hat and see who gets that first pick out of the bottom 4. So it's not enough people are trying to buy into that right now, but
right, because their favorite teams in the NBA and the NHL don't always end up with the number 1 pick, even though they had the worst. I mean, I go all the way back. If you remember when Patrick Ewing was the number 1 pick for the New York Knicks, they won the lottery, but they were not the worst team in terms of winning percentage the previous season. And everybody was crying foul, and the fix was in, and so on and so forth. So I can see that, Justin. I think max PF, really, the onus is on you, and not some kind of luck in terms of a draft lottery kind of thing. So I really buy into the max PF.
Yeah. Jeff, how do you deal with the difficult owners in your leagues?
Well, first, let me comment on the max PF. I absolutely love the max PF idea. The only problem that I have right now with the sleeper platform is, which most of my leagues are on, although I'm getting more and more into MFL, is the problem. I think that sleeper includes taxi squad players in that max PF calculation. So that's something some GMs in my leagues haven't liked, and so we haven't adopted it yet, but it's something that we're going to. I think I agree with Mitch that is an objective way to handle it versus, and it doesn't involve luck like the lottery. I've heard the lottery idea floated by a lot of different people, and I'd rather not go that route. I'd rather do
right.
max PF. But talking about, first of all, my first league was in 1991, and Mitch, I give you all the kudos in the world for being a commissioner back in those days, because that was work back then. There was a lot you had to do as commish. So, I commend you. My first league was in 1991, and the league I was in had no rules. I mean, literally no rules. They were made up on the fly, and it was very, very difficult. In that environment, back before computers and the ability to track everybody 24/7, it could be some time before you even realized that somebody was doing something they shouldn't be doing, or that they were actually skirting it. So as we got more into technology and as we were able to move, I think that helped commissioners manage that more. For me, I believe first and foremost, I believe in a very, very strong, comprehensive set of rules, so that a lot of the issues that might arise are already mitigated through those rules. And you can't obviously consider every possible scenario that might occur. Again, I keep going back to the Hamlin situation. There are things that sometimes a commissioner just has to make a call on, and that was one of those. But I think when you have a really strong set of rules, and again, those morph over time,
Right.
you don't just, your first year in the league, you may not have everything covered, but as you continue to tweak those rules, as you continue to work with the other GMs, those rules, it's very easy for the commissioner to just say, hey, here's the rules. This is what you do. And I think when you tweak those and fine tune them over time, it becomes very difficult for a GM to skirt the rules. I think one of the things you were talking about was tanking. And again, there's no real way to control tanking other than through max points. So I think that's one of the things that we're doing. I thought what Mitch said earlier, I love the way he articulated, the way that he handles the GMs in his league. And I agree. It takes a strong commissioner has to be able to find a diplomatic way of being able to entice GMs to do the right thing. And so what Mitch said was great, because it's important. You don't want to come over as as overbearing. You don't want to come in and look like you're being a dictator. I think
Right.
rules help with that in some regard too. But I agree. A good commissioner has to find a way to balance being resolute in his or her administration or application of the rules, but also, be sensitive to the GMs and work with them to make sure that they understand that, the rules are there for a reason.
And being transparent with everybody in terms of what your expectations are. And this gets established early on in the startup phase. If you're starting up a new league, you can have a one-on-one with somebody that takes over an orphan team if that is part of the picture. But I actually started up 2 new dynasties this season. And first thing is I set up the entire rule base and the scoring systems, and I put together a little bit of a narrative that I would copy and paste and send it out to the people that were interested in being in the league, along with the sleeper invite, and say, okay, well, this is what you got. It's Superflex, Dynasty, PPR, tight end premium at one point, all those things laid right out there. And I also, guys, lay out the payment system as well. In dynasty leagues, it's paramount for me anyway, and I think you folks can agree with this, is to pay 1 season in advance at least. And in some cases, in some leagues that I do, if you actually trade for a future pick 2 seasons later or 3 seasons later, I make you pay for those seasons. In other words, somebody tried to, already successfully traded for a 2028 draft pick. Well, I made that owner pay up for 27 and 28. not made. I mean, I told him that's you have to do that, or else I'll rescind the trade. I don't like to rescind trades. We can talk about that too. I'm not a commissioner that vetoes trades. I let anything go through. Uh, you know, Collusion. If I don't think I invite people into my leagues that would really get involved in collusion. I kind of know who I'm inviting in a league. It's usually somebody I know or that somebody I trust real well knows me, or and so on, and invites that person in and knows that person and said, Mitch, this is a good gal, this is a good guy. But the transparency is critical, especially when you're starting up a league. And also, you have to be a communicative commissioner. I happen to be a pretty good writer, so when I write, you can understand what I'm saying. And this goes back to other things I have run in the past in organizations locally where I came from. I would write for the lowest common denominator reader. I'm writing for a third grader that a third grader can understand. Not to insult people, but that's the easiest way for everybody to understand what I'm trying to say. I'll keep the $1,000 words out of it, and so on and so forth. And sometimes somebody new in a dynasty setup, sometimes somebody new to fantasy football, new meaning maybe the last 2 years they're starting to get involved, might not know all the nomenclature, all the verbiage. So I try to keep it simple and communicate very clearly what the league is all about, what the rules say, what the scoring system means, and so on and so forth. I also have gone to something else where that Sleeper put in, and it's worked out successfully in leagues that I've participated in. So I've put the polling out in the leagues that I'm the commissioner of, and that is the designated substitute. Are you familiar with that at all in Sleeper? Yeah. So that takes a little bit of explaining. And so I make sure I explain exactly what that means and the differences and the nuances, because as commissioner, you have the option of allowing the person to pick a designated sub, and the sub can come in if he's playing at a time slot before the starter, but then you can X that one out if you don't want that in there. And you have to explain what all that means and what the league is accomplishing with why we're going to it. It's become pretty popular amongst some of the players that I've participated with in dynasty leagues over the last couple of years, and it's catching on. So those are examples of where you really have to be communicative. And then finally, you also have to be an active commissioner. Don't be that commissioner that disappears for a while. I've been in those leagues too. I'm sure we all have, where you can't get a hold of the commissioner for whatever reason, and so on and so forth. I mean, last year I took a 2-week cruise during football season, but I designated somebody in my leagues that I'm commissioner of to be a co-commissioner in case something comes up, which usually doesn't, but in case it's somebody that's an experienced commissioner, or some buddies that are experienced commissioners to kind of take over for me during the time I'm away. But other than that, you try to be around. I mean, you let them know you're around to answer questions. And of course, it's always paramount to be involved in the draft at all times too. You get that rare exception when somebody says, "Oh, I clicked the wrong player by accident," and you got to be ready to to pause the league to let that go. So can't be there 24/7. I know, Justin, you're on this live stream 24/7. Congratulations to you and all respect. But you can't be around all the time. But they all have my cell phone number. Anybody that participates in a league I'm commissioner of, they have my cell phone number. So if they need to get in touch with me pronto, So all of those things need to be put in place. It doesn't happen overnight. As I say, I've been a commissioner since 1991, so I know what the pitfalls are, I know what the strengths are, I know what the challenges and the opportunities. And the opportunities are always there to make your leagues better. And I try my best to learn from other commissioners, from leagues I participate in. I know you two guys are commissioners. Justin, I certainly learned from you last year. You were always around, even if we weren't in the same division last year, but I knew you were always around. So
Yeah,
to me, that's important.
We have a question in the chat here for you guys. I have a dynasty trade question. Would you guys rather have Hampton or Bucky Irving willing to trade Kyler Murray for the 103, or for Bucky, and both owners agreed? PPR super flex. He said his other quarterbacks are Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy, Kyler Murray, and Kirk Cousins. Running backs are Brees Hall, Monty, and Najee and Pollard. So he's looking for either Hampton or Bucky, essentially.
Oh, Jeff, take this one first, and then I'll weigh in.
I didn't. He said this was a super flex.
Yeah, full PPR super flex. So he's got Caleb, Purdy, Murray, and Cousins. He's looking potentially to trade Kyler Murray for the 103 to get Hampton, or for Bucky. So basically trading Kyler Murray for the 103 or Bucky.
I mean, in a super flex, leaving yourself with only two viable quarterbacks is kind of tough. I'm not sure who he would replace Murray. Who he'd replace Murray with.
Especially since
I don't know that. Yeah,
you got the running backs. You got Brees Hall. You got David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Najee and Pollard are okay, but I mean, in these days, I mean, you really need more than two running backs.
I don't think I do this. I like Irving. I'm not saying Hampton isn't. I'm going to say no. I think losing the quarterback is huge in a super flex. You do have other running backs, and you have Irving. I don't know that I would want to make this move.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I would pass on this trade as well. And I always try to go with the known quantity. And Hampton can. People were talking about maybe Hampton's better, should be the RB1, or and no, that doesn't seem to play out in rookies drafts that I've been in. But he's still the unknown quantity. Whereas what you're getting with Bucky Irving, young guy, and you're not losing your quarterback.
Agreed.
Yeah, I do fall into that category, guys, where in a super flex league, I try to at least have a viable third quarterback. I am in the middle of a live draft right now, a startup. I am not the commissioner of this one. In the what round? In the ninth round, after I already had my two starting quarterbacks, I had to hold my nose and pick Anthony Richardson. So I do have somebody in my back pocket to be my third quarterback if I need it. And at that point, I know nobody will take Daniel Jones in the 18th, 19th round. I'll probably pick him up later. I don't think anybody there is going to just pick Daniel Jones because just to block me because I drafted Anthony Richardson. Not that I'm going to rely on Anthony Richardson that much, considering who my other two quarterbacks are. So I always have a third quarterback in my back pocket if I can.
Yeah, especially for Superflex, it's so important to have having a backup quarterback, a third quarterback that is viable. Sometimes you can't land that third quarterback, and you just have to have a stud on your bench ready to go in at any point, basically. So.
Do you know last year in the league that I was tanking, I actually did not have a third quarterback, and you could even make a case that my second quarterback was Uh, I mean, but he kind of was okay. I was until he got hurt. I was, believe it or not, using Hill from New Orleans in my super flex, and one of those weeks I think he had like 22 points or something. So Taysom Hill really worked out for me in my super flex position. I had a very strong tight end. I didn't have, I didn't have to play. I had Laporta. I didn't have to play him in tight end, but he worked out for a couple of weeks in super flex. But I still came in last place and still got the 101, and that's the only share of the only share of that of 1-1 that I had. So I hope we answered this question.
Yeah, I hope so. Basically said don't make
Don't
that
do
trade.
it.
Keep Kyler Murray. He's more valuable than Hampton and Bucky. I mean, like both of those are very good running backs that should get you, 5, 6, hopefully 7 years. But I mean, assuming Kyler Murray stays healthy, Kyler Murray should last longer than that. I mean, quarterbacks are more valuable than running backs in fantasy, especially in super flex leagues.
Looking at who those three quarterbacks are, though, maybe this individual was trying to alleviate himself of having to make that choice about which two to put in his starting lineup. I mean, none of those three was Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts, or, or the top tier of quarterbacks. I've had that situation where I have had to choose between Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, and Baker Mayfield. It's worked out for me, but sometimes you drive yourself crazy. Which one of the three of them to sit? You really have to dive into the matchup and so on, and who they're playing. But some general managers don't want to have that headache. They wish they, in the startup that they had one of the first 5 picks so that they can pick Lamar, they can pick Josh Allen, pick Joe Burrow, and so on. But Caleb and who do you have? Caleb, Purdy, and Murray, right? So it's like, which one we're going to go with this week?
That's a very good point. Yeah. Wasn't considering it from that angle. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, well, sometimes you make the wrong decision. I actually was in a league where I was consistently last year one of the top two in points scored, and I was trending to make the playoffs and maybe make a push. And that week where San Francisco played in Buffalo, the snow game, and I had McCaffrey. I was holding on to him. He was on my injured reserve almost all season. He played in that game and got hurt again. And Purdy did absolutely nothing. I put Purdy in the lineup, and I was back and forth between Purdy or the other 2 quarterbacks I had on that team, and Purdy was in there. He crapped the bed, and rightly so. That conditions were abysmal in that game. And guess what? I ended up in 7th place. Didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So yeah. So if we're still talking about being a good commissioner, there's certain nuances to being a commissioner long term in a dynasty league. I know. I believe it was Pete in one of the last segments, or somebody chimed in and said, dynasty leagues end up dying after a few years, and maybe if you can try to keep your league going, that keep people interested, keep everybody. You'll have an occasional turnover, but try to do your best as the commissioner to keep everybody interested. Then, when you're the commissioner of a season-long league, you might have more turnover. and you might have to be recruiting more people if you on a year-to-year basis if you want to keep the league going. So uh, articulating the rules and the scoring system and staying on top of that and keeping that league viable for the diehards that have been with you for several years is another whole set of challenges. So you really need to stay on top of that as well. And then finally, when it comes to charity leagues, I've never been a commissioner of a charity league, but that's where I really tip my cap to those of you that run the charity leagues, because it's really important to make sure everybody understands the importance of donating to the charity and what it's all about. But also, you want to make it fun for people. When you're competing in a league where you're not going to make any money at the end of it, sometimes you put that league on the back burner in terms of your ability to stay on top of each and every one of your dozen or more leagues. But this SLFF 3 and last year too, I really stayed engaged because there were some people in there I wanted to show that I can compete.
Do it. Yeah. No, I definitely I love the charity aspect of it. When I started this league, um, 2 years ago, I actually was talking to Josh about this before like I really started doing um podcasting and stuff, or maybe I just started or whatever. But I was like, I really want to start a 24-person league, which would be cool. You like do 2 divisions and do like a custom playoff. And he was like, if you do it, do best ball. Everybody's in a million leagues. Like people will join if you just do best ball. I'm like, okay, I've never done best ball, so let's try this out. So I did it. I took a while to get to 24, and then once I hit 24, all of a sudden 12 more were like, I want in. I'm like, oh god, okay, 36. And they were like, is there a buy-in, or it like can my buy-in just go to charity? I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, we'll make this a charity league. So since then, like, it started with 36 people. I think we raised about $120 year one. Last year we raised $1,043. So just went back and looked at that. And right now we are at $1,010. So we are $33 from tying last year's record, or last year's total. And we're getting up there. We're not quite at 84 people yet. I think we're at like 73 registrations, maybe 72, but drafts don't start for another 2 months. So we've got time. We're already ahead of schedule from registrations. We just, need more people to sign up. So if you're watching right now, head over to fantasynowplus.com/about, or just go to fantasynowplus.com and click on that Super League link at the top. There's a registration form. Go to that and register. It's that easy. You'll automatically get a bid. I'm accepting anybody that registers for the next month. So it's a fun league. Like Minch said, it's been a fun league. It's an engaging league. It's different. That's the thing. It is much different than any other league that you're probably playing today, which is cool. I think I'm forgetting who all I've told this to. I might have said this within this hour. I like to play in different leagues in every league that I'm in. So like I don't like doing the same league twice, because that's not fun. Like it's fun to have different scoring settings, and then when you get to waivers, you're like, why is this guy ranked so high? Like, why is this guy not ranked so high? And you're like, oh yeah, duh. This person gets 5 extra points for 50-yard passing touchdowns and stuff like that. So it's
Yeah, and I've shared your link on most, if not all, of my leagues, and I also invited almost everybody I know to at least check us out here during my segments. So hopefully there's a few people that I invited in to watch this, to stick around, watch some of the other great people that are be coming on later, and join the league. I mean, it'll give you an opportunity to knock the champ off the throne.
And if you join the league and you're one of Mitch's friends that he invited to come, mark him down as a reference. I'm not saying there is We're having a reference contest, but I'm not saying there's not a contest right now. It's an internal contest, but I'm willing to make this for anybody. That Mitch, if you bring in the most people to Super League, you might end up with some Fantasy Now Plus merch.
Ooh, I see you're wearing some nice swag over there. Yeah,
Yeah, we
there
got a
you
nice
go.
little polo.
Yeah.
So in fact, Tim, Tim B7 just signed up, watching us right now. Just signed up.
He's in a couple of my leagues.
I will definitely change some things to make sure that your name goes in on that one. So you're already on the board. You're at 1. You're tied with a lot of people right now.
Maybe Tim will bring his son into this too, because I invited his 20-year-old son into one of my leagues.
Heck yeah.
Who's going to be there. So I think his name, if I recall, his name's Connor, and maybe Connor will want to join too. And I don't know if there's any room left in Captain America, but if you jump in and take a look at that, probably not. I think because Justin is in that one, I think
that one filled
very
first.
yeah,
It was quick.
yeah.
It's not because of me. It's because Captain America's pretty cool. What can I say?
Well, there is that. I mean, but we can spend a whole nother hour talking about that kind of stuff. But I was more of a DC guy than a Marvel guy. But but that's a whole nother. I know. That's why I want to win the Captain America, crown there, because you got to have a DC guy, repping, so. There's that. But yeah, join the league. Mention to Justin that you know me if you're here, and there's room, and it's a good charity. I think because I'm a senile old guy, I think I donated 3 times last year. I think I just said, well, I don't think I donated yet. I might have forgotten, so I donated again.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I don't question that.
those things happen, and it's my pleasure to do so. So just kind of jump in if even if you don't know me, if you're here in the chat, if you're here watching us,
Chef T is Chef here? Is that
Chef
Tim?
is in one of my leagues too.
Okay.
Or actually, I don't know. I can't remember if he's in one of my leagues that I am the commissioner of at this very moment. I'm concentrating more on trying to stay up with the pros here in this live stream. But I definitely know I'm at least in one, if not 2 leagues with Chef.
Awesome.
Who, by the way, has been watching you on the live stream pretty much all morning, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Chef has been here, I think, since Tommy and Dustin were on earlier.
I was popping on and off, but walking my dogs. I think one of them sleeping right there behind me. I have Boston Terriers. You guys were talking about being dog people before, and
absolutely. Mine were just napping right next to me, and then they got a little restless.
You could see the little thing behind me there. Those 2 things at the top of that little book stand are. My Rocky is the one with the ears down. He crossed the Rainbow Bridge on April 7th, and his older brother from same parents, separate, different litter, a year and a half before is Brady, the one with the yellow around his him. Brady's still here, and I have 6-year-old Stella sleeping behind me right now. We've been a Boston Terrier family for a very long time.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 golden doodles. One's a medium, one is a mini, and their names are Groot and Rocket from the Marvel series, the Guardians of the Galaxy. So we're very themed in our household.
Okay, I've been on the Guardians of the Galaxy ride a couple of times in Disney World. I happen to live about an hour from there.
Oh, nice. So you're actually pretty close to Zach even then.
Yeah. I after about a 5-year not getting in, I am in the Scott Fish Bowl this year. And originally I had put in to try to be in the live draft, but apparently my wife hooked up with some old friends and we're going to be going away for that weekend. So I think I let Zach know that I can't be in the live draft, but maybe next year. I mean, if they always hold it in Orlando, I'm sure if they keep inviting me back, I'm trying to make it my business. But this
Yeah,
year,
I'm sure it'll always be in Orlando. I have no doubt about that.
yeah, it's a fun place to be. So yeah. And anything else I can talk about being a commissioner? I mean, you touched on it earlier. In the pre-internet days, the way my league ran is I had a dedicated phone line with an answering machine, and that's how you called in your transactions and your trades and your waiver wire pickups and so on and so forth. And initially, the way the league was set up before me, it really was a first come, first serve thing. And it did take me long after 2 years of a commissioner where I was getting a lot of guys howling about the fact that, hey, I have a life, I work, I this, I that, I can't always be first come, first serve. And that's where, as we talked about earlier, tweaking rules start to come into play, tightening them up. And, then we went to the waiver system where it was like a fab setup, but actually you weren't bidding fab, you were actually bidding real money. And all the money you bid for free agents, and even when you made trades, you had to kick in $5. And it went into the pot. And so that pot would be a separate pot that the overall point leader for the end of the season got that pot, all the transaction money from these transactions, because you had to set the prize fund in advance from amongst the league fee, so they knew what they were playing for. But then when you articulated that, don't be shy about making transactions and kicking in the $2 or $3 or whatever it was back in the 90s, that goes to a separate pot for the overall point scoring leader. And so that made it very palatable to bid your money on certain free agents as the year went on. And in the heyday of that league, we had 14 teams. And that was the early to mid '00s. And that's when I did most of my winning, actually. So I would pull down like $1,700 pots where I take the championship back then, because somehow I fell into, and it was a dynasty setup where I had Tom Brady, LaDainian Tomlinson, and Larry Johnson from the Chiefs, and some other Terrell Davis, Marvin Harrison, and I just rolled with these guys for years. And but then this, like I say, this league started in 1988, and owners come, owners go. And when I say go, I mean to the fantasy football league in the sky. And figure it out. I'm 72, and back then I wasn't the oldest player in the league then. So we had lost some guys along the way. We now have some sons of folks that have played in the league. My boys have been in and out of those leagues. I have 5 grown kids. We have 5 grown kids all over the age of 36. But somehow we're in a holding pattern of only 3 grandkids. I don't know how that's working out. I have friends with 5 kids, and by now I should have about 18 grandkids. But I don't know how that works. But so
yeah.
So yeah, they called it. They would call in, and now how did we do that? How did we do the stats? Well, that's kind of easy. The Sunday and Monday, the Monday and Tuesday USA Today was the final word on scoring, and we had no way of knowing if there were stat corrections later in the week. That stuff didn't come till later. And then finally, when the internet rolled around, and at least I was able to, most of us did get on the internet, and the USA Today had a website with all the scores, same as you would find in the newspaper. Then it started to become a little easier for the stats. We had a buddy system. I was not going to keep the stats for 14 or even 12 teams myself. So what you did was you paired up with another owner, and you did your stats and his or her stats, and the other person did their stat or your stat, and then you compared at the end of the week, and then report into me what the tally was, and then I'd be able to. It wasn't the person you were playing against necessarily. It was just somebody that was your buddy the whole season.
Yeah.
That made it easier. And so that also was a way of keeping people honest. And then hopefully by around 1997 or 8, we were able to start transitioning to electronic scoring. I don't remember what our first platform was that we used, but we did use MFL for a while. I know you said one of you guys said that some of your leagues are on MFL. Now, if anybody listening has any kind of stake in MFL, you can mute me for a minute, but I still think MFL is a little bit in the Stone Ages. I just can't keep up with the free agent lists and how to manage it. I think Sleeper is a lot more user friendly in terms of a lot of things that I need it to be. But back then we used MFL for a while, and then Yahoo. In fact, my home league still uses Yahoo. It's the only league I'm the commissioner of or participate in, other than maybe if there's a charity league that does a different platform. But my home league still does Yahoo. Why? Because the guys in the league aren't, necessarily big fantasy players, and they don't want to learn another platform at this point. We've been doing Yahoo since I believe 2009. So I didn't want to rock the boat there, and it's turned into a redraft anyway. So, and by the way, that's my only IDP league. When we started in 1988, we were IDP, and we just kept that system going. We do IDP in terms of it's a modified IDP. You still, the bulk of your roster is offense, but the way we do it is you can start one defensive lineman, one linebacker, one defensive back, and what I call a defensive flex that could be any of those positions. So you're starting four defensive players. So it keeps the spirit of what we started in 1988 going by keeping it with that type of league. But it's my only IDP league right now.
Awesome. It's definitely a different time. I feel like for fantasy football, now everything is digital. Everything's right there in your palm at all hours of the day, any second of the day. It's easily accessible, which is not always a good thing.
Well, it's if you got it's like the work-life balance. There's the fantasy football life balance.
Yeah. I like to say after 5 p.m. my phone is away, and I try not to be on it, and I will catch up with it in the morning. But sometimes that doesn't happen. Obviously, if big things are happening and I'm getting a bunch of text messages saying, "Hey, can you check this?" I'm like, "Who's causing problems today?" And then we go be a commissioner and try to be the sheriff and figure out who caused what problem.
I don't, you know what? I don't know. Maybe because I'm pretty strict about who I recruit into the leagues I run. I don't really have a lot of problem children, so to speak. I really don't. But then again, you might think I'm some kind of big deal commissioner, but full disclosure, I'm commissioner of only 4 leagues right now. I mean, that's a lot for an average Joe, non-content creator person type like me. 4 is still pretty robust, but I'm pretty picky about who comes into my leagues.
It's interesting you said that because we just had that conversation on Friday. My co-host and I, where we talked about the fact there's a huge difference between home leagues and public leagues. And I'm not saying there's not a place for public leagues, but when you just allow anybody to come in, that's where you start seeing those problems. And like you, Mitch, we look for people who are friends of friends, family, and so on. Someone who will vouch for and support when they come into the league. So I've been very successful as well, having very little trouble from individuals. And also, I think when you bring in people who others know, it helps with retention. I think it really helps keeping people in the leagues. You've said you've been very successful keeping individuals engaged in the leagues, and that's the same thing on my end. I've had some turnover. Every league will have that, but for the most part, a lot of people like the league. They know the people in the league, so they want to stay in the league, and I think that's important.
Somebody left one of the leagues last year that I took over from a commissioner that just wasn't very responsive. And by the way, I won that league, and when my leagues are over that I run, the day after everybody gets paid, whether it's on League Safe or if I'm the one keeping the money, they get paid the next day. I got paid in this league, and it was a big money league too. It was pretty steep buy-in, and I'm two-time defending champion. I didn't get paid till the middle of February. So there was a mutiny in that league, and the commissioner, he's still in it, but he's not commissioner anymore. Everybody overwhelmingly wanted me to take the league over, and I did. And one guy had to drop out because he lost his job and didn't want to play in a high-stakes league. And also, he had to jump into the whole job searching thing and just couldn't really devote the time. And the person that came in was a former champion of a league that several of the other people that were in the league were in the league with this guy, and said, he's worthy. We wouldn't mind having him in here, and he's a pretty stout player. And so now he's in the league, and he's very active in the rookies draft. So and it wasn't a terrible team either. The person just didn't leave because his team sucked. He left very legitimate reason. Lost his job. So
it's
we
tough.
have that.
Chef is running 32 leagues, which I thought my 9 commissioner in leagues was crazy, plus Super League. So add how many ever divisions we add there. 32, man. That is
wow.
Props to you. Props to you. That's a job right there. Like, that's a legit.
I can't do that. I would not be able to. I don't know. It was only going to be 2 leagues for me, but I started up one, a third. I started another league, and there were so many people wanted to get into it. I actually mirrored that league and started up another one. I didn't make it a 24 team 2 division thing because not a lot of people really wanted to do that. They just wanted to be in a 12-person league. And so I just got all the people that couldn't get into it the first time. I invited them in a second time. And by the time everybody paid and everything else, guys, one league is going to have its full draft this coming weekend. Not the one we're in now. I skipped the holiday weekend. And then the first weekend in June, June 6th, I think, or 7th, we're going to have that draft as well. But more or less because we got off to a little late start getting everybody involved and everybody paid. But, I'm excited about that. So, but 32. And Chef, you didn't invite me into any of those leagues? Come on.
I know, for real.
But I'm maybe I am in one of his leagues. I don't even know. I'm in about 15 leagues. So
Mitch, I don't know how much time you got. Jeff, I know you need to take a break, but I need to fill water up real quick because our next segment is fantasy trivia.
I'll stay here while you two go take your break so that people know we're still around if you want.
We can rotate. I'll take like 2 minutes, unless Jeff, you want to go. You want to go break real quick?
No, you go ahead first.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, there he goes. And he deserves a break, you know? I mean, like I said, I jumped on very early this morning. Here in Florida, Jeff, it gets very hot real quick. And Boston Terriers are flat-faced, flat-nosed dogs, and some of them have brachial or breathing problems. And so what I do starting around the middle of May all the way till probably the end of September is I get them up and out the door somewhere around 5:45 to 6:15 a.m. before the sun comes up and it gets really hot for the nice long walk. Any subsequent walks during the day, if they have to go out, they just go on my lawn and come back in. And then my wife and I take them out for a nice long walk after the sun goes down. Which is kind of nice, and it gets them a little tired, gets them ready for bed. Their circadian rhythm is pretty palatable at that point for a human to be able to tolerate, and so on. So I was up pretty early, and I was listening to the guys earlier this morning. So I give Justin a lot of credit for not only running this league, running the SLFF, but also this 24-hour live stream. I hope there's still some of my friends or people I participate with are still here. And even after I back out of here, I hope you're able to really take in some of the content, and please donate as well. I mean, they made it real easy for you to donate. If you're in the live stream with the interface that I had, take a look at the bottom left-hand corner. You could see where it says donate here, and you can do that. And it even gives you a running total as to how much money is being collected for in the FantasyNow live stream and the league too, the charity league. It's all there, and we hope you'll support and join the league too. It's fun. It's fun, and if it's going to be the only league you're in with kickers, come on in. We want to see what you do in terms of your aptitude for picking out the best kicker. Based on the rules, I already kind of have in mind who I want on my team. I don't know if it's going to work out, but
Same thing here.
Somebody I have my eye on.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I've already been formulating in my mind who I might want to try to target at some of these positions. But I agree with you. I was in this last year, and like I said, I didn't do very well. Didn't help that I didn't realize the fab thing was a thing. But it was an incredible experience. That's how I met Justin actually at Scottish Bowl 14 last year, and then got into a super league, and that's kind of how our relationship formed. And this is an incredible cause. Like Justin has said, go to FantasyNowPlus.com and go to the super league, and there are spots still available. So register, and also please donate. But this is I couldn't do what Justin's been doing, staying up this long. I started with him at 8:00 last night. I got to 1:00 and I was done.
So as soon as you said I met Justin at Scott Fishbowl, my audio just went, nope, we're done. And I'm like, Jeff finally says a bunch of good things about me. I have no idea what all I see is.
Well, he had to say good things about you, Justin, because I was trashing you the whole time you were.
Yeah.
No, I was actually trying to get, if anybody is out there still paying attention from my crew, or just if you're here, please donate. I was saying the interface that I happen to have on my screen when I watch the live feed is and be in the live chat. The bottom left-hand corner says donate now. So it makes it real easy to donate. So.
Yeah, you can definitely donate. It's down there in the description of this video, in the next video, and the previous video. It'll be there for the next 10 hours. So we are 14 hours down out of 24. We are over the hill. We're coming back down the hill.
I'm over the hill. Oh no. Oh, okay. Never mind.
So
All right. So I know you got your trivia coming up.
Yeah.
And I'll pop in and watch later on if if you need me to come back on for a little later in the day, I probably can. But we're going out to dinner with another couple
fun
later on. That's what you do when you're retired. You go out to dinner a lot. Although my wife is a phenomenal cook, and I'm always on the grill. Barbecuing's my thing. So, guys, it's been an honor and a pleasure being on here with you. And
yeah, definitely appreciate you being on.
No, thank you so much. I've been learning a lot. Also, you've had some very good co-hosts on. I don't know who Pete Davidson is or was is. I know it's not the same guy on Saturday Night Live, but
I was really hoping it was, and then
yeah.
he didn't show up. I was like, oh dang it.
But I was listening to him, and I'm like, this guy and I shared the same brain about some of the things he was saying. So if you end up in a draft with me and you were watching Pete, you probably can figure out how some of my strategy is going to end up. So all right, everybody, be well. Thanks for having me here, and good luck knocking the king off the throne this season.
Thanks for coming, Mitch. It looks like yeah, we just had a couple more people register for Super League, so that's great.
Excellent. All right, be well.
Catch you later.
Nice meeting you, Mitch.
All right. You go take your break. I will
I'll do that.
play commercial and stuff like that and do some of those things. So let's play this one. Just me still. Let's go to national champ.
Hi, my name's Anna Grace. I'm 11 years old and I'm from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. I play wheelchair basketball for the Cincinnati Dragons. It's a travel team, so we've gone to Wisconsin, Atlanta, Florida, somewhere in there.
Anna Grace was adopted from China when she was 27 months old, and 6 weeks after she came home, she had her first surgery on her leg. The doctors who reviewed her file, they weren't sure if she was ever going to be able to walk. They weren't sure if she had an intact pelvis based on the pictures, but she got into her first prosthesis then. I think it was about 2 weeks after her surgery, and took her first independent steps, and she hasn't stopped moving since.
Or talking.
Or talking.
Hi, it's just me. It's just me until Jeff gets back. But yeah, those are just a couple of the things that really goes to highlight what Extra Life is about and the families that they are serving. Wow, 14 hours in, a little over 14 hours in there. And I feel like every time I play one of those videos, I get more and more like teary-eyed. Some of these things can be emotional. They're definitely, it's a great organization. It's something that your every dollar that you donate goes a long way. And it's small amounts. I mean, literally $1 here. If everybody just kept donating, everybody that came to the stream donated $1, we would make way more. And by make, I mean we would raise way more. So I'm very appreciative of everybody that is currently on the stream. I'm going to bring Jeff back now because he is back. Jeff, you're here.
Hello.
Welcome back. Have you seen any of the story videos that I've played so far?
Any of the what videos? I'm sorry.
Any of the videos of the kids? I think you probably saw one earlier.
Yeah, last night I saw a couple of them that you played. The first one, and then there was like 3 of them you played last night. I saw those.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the
okay,
ones
that's
this
fair.
morning.
That's fair. Okay. Are you ready for trivia?
Well, sure. Hopefully, I can do as well as I did in Jeopardy last night. When
Yeah, I
the other
mean,
two let me win.
our first contestant did pretty well. Our last two contestants did not do pretty well. They were doing decently okay, and then they flubbed it there at the end. So there's 4 rounds. First 3 rounds have 5 questions, and the last round has 4 questions because one of them is actually inaccurate or incorrect, and I took it out. So that's important to know, I guess. So first question is, and I'm not going to tell you if you get the answers right or wrong. So I'll just ask you the question. You'll answer it. I will mark whether you got it right or wrong. And then at the very end of the stream or tomorrow or whenever I get to it, I will say what the winners and all of those things. So first, Chef, you are doing a good thing for people doing greater things. Be proud of every minute you put in today.
Absolutely.
14-hour justice is kidding me. I'm about to cry. It's fine. I'm not going to do that. But, okay. First question. What TV show featured a group of friends in a long-running fantasy football league?
The League.
The League, yes. We're starting off with the easy questions. Which actually, when John did these questions first, for some reason, they were ordered weird, and the hardest questions were first. So, and then the easy questions were more points. So, like the first round's worth 1 point, second round's worth set 2, third round's 3, and then fourth round's 4. So that's important to know. Okay, next question. Which NFL analyst is known for his fantasy-focused football podcast and work with ESPN? Oh, I forgot to play that.
Kaplan. Adam Kaplan.
Adam Kaplan. Okay. What former NFL player once drafted Andrew Luck in 2020 after he had retired for like a year on a live fantasy podcast? Former player.
No idea.
Okay.
Pass.
Which actor from Parks and Recreation is a known fantasy football superfan and hosts leagues with NFL players? This would be a cool thing to do.
Oh, I'm drawing a blank on the name.
If you can say his character name, I will give you the point.
Don't know that I'll have to pass.
Okay. What is the name of the major charity fantasy football league started by Scott Fish?
Say that again.
What is the name of the major charity fantasy football league started by Scott Fish?
Oh, Scott Fishbowl.
There you go. I should really change this question to started by Justin Bowerly. Okay. So after round 1, you have 2 points. Round 2, these questions are worth 2 points each. So in Superflex leagues, what position becomes more valuable compared to standard formats?
What is the quarterback?
You don't have to answer.
I don't have to do it.
But yeah, it's not Jeopardy anymore.
Sorry.
Yeah. Question number 2, what does handcuffing mean in fantasy football strategy?
Drafting or picking up the backup player to a starting player.
What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy football league?
12.
What scoring format awards 1 point per reception?
Full PPR.
In dynasty leagues, what major difference separates them from redraft leagues?
You retain your players year after year. You don't redraft all of the players, with few exceptions. But you retain your rosters year after year. They roll over.
Okay. After round 2, you now have a total of 12 points. So if we're keeping tally, you got 10 points that round, and each question was worth 2 points.
Sweet.
You have the highest score through the first 2 rounds so far, by the way. Round 3. These questions are worth 3 points each for a high score of 15. Who holds the record for most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback in standard scoring?
I'll go with Peyton Manning.
Okay. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and again in 2018? $25. Thank you, Mitch.
Sorry, the bells are going
Yeah,
off.
that you can't remember that one. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and then again in 2018?
Mike Evans. I don't know.
It gets harder, I'm telling you. Well, sometimes. In PPR scoring, which running back led all players in receptions in 2019? 2019, which running back led all players in receptions?
Alvin Kamara. That's not gonna be right.
Which running back? Why do you say that?
Because I thought another name popped in my head, but we'll just go with that.
Who's the other name?
I was gonna say Austin Eckler, but it's probably I'll stick with Kamara.
Okay. Which running back exploded in 2021 with over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns?
(2021)
Yep, 2021.
Why am I drawing a blank? The Lion was a Packer, now a Lion, or was a Lion, then a Saint.
Oh, I know.
2021. Wait, 2021. Sorry, I got to get this. 21. Yeah, it has to be. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? I keep wanting to say Ricky Williams. That's not right. I'll just go with Williams. We'll just.
You're thinking Jamal Williams, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
In 2023, who was the wide receiver 1 in fantasy points per game in PPR? This would have been 2 seasons ago.
Cooper Kupp. Should know these.
Points per game. Yeah, I forgot that. Okay. All right. After round 3, you have a total of 12 points.
Oh boy.
Round
Excellent
4.
Round.
4 points per question now. What year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform?
$1999.
Who is the first tight end to finish as the overall tight end 1 for 4 straight seasons?
Want to say I'm going to go Travis Kelce.
Which team did LaDainian Tomlinson play for during his record-breaking 31 touchdown fantasy season in 2006?
San Diego Chargers.
That's important. And what was the original name for fantasy football when it was invented in 1962? And only I've seen in the chat and people have only one person has answered this correctly so far.
Where's
And
my?
if you can come up with the acronym, I'll even give you that.
Where's Larry's book? Okay.
In this chat. It is.
I'll just pass. I'm not gonna. I'll struggle with that. I've
So
read
after
it,
that
but I don't
round,
remember.
you now have 20 total points. And we have a final question where you can wager your points to potentially surpass somebody else. Would you like to wager your points? You have 20 points to spend.
If you're not first, you're last, I guess. Sure, I'll wager it all. Why not?
Everybody has wagered it all, and some have failed miserably, and some have done great. So this will be interesting. In the modern fantasy football era, post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit touchdowns? So did not have double-digit touchdowns, but had the highest PPR point total in a single season.
Wow. Since 2000?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll just
all
go.
the marbles.
I'll just go Justin Jefferson. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you for.
Now I got 0.
I can't confirm
Oh,
how
you
many
can't tell
points
me.
you
You can't
have
tell me. That's right.
because
Yeah,
that would tell you if you got the answer right or wrong.
Good point. Good point.
I will post all of these answers at the end. For those that have played in trivia, I will say 3 people are tied for second place and 1 person is in the lead by a lot. So I'm not going to say
whoever that is.
who it is. Yeah. So
okay.
That's trivia there.
That was more painful than I expected.
Yeah, some of those questions were when I was going through them, I was like, "Oh, yeah, this is easy. This is easy." I'm like, I see the answer. They do not see the answer. It's not as easy as it sounds.
But they're questions that you'd think, oh, hey, this is easy to. But when you really start thinking about it, I mean,
And you're not looking at the stats, and you're not looking at this. And yeah,
I mean, how do you? I mean, there's just so much to remember. It's you forget more than you ever remember.
Yeah, I will say. So Braden in here was answering one of the rounds, and I will say he got 1 question correct.
Oh, so I should have been looking at the comments.
Well, they were delayed like 10 seconds. So we were already into the next question when he was answering.
Okay.
So that kind of helps there.
Yeah, I can't cheat. Sorry.
So Groot, you want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Here's my child. Oh, hi, buddy. Look. See into the microphone.
Puppy.
This is Groot, everybody. Groot likes when you donate money to Extra Life. And this is Rocket sneaking up. He has to be a part of everything as well. They love charity and they love. Oh, does that smell good? Now you're gonna lick my microphone. Okay, thanks, bud. Thanks, guys. Now go kill each other. They like to kill each other, and by kill, I mean Ruff Allison.
Oh yeah.
All these things. So, yeah.
I want to. Oh, I forget how this sounds. How does this sound? It sound weird, right?
Very weird.
right now I'm just
playing with buttons on my board now.
Because that's where we are on the stream. Let's see. Do I sound like a robot now? Kind of, maybe. Yeah. I can't hear myself, so.
Yeah, I don't have we were talking before about my need to get an XLR mic and board, so that is coming soon.
I will tell you this board that I have, I do like it. It's a 2 import, so like it's all I need. But it was all my fantasy earnings for last year, so treated myself.
Nice.
Yeah, so Jeff, we have an hour and a half before you're out of here, and we do a best ball live draft, so that's going to be fun. If you are now joining us, we are raising money for Extra Life to support the families with the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar you donate goes directly to the hospital foundation. Currently, we are at $1,035 out of our $2,000 goal, which I think we are now $8 away from breaking last year's record of 1,043, or tying last year's. So somebody give me $10. Just do it. So yeah, let's talk about some football. I mean, you've been following the league a little bit longer than I have. By a couple years, not many years, but by a couple years. What are some of your favorite memories of games?
Well, I mean, when I think about past games, one of the games that really stands out for me, of course, is the game that has been, has the highlight that's been played so many times, on media, and that is the divisional round game against the Detroit Lions versus the Dallas Cowboys in 1990. Well, it was in 1992 for the 91 season. It's the play where Barry Sanders made, the Cowboys look like Keystone Cops. I was in the last row of the lower bowl for that game, and that was a phenomenal game. Unfortunately, we went the next week to Washington and got annihilated, but at least that was an incredible game, and that was not only the last playoff game for not last playoff game, sorry, they had playoff games after, the last playoff win for a long time, but it was just watching Barry was incredible. Anyone, there's nothing I can say that everybody else in sports hasn't said about Barry, but it was just, being at the Silverdome and actually watching him play was phenomenal. So that's one game. I think another game for me was the 2009 game at Ford Field when the Cleveland Browns were in town, and it was the game that had the longest NFL films mic'd clip that's ever been released, or at least at the time it was. And that was when Matthew Stafford was tackled and separated his shoulder, was pulled off the side of the field. And if not for what's that?
And he said, no, he's going back onto the field. And
which he couldn't have done had it not been for a Cleveland Browns timeout. So I'm trying to remember who the quarterback was that came in. Was it Donovan? No, not Donovan. Who was trying to remember the quarterback that came in and was going to spell him, but when the timeout was called, he wanted back in, and for him to throw that touchdown. And I mean, a lot of people can say a lot of things about Matthew Stafford, and again, we won't go on a long spell with Matthew Stafford again, but the guy has toughness, and that after that play, I was just, when he first went down, I thought, and I was actually at that game, and when he went down, I really thought, here we go again, another Lions player who's going to be injured and isn't going to amount to anything. And when he got up and did that, there was a feeling amongst Lions fans that finally and that didn't transpire. I mean, obviously 2 years later, we finally got a playoff game, lost to the Saints, and a couple years later, another playoff game where we lost. But I mean, it never really, those playoff wins and a Super Bowl appearance never transpired.
$10, Braden. Thank you. Also
Excellent.
a Super League finalist last year. He made I think the top 3. Oh, thank you.
And is that now your record?
That puts us over the total.
Yes. Excellent.
He was listening. Yeah, I asked for $10. He gave me $10. What more can I ask for?
I mean, there's a lot of different games. I think some of them, one of the games, nothing against New England. I'm just not a New England fan, but the Super Bowl where Tyree, caught the touchdown pass off his helmet, or that wasn't a touchdown pass. That was in the middle of the field. But that Super Bowl game was incredible. I mean, there's a lot of different games that I remember. On the flip side, games I'd like to forget. I was at Ford Field for all 8 of the home losses during the 0-16 season. That was brutal, and I think that that was a stretch of, I can't remember the total number of games. It was well into the 20s of consecutive losses the Lions endured, and so that was a brutal time to be a Lions fan. There's been a lot of years it's been brutal to be a Lions fan, and so I mean, like I said, I can't think of any significant games. There's been a lot of great games to watch, but those are 2 or 3 games that stand out to me.
Yeah. So my very first game, like first memory as a football fan, was in 1998. Had to say that kind of quietly for Jeff there. Poor Calvin Johnson, for real, Chef. So in 1998, I went to a preseason game with my parents. My babysitter was a Colts cheerleader. So she was able to get us tickets out in like the nosebleeds. But so my parents took me and her son to the game. His name was Paul. My name was Justin. And at the time, the Bengals quarterback in that game was Paul Justin. And of course, as the 6-year-old that I am, that became, and a fan of Tigers, that became my favorite team. So since 1998, that preseason game, I've been a Bengals fan, and like you, I've experienced a lot of hardship over the years. And it has been tough. A lot of people give me crap because I root for the Colts and the Bengals, and well, I root for the Colts because of location. I'm in Indianapolis, and when you live in Indianapolis and you get Peyton Manning and live through that as a child, you kind of root for the Colts too. But yeah, if I had to say, if it was Colts, whenever it's Colts versus Bengals, I always root for the Bengals. I will always root for the Bengals. And we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, kind of. I mean, you got to the Super Bowl back in 2021 and fell short literally by like half a second. If Burrow could have just got it off to Jamar Chase, that was a touchdown for the win. But it's tough. But
the Bengals have been in 3 Super Bowls? Is that correct?
I don't like to talk about it, but yeah, I've only seen one in my lifetime. But yeah, I think it's definitely at least 2, maybe 3, because they lost to the 49ers way back when. But I don't remember the other one.
I think the one loss to the 49ers was when the Super Bowl was in Pontiac at the Silverdome, I believe. Can't remember. I want to say there were 3 Super Bowls, but
let's look it up. How many?
Yeah, there you go.
Super Bowls? They've been in 3 Super Bowls. They've lost all 3. Luckily, not in a row. They always lose to the California teams. They lost to San Francisco in 1982. They lost to San Francisco in 1989, and then Los Angeles in 2022 for the 2021 season.
22, yeah.
So yep. So that was my first like Super Bowl experience, and my dad was also has been a Bengals fan his whole life too. So Bengals Packers fan. So we got to watch that together, which was kind of cool, even though I lost. But I mean, growing up in Indy specifically, I got to see a lot of cool things happen, like a Super Bowl win in 2006, down in Miami beating the Bears. That was a pretty cool game for me. Um, Peyton Manning's 49th touchdown record. I was at that game. Got tickets for Christmas, which I think that game was like December 26th or something like that. And so me and my dad went to that game when I was a kid, and like had nosebleed seats in the RCA, the old RCA dome. And as we were like walking up to the stadium, this guy comes up to us in a suit and is like, "Do you guys have tickets?" And my dad's like fumbling for his tickets. He's like, "Yeah." And this guy's like, "You just been upgraded," and gave us tickets to the 20-yard line where the pass was thrown. 19 seats up, 19 rows up. So we were like down in it and got to witness the touchdown pass and catch and Peyton Manning breaking Dan Marino's record at the time. And that's probably like my most memorable experience.
Yeah, that's incredible.
As a kid. After that, I mean, Andrew Luck's like touchdown against the Chiefs to bring them back in the playoffs, back in 2013, 14, something like that. That's also like in the back of my head. I will never forget that. Like fumble, the running back fumbled it, Luck picked it up and just dove into the end zone for the touchdown and the win.
Yeah, it's amazing to think what could have been with Luck had he not, sustained.
We wouldn't be talking about Anthony Richardson right now.
No. That Super Bowl you were talking about against the Bears, I think that one was the one in was that the one down in Miami, torrential rain, Devin Hester, the kickoff return, and yep. I remember that.
That one I will always remember. The one against the Saints, I will never ever forget in my lifetime. And that is specifically because that Super Bowl was my 18th birthday that they lost. We had a Peyton Manning cake, like the 18 like stitching on the cake and everything, because it was 18, everything was blue and white. That one hurt. Yeah. Yeah, Chef, you're a Bears fan, I think, right? Just by a couple of the comments you've made, because I think you've made this comment twice now tonight, about the slant routes and Peyton Manning breaking your heart. Yeah, Brandon Stokely right up the middle, man. That was Brandon Stokely and Dallas Clark specifically, and then obviously Reggie and Marvin on the outside. Says peak Colts days. Miss it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things have happened. Obviously, I mean, my experience with the NFL has been a lot shorter than yours has, but I feel like we've all gotten to witness a couple things. I remember a couple of Colts Lions moments in the more recent memories that have gone Colts way more so than the Lions way. But
yeah, I think the last time Detroit was in Indy, Detroit won. That was last year, I think.
Yeah, you guys smoked us.
Yeah. But there've been a lot. I was actually going to try to go to that game and couldn't. But I know that we have not had great success against Indy in the past. So it's one of those things where the Lions, there's a lot of games where, I mean, our recent success against Green Bay, where we had years of futility. It's hard to watch. Again, I'm going to enjoy this right now and continue to enjoy these next few years. I always hope that the Lions will continue to draft well, continue to build the team, and have a sustained run of success. After so many years, it's very difficult. to do that. That game, yeah, I remember that half-yard line game. That was
that specific moment is the only GIF I will use if anybody that is a Titans fan tries to talk about the Titans being better than the Indianapolis Colts. I will just respond with that GIF and be like, "You were so close. I'm so sorry, but you're irrelevant currently."
I mean,
but then they can flip it around on me and just like show me Joe Burrow getting sacked by Aaron Donald. So,
well, that was almost as painful as Seattle not going back to back because they decided not to use Lynch. I know that I understand they were trying to surprise the Patriots, but you had Marshall just run the ball. that was a brutal ending to be on the half-yard line and to be intercepted.
Yeah. What's one of your more recent, or I mean, it could be older too, most memorable Super Bowl moments in your lifetime?
Well, the Tyree catch was one. The Jerome Bettis coming home to Detroit in the Super Bowl against
Seahawks.
That was against the Seahawks, yeah, in 2006. That was
I remember that one vividly.
Yeah, that was great to see.
That was against. Yes, that was the Seahawks because Hines Ward was the Cardinals one, the toe tap into the back of the end zone after you think Kurt Warner got another Super Bowl with another team, which would have been the first quarterback to ever do that, winning a Super Bowl with two different teams. But he didn't. So.
He didn't.
Do you know who the first one is?
No.
Peyton Manning, Colts, Broncos. There's only been
thought about that.
There's been 3 now. Oh no. There's been 2. Can you name the other? This one's, I feel like, easy. It was an answer to Jeopardy earlier.
What was the question? Who saw the second person to have won?
There have been 2 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL to win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. San Antonio
Tom Brady.
Cardinals, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. It was San Antonio Holmes, that's right, not Hines Ward. Hines Ward also good. Man, Steelers always end up with like really good wide receivers. And then they all either they retire or they become crazy. Like there's no happy medium. They don't just go off into the sunset and live a normal life.
Well, I still think it's fun. I mean, I remember when the Steelers had Mike Wallace, and then they brought in Antonio Brown, and Mike Wallace turned down the contract. So they gave, at least that's what I recall, they gave Antonio Brown Mike Wallace's contract and let Wallace walk, and he ended up going to Miami, I think. I can't remember.
Mike Wallace went to Miami, yeah.
Miami, yeah. And so the Steelers just, it's amazing. You look at the team and you think, hey, there's no talent on this team, or they've traded away, or they've let walk certain players, and yet they always find a way to get a winning record. And I find it very difficult, those that, we could talk a while about coaches that people want to see, dispatched from their teams. And so many, I have a really close friend who's a Steelers fan, and he agrees with me. But so many Steelers fans want Tomlin gone. And it's like, be careful what you wish for, because a lot of these teams, when they get rid of their coaches, things do not improve. They don't, and sometimes they get worse. A lot of people, what was it? The Chargers, when was it Schottenheimer who was coach there? I mean, he had winning records. Schottenheimer was walked, and then
one of the only coaches that can beat Peyton Manning in the playoffs, like on a consistent yearly basis. That was so damn annoying, by the way.
Yep. It was exactly. Schottenheimer. Even who was the Bengals coach? Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis, yeah.
Marvin Lewis, Lovie Smith, Andy Reid. Andy Reid in Philadelphia. I mean, he was taken to the team. Again,
Super
get rid of
Bowls, like NFC championships, like you're there, you're just not winning it, and then the team falls apart after he leaves. And
Detroit Lions, Wayne Fonts back, Wayne, and granted, a lot of people said Wayne had nothing to do with it, and perhaps they're right. They, because it was Barry, but Wayne Fonts is fired, and after that, other than 1 year under Bobby Ross, suddenly, there's I can't even call it mediocrity because that's too generous. I mean, just disaster in Honolulu Blue and Silver. After that, so I just when I hear people wanting to fire coaches all the time, especially when they've been successful with winning records and making the playoffs, I sometimes don't understand it. I understand you want to get them over the hump, but I mean, Tomlin is winning. That team is winning, and it doesn't seem to matter who's on that roster. They win. So why on earth would you want to get rid of a coach who consistently wins, even if it doesn't seem to get to the promised land? That's just me personally, but I don't. It will never make sense to me.
Yeah. So I want to play a game with you. And this will just be picking their outcome. Since 2000, we're going to talk about the starting 2 wide receivers for the Pittsburgh Steelers and what have they done since. So in 2000, you had Plexico Burress, who famously went crazy and shot himself and went to prison and all those things. And Hines Ward went out on top. I would say he went out great. Like he is one of the greats and didn't become crazy. And he didn't go to another team and kind of fall off there. Like he ended his career as a Steeler. Okay, so that's Plexico Burress and Hines Ward. They were the duo for up until 2005 when Plexico Burress left, and I think went to the Giants.
Or was it the other way around?
Then,
no, he was Steelers first, right?
Yeah. Antoine Randall L comes in for a year.
Yeah.
And then he left, and he then became crazy, didn't he? Or no, he went to Washington. He only was with Pittsburgh for 1 year. No. He was with Pittsburgh for...
I don't remember how long he was with Pittsburgh. He was a very spotty...
he just wasn't the starter. So he came in 2004, but he wasn't the starter till 2005. And then he had a mediocre season. Then he went to Washington and he came back to Pittsburgh, never started in 2010. So
he had some key, he had a couple big games, but that was it.
Yeah, he never surpassed his 601 yards that he got in 2004, only starting 7 games. So a player that I feel like it was a big name, but didn't pan out to anything. And then Hines Ward, and Cedric Wilson. Again, Cedric Wilson. Okay, so maybe there are a couple guys in here that didn't go crazy. San Antonio Holmes, I feel like had a decent career outside of Pittsburgh because he went to Washington and did decent. So maybe my theory is wrong. Okay, now here we go. Hines Ward, by the way, has been here for ever at this point. Mike Wallace, this is the next one. Past Plexico Burress, goes to let's see, Miami after that. Then I think he went somewhere else, didn't he? Yeah, then he went to Minnesota and Baltimore for 3 years.
I forgot about Baltimore. You're right.
Kind of remember he had a big season with Baltimore in 2016, 1,000 yards. But he also, I kind of remember going a little crazy. I don't want to say crazy, but
yeah.
Then we get to the Antonio Brown days. So Antonio Brown, Emmanuel Sanders did some stuff, but Antonio Brown is the big one here. Let's see, Martavius Bryant. And all of these guys did well on the Steelers, I feel like, but it's once they left the Steelers, they fell off. It's like Mike Tomlin knew, okay, it is your time to get out of here. And same thing with Bill Cowher, actually. So with Antonio Brown, you also had Juju Smith-Schuster. After Antonio Brown, Deontay Johnson, which okay for I think like a year, everybody was like Deontay Johnson, and then
Mhm.
he fell off, and has now been on like 17 teams since then. Chase Claypool, and now most recently George Pickens.
Yep.
So
That's
I
just it. I
mean,
mean, some names we all. I mean, these are names we all know, especially
yeah,
in the fantasy realm. But like you said, I mean, Hines Ward and to some extent Antonio Brown. But I mean, none of them were superstars. None of them, if you look at the stats, none of them achieved superstar status. And it's yet they served a purpose in Pittsburgh's offense, and it worked. And they won. Of course, Pittsburgh always benefited from very strong defenses, but at least for the most part. But
I just remember Antonio Brown, Pro Bowler. He went to the Pro Bowl. What? He was an All-Pro 1, 2, 3, 4 years in a row, and he was like wide receiver 1 in fantasy drafts. He was 101 in fantasy drafts. Like he was the Jamar Chase of that time. He was a superstar. And then that one hit again with Vontae Burfict, his whole life changed after that. And it was I always have hated the Steelers, just being a Bengals fan, but like I remember back in the playoffs and when I had no skin in the game at this point, and it's Big Ben, Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, and you're just like, who's gonna beat these guys? Somebody always did. They never got over that hump, and I just flabbergasted by that.
yeah, I mean, Ben had 2 rings.
Ben did have 2 rings, yeah.
2, yeah. So I mean, yeah, you just can't argue with success. But that's where I'm saying again, when you have a rotating, granted you had Big Ben in there for quite some time, but when you have that kind of success, I just don't know why you want to show your head coach the door. It doesn't make any sense. If he starts, you start getting losing seasons. I think there was one season in there where I kept saying they always have winning season. I think there was one season where they were 500, but okay. You've not had a losing season since when? And
right.
It's just for fans like myself who with the Lions, and when we were talking about who was it that was the Jets fan? Was it Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're fans of teams that that have had very little success, you'll take a winning season and not making the Super Bowl. Yeah, last year was tough, having a record-breaking season for the Lions, and then not being eliminated in the the first playoff game. That was something that is disappointing. But we're playing winning football. Why would I want to argue against the Lions playing winning football? And there were people who even thought that after that game in Michigan, there were people who really believed, hey, Dan Campbell isn't that good. He gambles too much. Show him the door. And I'm like, are you crazy? I mean, why on earth would you want it? It was the same thing when we had Jim Caldwell. They showed Jim Caldwell the door. He was a winning coach for the Detroit Lions. And granted, he's a completely different style than what Dan Campbell is and stuff. But you had a coach that went 9-7, and that wasn't good enough. And it's like, he's at least getting them to a winning record.
I was actually going to say the same thing, but on the Colts side, Jim Caldwell, 2009 to 2011 with the Colts, he took over from Tony Dungy. I mean, yeah, a lot of people say he inherited Dungy's team. He has Peyton Manning. That's why he went to the Super Bowl. They still lost. But in 2011, obviously, I mean, Peyton Manning is now hurt for the entire season. Like he's out, gone.
Mm-hmm.
And you're about to turn over your franchise. You bring in a new GM. Obviously, new GM is going to bring his own coach in. They're bringing in a new quarterback. The franchise resets completely. Jim Caldwell then goes to the Detroit Lions, and I think does pretty well up there too. But yeah, he's another one. He's 48-26 as a head coach for the. He's 26-22. And I don't know if I want to count 14 of those losses for that season in 2011. So it's like if you don't count the year where you're starting Curtis Painter and Kerry Collins and stuff like that, like he did pretty well. Only 8 games lost. Like, so it's one of those things. It's just you get rid of a coach for what, to go to the next thing. I mean, we went from 40 and 30. The Colts were 40 and 33 under Frank Reich. They fired him, brought in Jeff Saturday for the 8 games, and now they bring in Shane Steichen. He's supposed to be the offensive guru, the guy who's gonna train Anthony Richardson to do all these things. And can you guess his record right now? 17 and 17. It's a perfect 500. Like, that's not getting it done in the NFL. Like, is the grass always greener? Probably not.
No, and I understand fans and team owners wanting to, wanting to see the result of getting to a Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl. But when you have a winning team and that team is routinely going to the playoffs, okay, you go to the playoffs, guess what? That's a potential for a home playoff game, which means more revenue for the team, more revenue in concessions, etc. Why would you want to eschew that for a hope that this new coaching staff is going to come in and change things? And we all know that it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time sometimes to implement that. I mean, there are some coaches that can come in, and I think, one example is in Denver. I mean, Sean Payton came in and did a lot very quickly, but that's the exception, not the norm. And yeah. I think it doesn't
every year there's that one coach that does that, but it's for a year. Like, and they go out, they get coach of the year and all these things because they're the new coach, they're the new thing. Brian Daboll was one of them. Went for success with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, goes to the New York Giants, they become a winning team. And then what? Like, you get that one season and then what? And that's what I feel like. I fear that for Ben Johnson in Chicago right now. It's like the golden boy, like Ben Johnson, the guy who's supposed to be the top head coaching candidate for 2 years, gets Caleb Williams, gets this incredible offense, redoes their entire offensive line. I could see a good year this year. I could see a solid 10-win season, which would be a huge bump for the Chicago Bears. What happens next year? Do they continue to improve, or did the league figure out Ben Johnson? And I'm going to lead more towards the league figured out Ben Johnson. Like, not everybody is Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, like these guys that have like Nick Sirianni. Like, not every team is that team who has it figured out, and people can't figure them out.
Well, it's one of the reasons as a Lions fan why I'm thankful that actually, a lot of people might see it differently. I'm thankful that Dan Campbell has not won Coach of the Year, because it seems to be a kiss of death. Stefanski, I mean, he, he's on the hot seat. Daboll, like you said, fine, keep those accolades for other coaches as long as, Campbell keeps winning. And it'll be interesting to see Ben Johnson. We talked last night about Ben. I really like Ben as an offensive coordinator. Will the Lions miss him? Probably, but I think we'll also adapt. But I like I said, I think earlier, even today, I reserve judgment on any offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator that becomes a head coach, because there's just been the success rate has been low. And again, somebody has to become the new successful head coach, and they have to come from somewhere. But the proof will be in the results, and we'll see how that goes for Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, and sometimes the answer is not this young hotshot guy. I mean, you would like to think, the NFL evolves and give these newer guys opportunities to do well and stuff like that. But sometimes, the old tried and true is sometimes good, but then sometimes, like in Bill Belichick's instance, not so good anymore. Like, you also have to evolve to continue to stay in that league as well. So it's definitely tough.
Well, and I think as a head coach too, you have to be, it takes a there's a leadership quality that's necessary in a head coach that may not, I mean, you still have to be a leader as a coordinator, but you don't, not to the degree that a head coach needs. And so you take, like I said, I'm fond of talking about Jim Schwartz. I think Jim Schwartz is an incredible defensive coordinator, but he was a horrible head coach for the Detroit Lions. And his attitude, his lack of leadership skills, the way that he was turbulent in the locker room, no degree as what Matt Patricia was. But I mean, Matt Patricia was a train wreck.
Oh my God, that was a train wreck.
That was bad.
Like that was so bad that even my wife, who doesn't really follow football anymore, and knew that it was bad. Like that's how bad it was. Like it was like, oh.
Yeah, you when you start chasing away, your star players because they just don't want to be around you in your toxicity. That's just something. But I again, Ben may prove himself a leader. He may prove himself capable of overseeing the coordinators on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball. I think early on he tried a little bit too much to be Dan Campbell, and especially in a couple of the press conferences. Maybe that's just me with slanted vision, but and this is going to be hard for a Lions fan to say. I hope the Bears well. I wish the Bears well, and I hope that this Ben Johnson allows the Bears to become extremely competitive. I would love to see the NFC North be the most dominant division in the NFL. And to do that, the Bears need to be competitive.
Yeah, as I say, it could very well end up being that potentially. I mean, obviously the Vikings had a really good year with Sam Darnold. And now he's gone, so that's a little bit questionable there. But I'm pretty sure O'Connell believes in JJ McCarthy. That's why they let Sam Darnold walk. Jordan Love's also obviously a Packer. They're going to do well as long as he's the quarterback. The Lions are doing great. The Bears have that chance to be also good. And if they are, this does become the hardest division in football to win games. I mean, you're looking at 4 teams that could beat each other up.
Well, and my fellow Lions fans are probably going to bash me for this, but I mean, I can see a scenario where the Lions finish third in this division. Again, Green Bay is tough. Chicago's coming on. Minnesota, still has their weapons, sans the quarterback. And again, if JJ McCarthy delivers, like you said, like O'Connell thinks he can, then I mean, and the Lions have a very tough schedule. You look at that schedule, there's no way they're getting close to 15 wins again this year.
Yeah. And you have the veteran quarterback in the division. So like you now have the oldest quarterback, which Jared Goff's not old by any means, but like he's the oldest one in that division. So it's like everybody else is young and like fresh. And so it's,
yeah. We play Philly. There's on that schedule, there's Philly, there's Washington, there's Baltimore, there's Kansas City, there's
you got that 15-2 schedule now. So
yeah, and there's
schedule.
So I mean, I would love for that to happen, but being a realist, there's no way that we come close to that. And so 10, 11 wins, maybe. Again, I think this is going to be a very tight division, and I think there's going to be some very important games. Playing Chicago, I think it's the last week of the season in Chicago. It could be
cold,
38 degrees. It could be 0.
5. Yeah, it could be awful. What's up, Bobby? Jeff did get some sleep. He is back on. I think he probably went straight to bed and then got up and came straight here. So appreciate that. I have taken micro breaks to go, use the bathroom, get water, get drinks, whatever. In there, I think there was 10 minutes, Jeff, that I decided to lay on the floor next to my desk listening to you guys talk while I stretched and got some blood flowing through. But no, I have not slept since 7 a.m. yesterday. And I'll still be here for another 9 hours. So it's been fun though. So I at that 12-hour mark, I was I was fading. I was texting Josh and Sean like, guys, I am fading. Like SOS. 8 o'clock came very quickly, but ever since I got that little stretch in, I feel decently okay. We'll see. In about 45 minutes, we're gonna do a best ball draft. So I got to keep the mind alert. We'll see how that goes after being up for 16 hours at that point. And
Yeah, we were losing you before you disappeared, and when you came back, you were
when I was just
yeah.
Yeah,
that was about
you
it.
guys. I was thankful Pete decided to stay on an extra hour because that was clutch. That definitely helped me out. Even just literally laying next to my dogs for 10 minutes doing this, like on the floor, just to stretch out the back and stuff. That was very helpful. But
Well, you're ready for the home stretch, so
yeah, I mean it's fine. So are you ready to do something that you said you have no idea about, and I also have no idea, but I've been winning lately. So we're gonna make a prop bet.
Okay.
And come on, I'll pull it up on here on the screen. And guys, obviously, if you live in a state where it's legal to gamble, be sure to only gamble on things that you can afford to gamble on. Don't go chasing your bets. Follow Kurt Warner's rules, like gamble safely. I am not an accountant. I am not a professional gambler, so take this as you will. Been doing okay recently on smaller bets, but I definitely would 100% make sure you are being smart about it. So that's my warning up front.
Before making that wager, however, be sure to donate to this incredible cause. There's still plenty of time. And just recently, I think, Justin, you broke last year's donation record, but we want to keep that going. So
we're up
follow
$2,
the links
guys.
and donate.
Yeah. Yeah, Bobby, sometimes a 10-minute power nap is enough to get back on track. It wasn't a nap, though. That's the thing. I never actually fell asleep. I got my mind to where it was like, if I just thought about it for a second, I would have fallen asleep. And then my fear was that I would have fallen asleep for way too long. And then Jeff would just like, Justin, yelling in my ear, because I did have a headphone in at least. So okay, let's see if this will allow me to. No, I already downloaded the plugin. What are you talking about? Try again. Try again. Okay, well, so what I was gonna do, and I still will. We'll just look at the picks then, and then I will go back and do this. So what I was gonna do is make a couple $1 bets on the balance that I have in my account. And I actually need to stop that. I need to edit this for a quick second. Delete that. No, just doing some live podcast producing. We're gonna add there, save screen, and share screen. This is a mess, guys. And we're looking at this one. And share that. So I started this balance with $4. But it's all $1 stuff. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna look at this, and then any money that's made off this one is just gonna get donated right back into Extra Life. Sound good?
Absolutely.
So there's a game on tonight. I'm only gonna do the Indiana stuff because that's all I actually know. And I never look at these ones, but Sean has helped me on one of these. But we're gonna look at the Fever. They play the Liberty tonight. No, I don't even want to look at this. We're gonna go straight to the Pacers. I'm sorry. NBA. Okay. So Sean said this. The spread is -2 now. Ooh, this is the first time the Pacers have been favored in a game in the playoffs, which is very interesting to me. But he said to take the spread and the money line. So that's what we're gonna do. Come on, verify my. I already did that. That's what we're gonna do. 'Cause that's what Sean said to do. So
Geolocation is a pain.
it really is. Like I downloaded the plugin, all the things, and it's still just fighting me on it. So it's
there was a time where I was using the app, and if I was leaning to the right side of my chair, I was in the state of Michigan. I'd lean to the left side of the chair. Apparently, I wasn't, and it was just the weirdest thing. They find I don't know why that happened, and I thought at first, okay, it's my phone. But I tried it with different devices, and it would always happen. Right side, I'm there. Left side, yep. And it's like, well, I know I don't live on the border, so it was the oddest thing. And I know geolocation mapping can be, especially in its infancy in a lot of states, can be difficult. I know that what is the one big one in GeoComply, I think, is the one that does a lot of that. They've become considerably better with that. But for a while, it wasn't just me that was having that issue. There were others that were experiencing weird issues, not as bad as one side of the chair, but they would literally drive down the road and suddenly it wouldn't authenticate. And it was just, but I know that it's become a lot better here.
Yeah, more so as of late. Sports betting is more common too, I think. So but that is the picks Sean made, and I'm saying Sean because the last 3 NBA games he's had 2 picks every game for a parlay, and he has hit on all 3 of those games so far. So this is the next one. I don't know if he knows what the spread is, because the spread is -2 and it's usually plus points. So that's interesting to me. So
Hey Justin, I have to switch buds, so for a second, for a few seconds, I'm not gonna be able to hear you.
You're not gonna hear me. That's fine. I'm going to do one of these things. Let's see. We're gonna go
by improving their medical treatments, equipment, and facilities. Children's hospitals are able not only to address the most challenging health issues of our day, but also to prevent and prepare for those to come. You can help change kids' health and change the future for all of us. Register at extra-life.org.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
You back? Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah.
Oh, perfect. So wasted enough time there. Perfect. Oh God, my throat is starting to feeling it. So we got about 38 minutes or so until we do our best ball live draft, where we have some friends from the Optimus Fantasy channel, where they will be coming in and we'll be doing a best ball live draft. And I've already put it out there that if for every $10 somebody donates, they can pick a draft pick for me. So it's not a mock draft. It's going to be an actual best ball league for just for funsies, but hopefully we can make some money off of that, or raise some money off that. I gotta change my words there. Raise some money off that. So
now, has a draft order been established? I didn't even see.
Oh, you are in that, aren't you?
102.
Yes.
Yes. I won't be online with that, but I will be hiding my phone away from my wife and participating. So
as all fantasy leagues do.
Yeah.
Whew.
So one of the things we could, talk about, we didn't really touch on at the 8 a.m. Hour as we were continuing to talk rookies and other players. If you wanted to find a topic for these last, 30 minutes, the creative league ideas. I don't know if that's something you want to touch on or.
Yeah, we did kind of skip right over that. So definitely we can get back into that because I don't know about you, but I mean I've probably said this probably 4 or 5 times now. I like to do different league settings, different creative style leagues. So just a couple. I mean, we've talked about our auction with the silent auction there with 2-player auction draft and then all fab waivers. That's our staff league that we've got going on. That's been an interesting league. Another one that I've talked about on the stream was a all rookie league. We started with last year's rookies, and then we've added this year's rookies. So not every position has been filled on people's rosters. People are still scoring 0 points on people's rosters, but some people are starting to fill out rosters if they did it right and picked right. So that has been interesting. I feel the most confident about my team now. And I'm really banking on the fact that Will Howard is going to start at some point this season. That's been a fun one. It's probably one of my honestly favorite leagues by far. Good morning, Cap. Welcome back to the show again. Hopefully you got a bunch of more questions. You guys print the midnight oil. Yeah. If you can see, we have been live for 15 and a half hours, and definitely customized leagues are the way to go. Pudge. Oh my God. Jeff, what are some of the fun leagues that you've been part of or created?
Well, I've got a few. The first one is it was kind of a twist on Dynasty that we created back in 2017. It's a little bit of a mix of Dynasty and Keeper. We have rosters, but at the end of the year, you can only protect so many players. So if you have a roster, we pare it down. I think you have to cut X number of players, and then you I think when you're I don't even remember my own rules. 20, I think it's 20 players. You keep 20 players, and then you are able to protect 17 of them, and the other 3 then are available for what's called a claim period. And so other teams can actually place a claim on that player, take that player, and then the team that had the player stolen, it receives a compensatory draft selection at the end of the second round. So we've kind of tweaked those rules over the years. Before you had to give up a draft pick in order to make a claim. We weren't getting a whole lot of claims, so we changed that where it's just compensatory, and the activity kind of took off from there. So we've had, I think this year's draft hasn't happened yet. Last year, I think we had 7 claims where someone was poaching a player from another roster. And so it's a very different twist on Dynasty. Some people asked to eliminate that, but it never passes. So we've kept that since then. And it's a different way of doing Dynasty. It's like half Dynasty, half Keeper. The only thing that is not touched is your taxi squad is safe. So if you have players in your taxi, those players can't be claimed. But other than that, it's that's one different thing that we do. Another thing that I do in several leagues is we do side pots. So again, regardless of how the league is structured itself, we do side pots. In one league, I have everything from highest losing score to highest weekly score, skins, and then bad beat. And the way we build those pots, highest losing score is just that. Whoever has the highest losing score that week wins the pot for that week. Highest score of the week, self-explanatory. Skins, what happens is the first week, a score is established, whatever that score might be. That person wins that pot for that week. Then every week it rolls over. You have to beat that score that's established. So let's say, just making up points here, let's say it's 120 the first week. If you get 120, you don't break it. If you get 121, you break it. So that continues to carry over to the following week. And then the last week of the season, 50% of the pot will go to whoever has the highest score that week. The other 50% of the pot rolls over to the following season. Bad beat is where the second highest score is for the week is beaten by the highest score for the week. And that rolls over every week. At the end of the season, if it's not broken, then the whole pot carries over. I think the last time it was busted last year in the pot, it's $10 a week, or that's a 10-team league. It's $10 a week, and the pot busted at $210, I think it was, from the carryover. And it's not often you get the second highest score losing to the highest score, and that's another thing. That what's nice about these side pots is it keeps other teams engaged, especially if they're out of the playoff contention. And we actually had a team that busted the skins a couple years back. It was a 1-win team, and then going into the second to final week, and then just somehow just scored out of their mind, busted skins for $100, whatever it was. I can't remember the total. And actually was able to recover money that was lost, and so there's a team that would have been out of it, may not have been engaged in the league, but kept playing, kept trying, and actually was able to win. So I like using those side pots, not only as a way to keep it interesting and have some more money on the line, but also to keep teams engaged the entire season, even if their season is miserable.
Yeah.
And then, then
fair.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I was just saying that's fair. It's a good idea.
And some people don't like them. We've adopted a couple of them in a few other leagues. Others don't like it, but it really only costs. It's usually $1 a week per team, so 14 for each type of pot. You're talking $14 per team. You're talking $56 if you have all of them. So some leagues haven't adopted all of them. They might have, hey, we're going to do highest losing score and the bad beat. But in one way or another, my leagues have a side pot or another. And then finally, another one that I just am starting this year. I was invited to a league that has it's on MFL. It's a 3-copy league where there's one copy of a player for Debbie. There's another copy of the player that's created rookie season, and then there is another copy of the player created for the sophomore year. And I can't remember how many teams are in this league, and you can only own one copy of the player, but they're literally, after the sophomore year, there's 3 copies of each player out there on different rosters. And that's kind of unique. I've never really done anything like that. This is my first year, so have no idea how I'm going to do with this, but that was a very interesting concept. And then the final one, and again, I'm getting into leagues like this year, is where you have different formats. So you have a league that consists of, like, you have a redraft, you have salary cap, you have a dynasty, you have guillotine or elimination, and then you have best ball. I think there's even one that has vampire in it. So and then each league obviously will have a winner, but then there's an overall winner for that entire set of leagues. And that's new to me. That I'm just entering into that this year, so we'll see how it goes. But these are things that I've seen, and I agree with Mitch earlier that MFL can be very problematic, and it's not as intuitive or easy as Sleeper and some of the other platforms. But there's no denying the power that MFL and the flexibility that MFL has. And I'm new to MFL. I've only been on it this will be my 3rd year with any kind of league on MFL, and I'm starting to really embrace it. And I didn't think I would. It's quirky, and you really need to learn. Again, there's no app. You even on a mobile device, you're going to the website. But once you actually start to really get a feel for it, it's not bad at all.
There's this is on Apple. MFL Platinum. is a free app that you can download that is basically the MFL app, but it's still not great by any means. It's not ESPN, it's not Sleeper, it's not Yahoo, any of that. It's still very bad. But yeah, the MFL leagues do intrigue me just for the customization part, but I'm not gonna just have one league in there just so I can have a customized league, unfortunately. Unless they like rework that entire website, make it more intuitive and not $80 for a league that has not seen updates since 1994. So it's tough to justify paying that much money for a league when you could just have a free league.
Yeah, I would have GMs rebelling against well, first of all, we would be voting on anything, any platform change would
Yeah.
be a league vote, but I would have GMs rebelling, not only because, like you said, of the, it's not intuitive and easy to use, but also the cost. Why spend, that in other, if it's a 10-team league, let's just say, because it's easier to do the math, $8 a team. Why do that when you can either throw that into, throw in one of the side pots or throw that into the main pot and have that paid back? And I'm in one league right now. It's a long-standing league, and we've been on CBS Sports. And to this day, I don't understand why we're forking over the money that we are for that league. But those are two very legitimate reasons why we probably will never migrate platforms to MFL.
Yeah, I'm in another league that I'm actually not commissioning. In a creative league that I don't commission. It's kind of a crazy concept, I feel like. But Jeff Lambert over at Going for Two has a GOAT league that they've been doing for a while. So it's I think 18-team league. There's 3 teams in each division, and collusion is definitely encouraged. So the 3 teams in each division, which is like a GOAT player, like we're in the Jerry Rice division, we can only trade with each other. We can't trade with anybody else. So we can help each other in the draft, collude to get the players that we want in the draft, and then trade amongst each other to make our teams win. And it's a guillotine league. So, I mean, if you're the lowest scorer, you're out and all your players go to free agency and you're kind of SOL. So it's like kind of tough in that situation. But yeah, collusion is definitely encouraged. And in the draft, there you get 3 power-ups that you can do in the draft to affect other people to help you out and all that. So it's our first time doing that. It's me, Josh, and Sean are in this league, and it's definitely going to be interesting. I think we're all waiting to see how this plays out. So it should be a good time.
Well, I agree with you. Most of my leagues have different, different rules and different settings. I have a couple. I have one league a dynasty league that I commish. That is, I'm trying to find someone to fill a spot in that league, and it's very vanilla. And trying to, I mean, like you said, everybody's they're already invested in leagues that are vanilla. They don't want another vanilla league. They want something that's unusual or unique and customized. I'm seeing that more and more, and I've been reading a lot about that over the last several months. All these new formats that are coming out, especially like Vampire and leagues I've never played in a Vampire league. I have only a general understanding of how it all works. Once I get in there and actually am doing something, I will, I'll take my hard knocks and but I'll become more familiar with that and more acclimated with that. I think that's kind of, I've read before and heard before where the standard dynasty league is a dying format. And that's where these unique rules or these unique configurations keep it alive, and it keeps it interesting. So I've said this already twice, I think, on this broadcast. I'll say it a third time. You were talking about the staff league and that very interesting draft that I was not a fan of when I first heard about how it was going to work. And I've told you several times already, once it was done, it was like, wow, this is cool. And it was different. And the way that you ran that was great. And in retrospect, I wouldn't want it any other way. It was a nice. I'm going to be interested to see how you're handling rookie drafts. I think you may have even told everyone, but I think it's. Is it going to be auction for rookie drafts? I don't even remember.
I think it'll be linear. I don't know if we ever actually decided that.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's a
Auction
staff
might be
league. You
fun.
can. It's a staff league for fun. I think we have a. I mean, I think we have a little bit of coin on it, but
$5. Like it's not even like a crazy amount anyway. So it's
Nobody is going to disagree with some last minute rule change on the draft. I
Yeah.
think something quirky. You have to. I think to have that startup draft the way you did, and to follow it up with just a normal linear draft is no. You got to come up with something.
It'll be a snake draft. For a rookie draft, randomized snake draft. That would be insane, actually.
How about random selections? Every pick is randomized. You don't know who's going to get it.
Oh.
Every team has, say, 5 picks. It's so 1 through 50. It's just all thrown into a hat, or obviously not in a hat.
Well, actually, it'd be very, very interesting. And we'd have to go back through here because I think maybe some rookie picks have already been traded. So I might have to look at that. But we could do a thing where everybody gets a budget, an auction budget based off of their finish, and you blind bid. So we do the bidding process, and then once the bid is finished, we put a rookie on the spinner, and it goes around in the circle, and whoever it stops on, that's the player that goes. And what we would have to do to make sure that the players are good is you take the ADP, so like the top 12 players that's who you could get in the first round of blind bids. And then you take the next 12 and then the next 12 and the next 12 and stuff like that. So you bucket the players at least. So it's not like, okay, 101, I get Riley Leonard. Dang it. I bid $400 on Riley Leonard. Like,
see, however you approach it, that's the kind of thing you need to do. That is the only fair rookie draft that can follow up this unique startup draft. I think you.
The hard thing about this league is just topping it. Like what comes next? Because but I mean that was off the top of my head after 15 hours of streaming. So that actually does kind of sound. Now I got to see, do people own their draft picks still? Because that's an important question here. Let's see, trades. Let's go to trade. It looks like everybody owns their own draft pick still. Oh no. Topher has one of Sean's second round picks. Oh, dang it, Sean. You are the only one to trade a draft pick so far.
Yeah, the closest. I had someone, I'll leave nameless, offer me every 2026 rookie draft pick for all of my fab. I declined it.
Yeah, because they need more money. Yeah.
Yeah. And I declined it, but and then I thought the thing was, it was hard for me to decide because I mean, we were only a couple picks in or a few picks in, and it was hard for me to decide whether it was worth it or not because this was so unique and I didn't have time to really walk it through and think about it. So I ended up declining it. So I don't know if there would have been well, actually the approach I ended up taking on, my all rookie team, it probably wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. God, I really like this idea of the blind auction. That would be insane.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're bidding on you're bidding on what's behind door number 1. And I'm already trying to think of how aggressive people would be with bids because you just don't know who you're going to get. You got a 1 in 12 chance of getting Like if it were this year's draft, 1 in 12 chance to get in Giante. It's you don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, truthfully, oh God. Sometimes Sleeper annoys me on the desktop.
You know, it'd be really interesting if you get to that 12th pick and Giante hasn't gone. Now everybody's mad scrambling to bid whatever they can in that last pick in that bucket you were talking about. I think that's a great idea. You got to do that.
I'm gonna propose this idea because I think it is a great idea, and I think it could be something that would be pretty cool. Yeah, 15 minutes until the next segment. Why are people flying through my neighborhood? And then we will be doing a best ball live draft where 4 of us will be sitting here talking about all the picks being made. So that's the next thing that's going to be fun to do. Jeff, I've appreciated your 9 hours on this stream. That does not go unnoticed. At least over a third of the stream has featured you on here intermittently in the first 4-hour 5-hour block due to internet. But Jeff just talking in the middle of it and go,
hey, at least my audio continued for most of it. So
it did. And sometimes I was just like, is he here with it? Oh. Is Bossman here? Bossman might be here.
I wasn't ready yet. What's going on? Can you hear me? Is my thing good?
I think so, yeah.
Hey, Josh.
What's up?
Jeff? What's going on, Justin? I haven't slept since, by the way.
Have you listened to any of the last 5 minutes we've been talking?
I heard someone wants to do a random lottery rookie thing.
We moved on from that one.
That's the last thing I heard. That's the last thing I heard.
Okay.
I said I was downstairs. I'm like, I gotta run up. That's awesome. I want to do that.
We want to do a blind
bid
auction rookie draft. So essentially everybody's going to have their auction budget and from worst to first, and you are bidding on the 101, the 102. And then once everybody has measure of league wide best, once everybody has said, okay, that's the most I'm going to bid on the 101, we take the first block of players, which will be the top 12 of the ADP, which will freeze at a certain point, and we will put them in the spinner, and whoever comes up on the spinner is who they draft. So they won't even know who they're bidding on.
Who they're bidding on.
So
okay.
101 could be Colston Loveland, or it could be Ashton Genty, it could be Cam Ward, it could be Travis Hunter. We don't know. You're just bidding on that first spot. So really, I feel like you almost want to bid more money on the later rounds, like 7 or later picks, like 7 through 12, because you kind of start to know who's going to be there,
right?
Based off of on just math. So,
okay,
that could be interesting.
Could be. I'm all in for different.
I mean, it's a $5 league for fun.
Yeah,
it's
I'm all in for different rules and having fun. Yes, that's great.
So we have.
Sign me up.
We have 25% approved right here, just in this chat. So, yeah, I'll explain more of that when I maybe get some sleep, so it makes more sense.
Justin, you look like my 7-year-old when he stays up past 9, like just loopy. Like, all right, dude, get some sleep. Jeff, you have been a freaking every time because I've been watching here and there, and I see you on all the time. Thank you. Like, you're crushing it. I really appreciate it. Justin, of course. How long did Adam Rank stay with you, by the way?
About 30 minutes. Yeah.
You know why I left? Because I have not seen The Last of Us at all, and I have not finished the game yet, so I didn't want to get spoiled. And then I tuned in, and I heard, oh yeah, so you didn't know so-and-so died. I'm not going to spoil it for everybody else. And it spoiled it for me. And in that little second, I tuned in. So I'm pretty upset with you right now. But it's okay. It's my fault. It's my fault.
How did I spoil it? I mean,
we'll text offline. Jeff, were we talking about the staff league that we're doing this in? For future?
Yeah, we were talking about that because, you can't follow up such a unique startup draft with just the vanilla linear dynasty. You had to come up with something. That's when we started spitballing. And at first I thought, hey, you're just going to, all 50 selections get thrown in a hat, and the first person who's up, you get this draft pick. And so somebody could actually end up with the first 4 draft picks. But then Justin brought up the idea of the blind bid with the and that I love. I think that fits this league perfectly. And I just think we were talking about.
You have to bucket the players too. Like you can't just throw it in there, like all of the rookies in there, because what if 101 is Riley Leonard and you just bid $400 on Riley Leonard?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap.
Yeah.
So you got to take it at 12 players at a time. And once those 12 players are done, then you move on. So like Jeff said, Ashton Genty could go 112.
I love the idea of this though. This is just my psychotic brain working. You take the top 11 players, and then that 12th player is like a 3rd round person. So like it would be chaos. It'd be psychotic because you're like, if you get the 101, like I say, you get the first spin, you're like, okay, I have a good chance of getting a 1st round pick, or I can just get the bankrupt. I can get the player that'd be, and then if it lands on it, holy crap! Like that's chaotic, dude.
That is actually
I
so Will is in our sleeper chat, and he is definitely in on this. So I love it. That makes 1/3 of the league has now approved of this vote.
Give all the players like Genty, this guy, and like A Manor. Oh man,
And
like I could have got anyone
Dylan
else.
Gabriel.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be fun. Like I'd be happy. Dylan Sampson, woohoo! I'd be the only one. Let's go.
I got him for $200 in the 1st round. Yeah, 102.
Has anyone, not that I'm this kind of person or anything, but have you guys gawked over my awesome strategy and how awesome my roster is and how I dominated that blind bid 1st round? No one, you guys haven't talked about how I just dominated. All right, it's fine. It's fair. I'm actually happy with my team in that league. I didn't think anyone would still have money. And then I see players go for like $45. I'm like, dang, I got this player for $1. So I think it came with preparation. Me and Topher, I think, had 100 bids each.
Backup quarterback for $1.
Who did? I did. Oh, I did. No, I sold him for $2.
You did. You sold him for $2, and like it just kept going up. I'm like, wait, this is an infinite loop of money somehow.
I rebought him for $3, so I think it's a good deal still.
I profited on it, so it was great. That wasn't the intent, but I did.
Yes.
So Will said, I still want to see the ideas that come out in hour 23. Keep it up. Keep up the great work, guys. Oh, Tuffer's here. I got BTJ for $1. Yeah, that was BTJ. I think Malik Neighbors went for $1. Like it was crazy. And then I got like Lucky Irving for $45 or something. I kicked butt in half. Yeah, you did. So that draft was that auction draft was pretty fun. Because there were a couple players like you're bidding up and you're just like, I don't want this person getting this player for $1. And then you're like, okay, $2. And they're like, no, I'm out. I'm like,
have I had a chance to explain the Daniel Jones situation to everyone? Jeff, do you understand what I did?
Absolutely not. Oh, wait, I know just what Justin told me, but I'll hear it from you.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how Sleeper does their auctions. I've only done one on there. And I'm not sure how Justin runs his leagues in certain ways. Like he's very by the book. Like there's no cutting corners. I'm a guy who likes to try to find the corners to cut. Always will. I'll always try to bend the rules. So I was like, oh, this is just basically a draft. We're just going to bid $299 on the player I want, which I did with Josh Allen. And then the next nomination was me though. So I'm going, well, if I put someone out there that I want, I'm not going to be able to outbid anyone because I only have $1. And that means I'll never win a bid again because I'll only have $1. So I'll never literally be able to outbid someone. So let me get something. So I did it. And everyone laughed at me. I'm like, all right, well, sure. No one saw the strategy, I guess. And then Justin's like, bro, you would have got someone else.
Eventually, you would have got.
And I didn't know because I'm
24th
like,
best
okay,
player.
well, sleeper, like, well, after 2 rounds, it's done. Like that's
Yeah.
the way I interpreted it. I didn't think I'd get another chance to nominate someone else. That's what happened. So basically, I gave everyone a head start, and I got a non-usable player when I could have got a top 24 player.
That is the first time Josh has said Daniel Jones is going to be a non-usable player. By the way,
to start off the
track.
season.
I'm keeping track.
Yeah.
So I outsmarted
Well,
myself, and Sean told me that. I just overthought it.
Well, that's exactly how Justin explained it to me. So he did not skew that story at all.
See, there you go. Look, Josh, I only tell the truth on this show, man. I only tell the truth. Chef, who's been here, I think, since like 4 a.m., 5 to 6 a.m. maybe. Down for any leagues I come up with. He needs more Devy leagues. So, Chef, I don't know if you're the one that maybe signed up for Super League, but Super League has fun scoring and it's best ball and it's managed. It's managed best ball. You fab waivers and stuff like that. Ton of high scoring points. I believe the link should be in the description below to register. If it's not, go to fantasynowplus.com and click on the Super League tab. There's a registration tab under there, but that is a great way to get in and get playing on some interesting leagues, I would say.
Have you guys played in a league, Jeff's particular, where the league settings change weekly? Have you done this before?
You've talked about this, and it's really hard to do in Sleeper.
My first ever listener league, back when we were Once Upon a Sunday, I did a league where the rules change week to week. 1 week would be Scott Fishbowl of the current year. The next week would be touchdowns only. The next week would be tight end premium with PPR, full PPR. The next week would be just straight up standard. The next week would be, touchdowns for quarterbacks count as one. Like every week was different.
Are these changes known at the beginning of the season for each
Yes.
week, or do they?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So everybody knows that.
And then
that's
this is the
incredible.
kicker,
I like
though.
that.
In the playoffs, the top 2 seeds, like the top seed standing, the one person picks the rules for that week of the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
So it's a huge advantage. So you want to be the top seed standing from round to round. So the first, like if you're a first seed, you didn't get the third seed would do it because he's the highest person playing in that round. So that person picked the rules while the 2 bye people waited, and then the 1 seed got to pick. So it was crazy, dude. The championship week was touchdown only. It was awesome. Like,
you need to send me those weekly scoring rules. I want to.
It's been so long. It's been almost 4 or 5 years ago. And the way we did it was we just said, what would be fun? And they can't all be fun. Like some weeks are just straight up just PPR. Some weeks are, the quarterback is kind of useless. So it's 1 point per touchdown. It's just you didn't know how to draft. You couldn't know how to draft. It's almost impossible. But as a manager, our commissioner was even harder because I had to go in, week out, and change these rules. And then what I found out is in Sleeper at the time, whatever happened in week 1, and then week 2 you change the rules, week 1 then takes over those same rules. So the scores change. So I had to keep the scores myself written down. Yeah.
That would be tough. Yeah, the closest thing I've come to anything like that with rules changing was I'm in a dynasty fishbowl league where it adopts the Scott Fishbowl rules each year, but it's a dynasty league. And
are we in that together?
I don't know. I've been in the goldfish division, I think. Yeah, I'm in the goldfish division. Are we in it?
I'm in angelfish.
Oh, I'm in goldfish.
Okay.
I think this will be what is this, our 3rd year? I don't know.
Second year.
Second year.
Yeah,
I'm in that league too. I'm in the angelfish.
I got Josh into that league, and then it was sadly like one of my least favorite leagues I liked. And it was one of the ones I cut this year. And I'm sorry, Josh, for selling it to the person, or not selling it, but giving it to the person I did.
Yeah.
Hopefully he hasn't been a problem.
No, he actually has been pretty cool. But yes, I have not heard of You
I did
know,
tell him it's a charity league, so like, don't be.
be cool. Yeah, be cool.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna get kicked out. Yeah, that's a fun league too, though, because again, the rules change year to year. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
All right, we have a fantasy football question in the 11th hour. Trade the 108 for Rashi Rice in the 208. Yeah, I would.
I'd do that.
I think Rashi's going to come back and play. I mean, yeah, that was a gruesome leg injury, but what's the chances of it happening twice? Let's not look at Tank Dell.
Ask Chris Godwin. Sucks, dude.
Definitely do that.
Yeah.
Hey, before I bolt,
Right.
I have
Yeah.
a quick question on this. The Extra Life best ball draft, is that going to start automatically in 1 minute, or you have to kick it
No,
off?
It'll start at 12:15. I gave
12:15, okay.
3 minutes to introduce the guests and everything like that. And I was just thinking, I was like, where are they? And then I forgot we are at the break. We are at the 8-hour mark on this stream. We are going to be pushing over to part 3, which if you are following us or you're subscribed to our channel, just go back to the channel. All of you currently watching at Fantasy Now Plus or Fins Talk Sports Network, be sure to go look at the other live videos. Click part 3. It's the Justin Jefferson thumbnail for those of you that are curious. But we will continue this stream for the final 8 hours. Can't believe the time is already here, but we will continue the stream here very shortly. We are out of this one. Jeff, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Josh, thanks for coming on and chatting, because we were starting to draw blanks and just talking about random things, I think. So much appreciated for you both.
Hey, that's my gimmick, brother. That's what I'm
talking about random things. Guys, we are out of here. We are out of this stream. Go over to the next one. We are about to start that stream any minute now. So see you guys in like 60 seconds.
Oh, hi there. Time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.